Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Try once and still not know. Try twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring that we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, rip in this war. We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where the ring that we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on, when they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Still we're standing, basking in the light. No more we ever speak of seas of reckoning. No voice calling from the dark days of old. Was victorious. The memory remains, worlds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on us now to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Sons of Minerva, the fortune of the realm. Call on us now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈，厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州。 乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天寸土必争。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL. We had ourselves a little break there, but we are back and ready to get into the action once more. You see Shanghai on your screen, that's where our games will be today as we head not just into the LPL, but away from the placements and into the proper group stage now. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Jamada for, I think, the first time this split that we get to cast together. And we get the brand new format, the first week of groups.
Yeah, we're going to be opening up the Rumble stage of the LPL. I'm looking forward to it. This format as a whole is pretty damn exciting, and I think we have the potential for some pretty exciting opening series today as well.
Yes, we do. We can take a look at our games coming up today, and excitingly, we get a game from both groups to start off the broadcast as well. As you can see at the bottom of the screen there, EDG versus RNG to start us off. An absolute classic, but perhaps not of the same magnitude that we're used to with EDG and RNG. That'll be a lower group game. And then we go into AL versus FPX, two teams that are wanting to prove themselves as potential Worlds contenders. And it'll be the first time in summer that these guys face off.
Yeah, and you know, it's such an interesting story for both these series, right? Like you mentioned, EDG, RNG, historically one of the biggest clashes in the LPL, now under a much different context. And, you know, FPX, after spring, gave a lot of people hope that this could be a roster that would go super far. They've had a very middling opening to this summer split, but of course with the different format, now that we open up into Rumble stage, this is where we start to kind of see them spread their wings and potentially develop a little bit more.
The exciting thing about this format is that all sins of the placement games have been forgiven at this point. You're in the upper group or the bottom group at this stage. Now it's time to perform. Now it's time to put all that behind you and see if you can make it into playoffs. You can see AL and FPX over in that left-hand group. That's Group A, Group Ascend. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Group Nirvana, the lower group. And only the top half of that group will get the opportunity to try and make it into playoffs.
Yeah, so more or less the way that the format works is Group A, Group Ascend, is far more positively weighted towards getting yourselves into playoffs. I can't remember the exact placement, and I don't want to speak out of my backside. I think it's top 7 or top 6 go through, and then like Joe said, top 4 you know, has a much better time getting through the next portion of promotion into playoffs. So being on that left hand side, you've got a much better shot. Top 7, my producer said in my ear, is what gets you into playoffs. And then yeah, you get a little bit funky if you end up in that bottom 2 on the left side too.
Yeah, there'll be 2 teams down at the bottom of Group A that, unfortunately, will have to go through a grueling best-of-5 against the best of the lower group to try and make their way in. As you can see, this is our schedule. We are going to be coming at you for the next, essentially, 4 weeks, every single day. Obviously, we'll still be having our official broadcast on Thursdays to Sundays. And then once we get into playoffs, every single series will be coming towards your screens. But there's another exciting announcement. We're going full LCS here in the LPL today because we are on live patch. We are on 14-13. I've got the numbers the wrong way around. So we have caught up to live. We are skipping 14-12 here in the LPL. We're going straight on to 14-13. So quite a few changes coming in. No more Fearless Draft. New groups. Today has all sorts coming to your screens.
Yeah, today is a good day to be a League of Legends fan, I think. You know, for me personally, I've always said Fearless Draft is a psyop. You can't convince me otherwise. Look, it's fun. I think now
Wait, to what end? What is the goal of this psyop?
Okay, listen, we'll get there when we have to talk about it later on. But now teams get to lean on some of their more characteristic picks, right? A little bit more consistently. I think that the past 2 patches that we haven't been able to see because we've been on 14-11 for so long have very so slightly shifted things to a point where we could actually see some new picks. There's a pretty solid chance that we do see a couple of new things rear its head. We'll get to it when we get to the specifics. But here's the EDG lineup, who actually could maybe benefit from a few of those patch changes, speaking of.
Yeah, they had a few changes as well coming into this split. Obviously, Crown and Win coming over from IG. Solo Kill being the main top laner now as Ala left. And honestly, looking a lot better than what we saw in spring. Still some work to do. Definitely some issues across the course of summer so far. Not a perfect team, but looking better. Over on RNG, some big changes, even from the placements. We're going to see Iwandi joining the squad, and I believe will be starting today over Ming. And I believe as well, Geju being promoted from the Academy roster, or I believe from Suning's Academy roster, who is a solo queue superstar. He's 7th in Korea right now on the ladder, and looking to be a big prospect. I'm really excited for this guy's debut.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've already seen one rookie jungler this year absolutely take over the league. I'm always open to seeing another personally, and Jeju could be that player. We'll see. Of course, RNG have had a very turbulent, last couple of splits, but obviously very recent history. Let's wait and see whether or not Jeju can turn things around with this Iwandi pairing.
Just take a look at this roster right now. Like, there is no franchise player for RNG. Like, with Wei and Ming not in this roster, every single player on this team has joined essentially within the last 12 months. Perhaps Tengyuan was ever so slightly longer than 12 months, but it's very recent for every single player.
Yeah.
A lot of extremely fresh players on the Rift today. You've got, Huanfeng and Iwandi are more veteran as players, but haven't really played together at all. So a lot of question marks for this RNG roster. I really don't know what to expect coming in today, but I hope that we talked about this off broadcast already. I just hope they get a bit solo queue with it. I hope that they show their mechanical skill and just try and cause some chaos.
Yeah, I think this is one of those rosters, especially, given recent results with RNG, you want to just see them hit the ground running, even if they don't necessarily get the results, right? We just need to see something promising. And I think, like you mentioned, the chaos will definitely be a very big part of that. I think whenever EDG's games get a little bit unstable in game state and they lose control, 100% control of what's going on, they really do seem to struggle to actually regain a foothold. So this is kind of, a perfect storm of, all right, our opponents aren't necessarily the most consistent or comfortable if they're not in a full-blown lead. Let's do what we can to really shake them and put them off kilter.
We'll see if they can shake up the apple cart, as it were. EDG, a team that, like you say, when they've been in control of the game, they have looked decent. Like they've shown us some good games where it starts fairly neutral. They have a decent mid game. Their macro is solid. They find some picks and win the game through that kind of style. And also kind of just front to back, it seems to be something that they really lean into. Whether or not they get that kind of structured game is a different question. But also, whether or not RNG has the coordination to really disrupt EDG's game plan. Because, I feel like it's really easy to say, oh yeah, RNG's got to play chaotic. But if you play chaotic and you're not coordinated, that's called inting. If you're just going in and the team's not on board, that's not going to work. So I don't really know what to expect from RNG today. I hope that at least the team gets on board with one call. That's the biggest thing that I think we can hope for.
Yeah, you know what, Joe, that's a great point. It is always about when you're breaking down comms of a team, it's just about making sure that they are all on the same page in the sense of following that call, right? If the call is everybody run straight headfirst into a brick wall, as long as they all do it together,
exactly.
I'll be happy with RNG, right?
One head will bounce off of a brick wall, but 5 heads might just break through it.
Exactly, right? So I think for RNG, that will more or less be the goal. I feel like Iwandi, in my head, even though, I feel like some people will kind of obviously associate him with some of those more enchanter-based picks at times. If we can see him on Engage, and, Jeju also is on something that is effectively kind of just either enabling Iwandi or Iwandi is enabling Jeju, and it's just that cycle, that will be a good engine, right? A good start for RNG to go, all right, this is how we're going to make the game work for EDG.
I'm really curious how they're going to draft. I wonder if it's going to be like you know, Galio mid kind of thing to set up for a Graves in the jungle. This sort of style where you really just try and fully enable this carry jungler in Geju. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. As we've not really seen much professional play from Geju, even in terms of like LDL and stuff. He's not got that many games under his belt. Literally 14 games in the LDL. So this guy pretty much coming out of solo queue. We'll see what he's going to bring to the table. Certainly a mechanically gifted player, but that's pretty much all we know.
Exactly. And like you said, I wonder if that opens the door to kind of have these very much so enabling mid laners, right? You mentioned the Galio. I'm going to talk about that for like 10 seconds. What happened to Galio? Where did he go? Nothing bad directly happened to him. He kind of reared his head after a bunch of buffs at MSI.
Do you want to know where he went?
Like he
Do you want to know where he went? He had to play against AD carries in mid lane. That's where he went. He taunts them and they just continue to kill him. Like, what is he going to do?
He did become less blindable once those AP junglers got buffed, of course. It's that age-old cycle of AP junglers are strong, well, AD mid laners have to be, you know, the priority, right? And of course, that's been the thing here in the LPL since we started up in summer. Tristana, Corki, I think even the occasional Lucian, though that definitely rings more to me as a Western thing so far. But yeah, we'll see whether or not we get that style, because I think that's also another very almost kind thing you can do for your rookie. You see it work a fair bit as well. You know, of course, here in the LPL, there was Milky Way getting a lot of support from the rest of the FPX roster. Yike, of course, internationally is another player that got a lot of support. So let's see whether or not RNG do lean into Jeju and that potential solo queue style.
We'll have to see. I mean, both Graves and Lee Sin got minor buffs coming into this patch, so does lean in towards having a bit more of an AD style carry in the jungle. Whether or not that's an option, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, 2 patches coming on through. We were told just about 20 minutes before broadcast. So we're kind of covered in blind here alongside you guys at home. Geju steps out onto the stage for his debut game, and I'm excited for it.
As am I. I always like watching over rookies, but especially junglers. Because, you know that one Star Wars meme? We'll be watching your career with great interest. That's always how I feel about rookie junglers, because junglers, you know, when they're first coming into a major region, it goes one of 2 ways, right? If they've got some unique style, they get to play it like 2 or 3 times, and if it works, great, they get to keep it. If they have like an opening bad 2 or 3 series, that's it. It's Sejuani Maokai duty for the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not he is banished to that fate or not.
Look, I don't have a lot of information on this guy in terms of stats and whatever, but what I can tell you is he's played Lee Sin twice in the LDL. He died 1 time across both those games. He finished with a KDA of 31 over those 2 games. So I'm cautiously optimistic we may see some Lee Sin play today, and it could be exciting. Just want to quickly mention as well, before we get into the draft today, this will be back to normal drafting in the LPL. The fearless stage of the tournament is over. We are back into standard drafting. So when teams have one specific style that they like to play, one specific comp that really works for them, well, that's going to work again in the LPL.
Okay, this is where I get to spread my propaganda about how fearless draft, at least like soft fearless draft, is bad. Can I do it now, Joe? I'm asking for your permission, like you're my father.
Yeah, I'll ask you as a question though. Like, what is what is the goal? If this is a psyop, what is the goal? What is the motivation for this psyop to exist?
I don't know what the motivation is, but I can tell you what the end result ends up being, which doesn't really necessarily achieve the Fearless Draft's goal, which is seeing more champion variety, which it barely does, by the way. All you end up with, a lot of the time, is teams will play 1 champion, and then or 1 draft, and then they'll swap, or they'll ban out the champions they had in game 1 so that you don't get to pick all of those champions, and it's just basically the same thing, with arguably less champions at times, which is really weird considering what Fearless Draft is supposed to be about. That's just me, and I think it drives teams away from building a core identity of a couple of set champions if they are creative enough to just ever so slightly step outside of it.
I think you've kind of contradicted yourself there by saying that you can play the same style in multiple games, but this pushes away from defining an identity. But also, I would argue that this is like soft fearless versus hard fearless, right? Hard fearless is definitely all about like new champions every game.
Yep,
I don't
and I'm
actually
totally
think that that's good for competitive gaming. I think that teams should be trying to play to an optimum level, and I don't think you can play to an optimum level when you have to be able to play 5 different comps at top level simultaneously. However, with soft fearless, it does force you to at least be flexible. So you can't just play the one comp over and over again. By game 3, you are going to have to change things up. And even by game 2, if, like you say, the teams ban the strong champions that they played, even by game 2, soft fearless is changing the style to some extent. But I don't think that the format should massively shift the way teams have to play, but I do think nudging towards flexibility is a really positive thing. So I think it was a big success.
I'm not saying it wasn't successful. I'm just saying I didn't like it. See, I'm just a hater, Joe.
There's nothing I can do to argue with that. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, but hey, look, I'm excited to see now that Fearless is gone, whether or not we do start to see teams very much lean into, you know, a much more, you know, I wouldn't say strict isn't necessarily the word, but a few
Static.
more draft habits and static habits, because we did start to see, especially as teams, as those opening 2 to 3 weeks in particular were very, very interesting. The opening 2 weeks really, where teams collectively started to understand that, hey, these AP junglers are really strong, and they caught on, and you could almost see, you could see the scrim bubbles of who had been playing who, because some teams opened in with the AP junglers, some teams didn't, and then it slowly kind of developed into that, and then of course, once those AP junglers are gone, you start to see a little bit more, you know, sort of variety with the occasional AD skirmisher, and then the traditional Sejuani, Vi, Maokai, etc. So now, with Fearless kind of out of the way, we might, once the dust settles, see some of these teams all land in those 3 identities as far as drafts are concerned. As speaking of draft, we should be getting into it right now.
Here we go. First normal draft of the LPL as we head into our Rumble stage. It's Tristana at first pick. Nothing too surprising to start us off here, with the AD solo laners in the mid lane being locked in on either side.
Yeah, exactly. Corki Tristana. That is the trade. It's the new Corki Azir almost, except at the very least Tristana's a little bit more fun to watch.
At least they sometimes kill each other in lane, you know?
Exactly. You know, that's the main thing. RNG have been hovering a couple of these AP junglers. Brand, of course, still very powerful. Did catch a couple of nerfs on this patch, but frankly, they were aimed a lot more at lane Brand than jungle Brand. Very, very little effect. Some of those changes. Less damage on his E, a little bit less mana restore from his passive. But Nah will be locked in, and this new Misfortune greatly changed, and a lot of numbers tweaked underneath the hood, mostly and very specifically surrounding the W, the strat. More or less, you get it more frequently, less lockout, and the stats slightly stronger overall.
Yeah, I mean, base attack damage was increased by 3, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider that the base stat is less than 60, that's over a 10% change. Sorry, I can't do maths. That's over a 5% change. Still, a big buff when you're auto-attacking a lot of the time. That's a pretty hefty change. Twisted Fate going to be locked in on the side of RNG as well, likely to go up towards that top side, although we have seen a little bit of the ADTF mid as well.
Yeah, we have from time to time, but that is the likely assignment. We'll have to wait to see if RNG swap things up, and
we saw Corki bot lane elsewhere in the world recently. Didn't look so hot, but but we've seen it.
I don't think since Corki got changed to his current iteration that whenever I've seen it in the bottom lane, it's looked hot ever. One thing I'd like to call out though, JJ doesn't necessarily lean on the pick too often. Double AD carry, no support still locked in. I would love RNG to remove Ivern right now, because it would be a pretty damn good pick if EDG are willing to lock it. Of course, Ivern kind of on that fringe, right? Of,
it's one of those things, isn't it?
High prio.
Theoretically, I agree with you, but we're watching the LPL right now, and I don't know. I'm yet to be convinced by LPL Ivern.
That is
I know
true.
You're a big Ivern enjoyer.
I am. Yeah, I very much am. We'll see if EDG are willing to go towards it, or if they've got another AP jungler in mind. Karthus, of course, is the one that will be on the tip of most people's tongues. It did catch a fairly sizable nerf, but realistically, it's 3 base damage in competitive play. That's not really going to do too much.
No.
in the grand scheme of things. You're still going to be full clearing quite quickly. Your skirmishing is still going to be very powerful if needs be.
Quite an important
RNG lock in.
Quite an important ban there in the Ziggs because you've got the AD in both mid and top. You want the AP damage coming out from Honfong. Goes for the Kai'Sa instead, so can still go towards that AP. And can do a good job of avoiding Misfortune's ultimate as well, which can be very valuable. Wink looking towards the Alistair potentially. Getting some hard engagement, I think that's important with this composition. I mean, Gnar is not something I particularly expected to see today, but excited to see it because it does typically lean into team fights. And when you look at this composition so far, it's all about team fights. And then a Zyra comes through from Jijit.
All right, not bad. Zyra as well, of course, gonna add to the AP profile, which was sorely lacking from EDG's end, and saw Wink hovering over a whole bunch of supports. Alistar is the one that he spent the most time on, and it's going to be the one that he locks in the end. So let's see where Arundi decides to go.
Scruffy is not happy about that.
Supports left up in the base. No, he's not happy at all.
Scruffy hates Alistair picks. It's shocking. I gotta say, I'm a little puzzled by the Gnar pick in the top side. The fact that we've basically not... I don't remember a single Gnar pick this split. It's not received any changes, but I guess with the Redectant and the Cassante banned away, going for that one blind, up against the Twisted Fate. We'll see how that top lane matchup is going to go. The Rel locked in for Iwandi in the end. So let's talk composition then, Jamada. How are we feeling with, I mean, Gnar and MF coming out on the side of EDG? Not how I expected the drafts to go.
Very much a heavy team fighting composition, right? Front to back in many aspects between the Tristana and the MF, but also they can play side lane, right? I think that's probably the main thing that we're going to end up seeing with EDG. The Gnar, like you mentioned, it's not something we see super frequently. It pops its head in whenever you see some of these tanks that can very much be abused. But here, it's going to be laning into the Twisted Fate, so RNG themselves have a couple of side lane options. Relatively squishy, but they've got the Rel to try and find some of those picks, and hopefully the follow-up can be there with the Twisted Fate and with the Kai'Sa ult as well.
Fingers crossed it can. Let's see if the follow-up will be available, if they can play that coordinated gameplay, because that's realistically what we're hoping for from RNG. We'll want to see them working as a unit. They've got somewhat of a global dive squad going on. They've got plenty of poke to work with as well. Let's see if they can make this composition work. EDG though going, I want to say relatively standard. It doesn't feel very standard when the picks haven't been meta, but the style of gameplay fairly standard from EDG, and it's a style we have seen work for them in the past. Excited to see JJ bringing out that Zyra once again. He's yet to get a win on the pick. He's played it twice. He's not been able to find that win, but not to be deterred, we'll lock it in once again up against Geju, his carry jungler, 7th in Korean solo queue. He's on a carry in that of the brand. We'll see if he can bring that carry performance here to the stage.
It's any consolation. There is a game that he's likely to win. If I was betting man, I'd put it on this if we're looking purely at the drafts. Very solid lanes across the board. A lot of setup can be played around as well as we head on to the Rift for game number 1 of EDG and RNG.
You got to respect the commitment from the fans. These two rosters have not had a good year comparatively to the expectations of these organizations. But yet, the fans are still here, out in force, ready to cheer on their teams. RNG versus EDG. It is the would-be El Clasico of the LPL. It's not necessarily got the rosters to back that up right now, but still, for the fans at home, especially the old-school fans of LPL, this is still a big matchup. This is still do or die.
It's very much the matchup you want to win for Pride. Just because of that history. So we'll see how aggressive these teams are willing to get. With that in mind, maybe fuel some of the fans' passion. But I want to focus in on the junglers immediately, because JJ, he's pathing away from this bottom side. He's actually going up towards the Gnar. Whereas Jeju is going to be starting up on his own red, likely pathing down the entire way. But you can already see with this picture-in-picture just how quick Zyra clear is in comparison to this brand. So there's going to be a huge tempo difference between these two junglers. And when they can actually impact the map, level 2 hit first here by EDG.
Yeah, nice little punish on Iwandi. Not going to lead to too much. One of the things about Misfortune in lane as well is that when she does get a little bit ahead, she can become really, really obnoxious to try and lane against.
Yeah.
Just the ability to punish you every single time you go for a CS. And on top of that, Kai'Sa, not exactly strong in the first few levels, so you do expect a pretty hefty advantage towards EDG down in that bottom lane to start us off, unless something happens, unless Geju can get involved in that lane. We'll be keeping our eyes on these junglers, especially Geju, as you said before. Interested in keeping our eyes on his career, or whatever the quote was. I don't know, I'm not a big Star Wars guy.
Ah, that's fair.
Quick Shot Somewhere is absolutely furious that I botched that.
I'm sure he is. But we also had that pop up on the bottom of our screens. EDG's 1000th game, which is
Wow.
a pretty big milestone.
And it's pretty
Well,
exciting
just
that
that
that's
bottom.
against EDG, that's against RNG, sorry, as well. Like, that feels like destiny that these two teams would face off for EDG's 1000th game in the LPL. That is a crazy amount of games. This organization has played more games than probably most players, honestly. Reset's going to come through on this bottom side as JJ does get the crab. I think toying with the idea of a dive, but nobody's going to face check the dry brush. They're just going to wait for the reset and then crash away.
Yep, nothing funky will be afoot here. And yeah, just secure that skull crab on the bottom side for JJ. Get his first reset in. And I do wonder how big this tempo lead may end up being for him and where he wants to actually take that, right? Pathing down towards the bottom side super early on. Is it going to be a bit of a dragon focus game? Is it going to be grubs? After all, they do have this Tristan, this Nah, who do want to very aggressively side lane, right? So you would expect, with that in mind, grubs might be a bit more of a priority of those dragons, but the early game plan yet to unfold.
Not just yet. We'll see how it does continue to develop. You can see JJ already with the Fated Ashes as well. Zyra just going to power clear back up towards the top side. I mean, he's arriving at Raptors before Raptors even actually respawn as well. Like, he's faster than the game is even allowing him to be at the minute. So, definitely doing well on the speed of clear. It's just whether or not he can find anything. Look at the amount of wards up on that top side as well. 3. I mean, obviously one of them's a Scuttle Crab, but 3 bits of vision plus a control ward there on the top side for RNG. They really want to defend Juice up top.
Yeah, they definitely do. Don't want to give EDG a window to do anything. And, you know, JJ is so far ahead. He's had a window to do his Raptors, go and drop a ward in the enemy jungle, and then start up Dragon and be on time for Dragon as it comes up. So it seems like it might just be an objective-focused game, point-blank period, as Jeju, to no fault of his own, is simply just behind in tempo. Nature of the jungle matchup. He might be able to sneak into the river and actually see this going down, but of course, EDG have that information. As I say it though, this one's already gone.
It's just so damn fast, it's insane. He's got a Drake, and they're still even in CS, essentially. As Genji goes over to his Gromp, will actually be a camp behind because of the Drake, right? And Wolves and Gromp won't last long against JJ. It's actually going to be Destiny up top from Juice just to get back into the lane. Nothing too surprising there. Obviously going for that instead of the TP, or go for the Ghost instead of the TP is Genji moves into the mid lane. Cryan actually using the Buster shot on Tangyuan just to get a really good trade.
Not super uncommon. You do see it from time to time, but when Tangyuan's that much HP, it does make you scratch your head for a moment. Now, Jeju on the Brand, of course, Brand probably the best grub taker. The issue is JJ is already level 6 and he's here. That first grub might give Jeju level 6. That could be a turnaround, but it doesn't. He's still 5, so he might have to yield the rest of these.
I mean,
first move as well from a lot of EDG here.
Surely you can't contest this one at this point. Smite available. JJ, he's going to be able to get one. Stranglethorns go wide, but here comes Cryan jumping into the mix. Genji the target and slammed against the wall. Cryan goes down for first blood though. 1-for-1 now. A solo kill suddenly on the front line alone, and he'll fall too. RNG win the trade.
That was just a very questionable decision from Cryan to rocket jump over, knowing that Juice has the gold card in his hand as well. It just kind of sets himself up to get chain CC'd. They were already winning the exchange, EDG. By the time he goes for the play, like you mentioned, it ends up being that 1-for-2, but still could have been a little bit better for EDG with a little bit more patience. RNG walk away a little bit happier with some of the kills they pick up, but it will be EDG that pick up 2 out of 3 of those grubs.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, really, that RNG win the fight, but the JJ's like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? I'm just going to take the remaining grubs. And walks away. I mean, misses the route to start. If that hits, this is a massive win for EDG.
It's a huge win, right? And, you know, it's not even like Crane had just used the Buster Shot in mid lane, you know? It's awkward. It's pretty damn awkward from Cryan, but hey, at the end of the day, EDG still walk away with more of the objective than RNG, so likely not too stressed. But it is Juice that picks up that kill, so he will be accelerated towards his first item, and for RNG, he will likely be one of those silent win conditions, right? Gold cards, so important.
Oh,
As play on the bot side.
Huanfeng is going to go down. Beautiful bit of play from EDG. JJ arrives and instantly Wink pulls the trigger.
Doesn't even get to play the game. Huanfeng uses barrier, uses ult, but he's in that misfortune ultimate the entire time. Not able to step away. Great play from EDG. And it just means as well the consequence of that play is JJ stealing away some jungle camps on top of that as Cryan.
Oh no. Getju's here, finds the stun, finds the passive, the burn is taken away, and it's enough Pyroclasm to finish the job. Getju with practically a solo kill.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tang Yuan's icon might be next to his name. But that was practically a solo kill from Getju. Finds himself a pick, just continuing to accelerate. He might even have Leandries off that. He already had those components in inventory. Fair bit of gold, and he does. So that is a very, very powerful brand 9 minutes into this game to be walking around on Summoner's Rift, and I want to see RNG try and utilize him now. Once that Pyroclasm comes back up, try and make a play somewhere.
We really couldn't have asked for much more, could we? Because it's RNG versus EDG. There's 2 carry jungles locked in, and both carry jungles are ahead simultaneously. You've got Kenji with the gold lead and a bit more like a finished item, but JJ with the objective lead. Great little start from Wink there, and let's be honest, JJ just stole the kill.
Pretty much. Such a great play from EDG. Chain CC'd almost 100 to 0. I mean, I'm not even sure if Huanfeng had a flash angle out either. Truly just is a sentiment to the play. So, good job there. And we'll see if they can continue to abuse that. Or where they actually want to go as a whole. RNG right now. I said, Pyroclasm up. Want to see some abuse somewhere. It's not going to quite be topside. Maybe if Solo Kill wasn't going into Mega Gnar right now,
Yeah.
he'd be suffering a different fate. But with that Mega Gnar up, a little bit too risky to dive for RNG.
Yeah, you need him to be squishy, right? When you're trying to dive with a Twisted Fate and a brand, you're so squishy yourselves. You can't stay under the tower, so it has to be one and done. Much more difficult when he's turning into that Mega Gnar, especially when, you know, there's the angle for if you move close enough to try and get that Pyroclasm to bounce, the Gnar ultimate comes in, you're doomed. You're absolutely doomed in that scenario. So good call from Getju to pull that one off. To call that one off, sorry. It's a 1,000 gold lead, though, for RNG. Good start for them. Leandries for both junglers at this point. As the next Drake spawns, you can see RNG fully clustered, ready to fight.
They don't want to give up that second one super early on. Juice is walking out of base right now with that ultimate, so he's got a bit of a window to show up to this fight. EDG are a little bit scattered.
No TP for solo
the fire pick after the fact.
Leave hunting, gets the slow on Huanfeng. He's caught out of position, but does dash to the rest of his team. Drake taken as Wink now has gone too far forward. Bullet time to try and buy space, but Iwandi denies everything. EDG fleeing as Juice looks for more on the backside. Wink goes in and finds a kill. Wink just destroyed Iwandi.
I can't believe it, Wink. Just goes, you know what? I might be going out, but I'm taking you with me. That's what he says.
You mess with the ball and you get the horns, that's all I'm saying.
Exactly. Exactly. RNG, they get that objective though, that's the key thing. They don't allow EDG to get that stacking going. Solo Kill didn't have teleport to join that play for EDG, so it was always going to be a 4v5. He trades out a couple of plates. But also EDG get more kills, so it's a bit of a gold positive trade for EDG, all in all.
It's kind of a banger so far, actually, because the same thing happened in Grubs, where RNG won the fight, but EDG got the Grubs. Now EDG get the fight, but the Drake goes the way of RNG. Switcheroo here. There's 3 plates taken on the bottom side there. Cryan finishing off that third one. Overall, gold not that far from even. Huanfeng is having a big old struggle in this game, though. This Kaiser not having a fun time against the MF Alistair.
Yeah, not panning out right now. Misfortune, such a powerful laner, and rushing towards that Bloodthirster. just a very powerful item for Misfortune. Keeps the strat active as Cryan. Looking for Tang Yuan here. Shouldn't be too much danger, but poke damage is poke. Tang Yuan will likely just go back to base. Or sit here if he wants to. It's, you know, the world's up to him at this point. This will be full grubs for EDG though, whilst all that's going on. Doesn't seem like RNG are necessarily set up for a play around these grubs. Looking maybe for a cross map down here onto Cryan and a few plates of their own if they can look to find the play itself.
Good respect from Cryan. Backs away from the tower, knows that this is the potential answer. As soon as he spots Gedju, you know he's going to rocket jump way away from this one. Oh, good jump. Trying to dodge the stun and gets big damage on Iwandi. Perhaps a chance for solo kill to find a follow-up. Iwandi's slowed, but solo kill can't really go too far forward. Tang Yuan just junks him. Pyroclasm. Perhaps a little, yeah, a little overexcited on the ultimate there.
Just for the love of the game, Joe. I mean, hey, you never know. Maybe Cryan randomly just takes 400 extra damage. One thing, actually, just as a very small side note, whilst we have as well, I mean, there's practically been next to no downtime in this game, but so not surprised, but also surprised to see Gedju go for this Electrocute on this brand. This patch did see Dark Harvest change quite significantly to a much more scaling-based rune where it's trying to force players to be a lot more proactive to remove the scaling numbers, but you get far more damage per soul. And of course, Brand kind of farms them for breakfast. That aside, EDG looking for a play on this bottom side where Brand isn't right now. They get another plate for Cryan. They're likely looking for this tower in the extended trade with this many numbers down here. Yeah. Not necessarily caring about this Herald, perhaps.
Should be able to finish this one off, although Juice using that Destiny, he's going to try and find Leave, who is really lonely in this river. The stun comes out from Wink, but Iwandi still finds his mark. Juice grabbing another kill. So far, the Twisted Fate ultimates finding value on the map, but solo kill finding value elsewhere as he just sticks around on the top side.
Yeah, constantly sticking around that top side solo kill. Been up there a lot, but Juice has been making it happen for his team. Got the first objective, finds a pick here onto Leave. That pick very well could easily set up for this next objective on the Herald. With Leave only now respawning, EDG are just committing to this bottom side tower, which it seems like they were always going to do. Just going to be a little bit less on tempo, a little bit more delayed for them. And now RNG will have this Herald for this Dragon in a minute's time, and we'll see how they get to use it. If they try and make a mid-play, or what the players will have to see.
Wink is fast. Juice has to be a little bit cautious there. That's a fast count charging at you, but he will walk away with his life. I just want to quickly mention as well, Bloodthirster first here for Leave. This guy wants to scrap. This guy wants to be in the action. It's 4-5 at 15 minutes, and I feel like I wasn't really sure what we were going to get today between EDG and RNG after how the placements went for both these teams, and especially with RNG removing Wei and Ming. I mean, they're still on the roster, but not starting today. I really wasn't sure what shape this team was going to be in, but so far, really contending with EDG, and EDG being a team that felt like they've been on the up and up this year. So a positive look here for RNG, despite the fact that, you know, they've not necessarily got themselves off to a tremendous lead or anything like that. Still, very positive compared to my expectations for this RNG squad.
Yeah, absolutely right. Going blow for blow at the minute in the opening of this series. And they're going to get to go blow for blow again, I imagine, at this Dragon. There's that Herald picked up a minute ago, dropped in the mid lane, just to try and draw members of EDG into the mid lane. They're already here. Whether or not they can stop the charge, likely. Oh, the plants actually de-aggro it. So this might just be killed before it gets the charge.
That's just tragic, isn't it? Tang Yuan has found solo kill in the top side. That's a mini dart with no rage. He's going to have to just get out of dodge in the meantime. Drake taken. That's 2 in a row for RNG. It will be that Ocean Soul. Not the most useful for them this game, to be honest. It would be more useful for EDG against the Poke, the Corki, and the Kai'Sa. As Juice going to ghost here. He's looking for JJ, or maybe just looking to find a way out. He's behind enemy lines, and he's surrounded in every direction. Juice, how did you get here, buddy?
I don't know, but Wink stole away another kill. Kind of unfortunate. I think that was trample. That said, though, like you say, Juice caught out. Shouldn't be there. Does get Leave's cleanse, so does leave the window open for a play once Destiny is back up on the map. Or once TF, rather, is up with Destiny back up on the map. But it does kind of turn into this mid tower. Likely going down here. 5 grub should help with that. Now Tang Yuan sees Mini Na.
Oh, just as he turns into Mini Na as well, solo kill is found and forced to flash. Great pressure in the top side from Tang Yuan. He's got that Triforce. He's well on the way towards the Muramana as well. Nearly finished stacking that one as he crashes a wave and gets out of dodge on the top side because JJ was making a beeline.
Yeah, Hop wasn't up for solo kill there, so had to use the flash. But you can already see how much damage Tang Yuan has at his disposal. No Muramana, no Manamune even picked up yet either. That's just Triforce and Caulfield's hammer. Warhammer. So Tang Yuan is just going to continue to become a much more dangerous force. And EDG, we spoke about the side laning potential with the Tristana. Now shifting, crying up towards this top side. They will continue to try and utilize the strength of this Tristana. Kind of understanding right now that solo kill's in a bit of a hole, and he's likely just going to have to play weak side duty for a little while. Try and deny whatever he can from RNG, as opposed to necessarily getting aggressive up in the face of Juice and trying to make plays for himself.
I have to say, not inspired by this first appearance of Na for the year, or for the split at least. The solo kill performance here, not making me want to see a ton of Na across the course of the rest of the split, but we'll have to wait and see. It is one of those champions that does seem to just appear back in the LPL meta and then just stick around as a blind top laner forever. So we'll see if that'll be the case once again. Static Shift finished off for Huanfeng, but doesn't really have much of that AP just yet. You can see him headed towards a Rage Blade, but still a little while before this Kai'Sa comes online. It does feel like just, like, Juice has got a really, really strong position. Tang Yuan's getting pretty strong. Getju's pretty strong as well. The problem is this Kai'Sa is so far behind. I feel like RNG still need a little bit of time before they're really hitting maximum capacity. Solo kill could be a target as TP comes in to answer, and the ult is just ever so slightly shy.
Does end up clearing the wave, so does mean that extended trade was always going to be risky, plus the teleport coming down. But yeah, like you mentioned, just a bit shy of its likely intended target. But now with Dragon coming up, 90 seconds time, that's 1 teleport down for Cryan, so he's likely going to have to remain down here on this bottom side, stay here, and then solo kill will probably get sent back up towards the top side, but Baron's also spawning, so the lane assignments might be a little bit awkward for this next string of play here for EDG, but for RNG, they have an opportunity maybe to try and find this pick onto Cryan, maybe with a Destiny Gate.
I'll tell you what, Leave is not going to run out of mana anytime soon, is he? Essence Reaver and a blue buff. I think he's going to be okay. Plus, spamming those abilities out. Already on 2 items on this Misfortune, likely to head towards something like an Infinity Edge next. And to be honest, there's going to be so little armor on the enemy team. I'm not sure if he even needs to go for a Last Whisper item at any point in this game. He could... I mean, is there even a Collector angle as like a later on item against a composition as squishy as this? Misfortune, one of those champions that can get real value out of a Collector with the way that the ultimate ticks.
Yeah, all of the different scalings as well. Misfortune's damage generally just being so high that that added little bit of lethality really does go the distance, especially when you're against so many targets that just aren't going to be building armor. So we'll see where Leaf decides to go with this build, but effectively, he's never going to run out of resources with Essence Reaver Bloodthirster, right? He's always going to have health, always going to have mana. Just makes him a bit of a wave clear machine in this mid lane.
It feels like, do you know, it feels kind of like a really old school build, right? It feels like, you know, Gangplank used to build like Philostone for top lane, so you just have that sustain, God. You can just stay in lane forever. Bloodthirster Essence Reaver is kind of a similar vibe of like, I am just going to be here. I'm never out of mana. I'm never out of health. I'm sticking around no matter what you do.
I feel like I've been teleported to like season 4 or something with the build, right?
If only. If only.
If only. Bring me back to the glory days. I miss
Do you know,
season 4.
I say that, I reckon that the game was probably in a terrible state in season 4. We just didn't
know
how to abuse it, you know? People just weren't any good at the game at the time. Although I say that.
I agree.
Samsung got pretty good in 2004, as we've got a massive play coming across here. JJ's going to go down. Solo kill's going to go down. RNG just open all barrels at EDG. Global ultimates flying across the screen.
Yeah, and this is kind of the strength of that composition we were speaking about, right? You speak about the CC coming in for Huanfeng to then fly in and finish off the target. We see that in action. They get 2 picks for their trouble. They do lose Juice, and there's not really a Baron angle by the seams of it. And EDG, you know, winning out on the structures game, they've always been able to send Cryin to these locations so far. Sidesteps the strat and strike.
Oh, Magnet Storm denies the W, but no ultimate there for Huanfeng. Can't follow up. Leave arrives as well to protect his mid laner. Tier 2 in the mid lane does survive, though, importantly. And Leave is like, look at my resources, I'm going nowhere.
I will never run out of either bar. As it's the play here. Juice teleports perhaps a little bit too close to both JJ and Wink, and does end up burning down for it, but it still enables Huanfeng to fly in, and Tang Yuan, I think, didn't miss a single ability in finding solo kill, so picks him up easy as you like, and he's on his way now to 3 items, speaking of that Corki. And he was scary about 5 minutes ago without that second item. It's going to be even more terrifying once he hits that third.
I mean, honestly, Tang Yuan having a pretty good game for himself. He's a player that's been criticized pretty heavily by the RNG fan base. And I think a lot of people wondering why it's, you know, Ming and Wei being subbed out of this roster as opposed to players like Tang Yuan. But today, looking fantastic on this Corki. Really, really good start to the series for him. It's just whether or not RNG can continue with plays like that, because, you know, positive play overall, a 2-for-1 trade for them. However, they are still down in gold. They're even in trades. Like, they lost out on the grubs as well. Like, it does feel like they are fighting from behind at this point. And they need to get some side lane pressure going with this Twisted Fate. Like, they've only taken 1 tier 1 all game so far.
Yeah, I think the frustrating part of that aspect of their game plan is just simply how strong Cryin is on this Tristana, and the general inability to, you know, consistently lock her down. Yes, they've got gold cards, but she's still very slippery regardless, as I think EDG get a little bit baited there by the vision, but you can see how little RNG are working with around this Baron for now. But yeah, just trying to deal with that Tristana, and then also just solo kill. Even if he is in Mini-Gnar, he's still a little bit hard to kill, right? And of course, then you have to worry about killing him before he hits Mega. So it has just made side laning as a whole very difficult for them so far.
It's also just hard to catch, right? Like, solo kill can just zip away so easily. So doing a good job to mitigate. Cryin could be caught once again this time. No Magnet Storm to deny the rocket jump. He will just pull himself out to safety. EDG doing a really good job to mitigate the game plan here from RNG to deny this side lane pressure, to deny that global pressure. If they can get that big front-to-back team fight that we know they want, it could look beautiful. Oh, all of the plants are down. This is potentially an angle for EDG to just burst through. TP comes in, but it's already 6k on the Baron. It's going to go down before Geju even sees it. Baron taken, and Geju flashed into the pit as well. Takes a massive chunk for his trouble as Iwandi gets the brunt of the plants on the end of the play. Solo kill in the mid lane. Huanfeng with the snipe. It's dodged by solo kill. RNG get nothing.
The first time, really, it feels like RNG don't get much on an exchange. EDG walk out, it's the Zyra special.
Yep.
Geju rather just didn't have any information really to work with. And all of that side lane pressure finally pays off, right? And the other thing, what's really been able to bridge that together, Cryin, I don't think he's going to get caught out here by Iwandi lurking in the shadows, is that Leave has just had this constant mid lane pressure. It's so hard to push out this Misfortune, stop her from having first move, and it's just enabling EDG to support their side laners so efficiently, and RNG just can't keep up.
She just doesn't seem to run out of health or mana for some reason. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, man.
We can
bug or what, but
we can take another look at this 25-minute Baron. Like, Vision is gone for a moment here. Geju is alone. Everyone else on the team nowhere near the play. Like, they didn't even lose Vision for that long. The Pillar of Flame nearly gets it, actually. Geju almost getting in time to steal that away. In the meantime, solo kill aggressed upon by Juice, but we saw that he did manage to get away.
Yeah, did manage to escape, and like, even RNG misjudging how quickly that Baron can go down, right? That Destiny used for Vision just to get information, because obviously Jeju like had no more wards. It was already dead. By the time he cast it, he had like maybe half a second to flash over the wall.
Yeah.
As Wink not gonna get onto the brand without that flash, speaking of. But again, more exchanges being won by EDG across the map.
5 Grubs and Baron with a Tristana while Drake is being taken. I mean, this is going to be difficult for RNG to defend. Solo Kill trying to push out the top side, so EDG do have to be cautious not to overextend. I say that. Wink not feeling too cautious as he goes in onto I1D. But Cryan just keeping Baron on these bot lane minions, getting ready for that next wave to hit. As a wave pushes in the mid lane, Leave's got to be cautious. Again, we can't overextend here for EDG. Well, the time going to come on through, but won't find its target. And honestly, just good by, I think it was Juice that was pushing out in that top side, putting some pressure elsewhere on the map, so EDG can't just hard siege every lane.
Yeah, doing what he can just to alleviate some of this pressure, but EDG have been so efficient with the side lanes throughout the game, and with this Baron buff, it's just making that pressure all the harder, as now they'll just take this tier 2 up here just immediately. One wave is all it's going to take.
And that is the end of the Baron buff. Wink stunned. Leave! What are you doing there, buddy? You're against a Twisted Fate. And now Wink might be in trouble as well. That's a CC chain, and that's one dead cow. EDG, sure, they get the tier 2 on the top side. It was a positive Baron play until this moment where the whole of RNG are collapsing onto EDG and Jeje goes down. Juice is taking over the game.
All right, Juice, I see you. Cleanse over, I want to say, the Zyra route, unless it just missed, but honestly, it looked so free perfect. Might have been a Captain Jack on the way in, and EDG just lose a little bit of composure on the end of that Baron power play. And it's given RNG a pretty decent window here. They might even take this second tower as well, if they so choose, though Cryan and Solo Kill might just have enough wave clear to stave off the rest of this push. But RNG find a little bit of reprieve, and when all is said and done, the dust is settled, Joe, the gold is even. It's dead even, actually.
Yeah.
Let's see how this play kicks off, though. It's just Destiny Gate, really. But Leave, oh so close. The Make It Rain might have genuinely have been the difference there.
Yeah.
Of course, dodged out on by Huang Feng. Wink, of course, caught out in the rundown.
It's frustrating, isn't it? Because, like, sure, you nearly got the kill on the enemy AD carry, but what are you doing there, man?
Yeah, I mean, I can, to rationalize it on EDG's part, right? They want Tristana to be a part of that topside push because she's such a quick tower taker. And at that point, it only really leaves either your options as Leave or Jeje to remain in the mid lane. Leave is Misfortune with Bloodthirster, Cleanse, and Flash. So they assume that might be safe enough, but it just isn't.
I think that's
and
fine.
It steps up a bit too far forward,
yeah,
right?
like maybe don't be hitting the inhib tower, you know? Like,
yeah, exactly.
There are ways to do that. There are ways to do that. Either way, I don't want to go too hard on the guy, but yeah. Tough one
you
for
don't,
EDG.
But I will. No.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter will, that's for sure. Oh, sorry, X. Sorry, I misspoke there, dare I say. I will say EDG, even with Leave overstepping a bit there, they're slightly down in gold, but realistically, with 200 apart, it doesn't matter that much. Objectively, though, they're 5 grubs, 6 towers, 3 drakes with the next one spawning in just under a couple of minutes' time. And I feel like that could be the breaking point here for RNG. They either need to make something happen before the Drake so it's not an easy take for EDG, or find some way to disrupt EDG. But if it's like a straight-up 5v5 for the Drake, not sure RNG can find a win there. Cryan moves over to help Solo Kill out.
Yep, just keeps him nice and safe. Destiny was popped there by Juice, but he's not going to pull the trigger anywhere particularly meaningful. Just going to join up with the rest of RNG. Tang Yuan is going to remain on the bottom side, though. He might actually rotate up the rest of the team. It looks like RNG want to try and get on top of this Baron. Ensure that EDG don't get a quick takedown, but also if they can pick that up before that next dragon spawns, can definitely do a lot of damage in terms of swaying favor for that 5v5 if they have to walk into it.
Yeah, ordinarily, I'd say a soul for a Baron is probably a worthwhile trade, but honestly, with this comp from RNG, maybe not. And it's already going to go down before EDG even can test. They found a kill onto I1D. It's traded for the Baron. EDG should be able to get themselves soul off of this, but still, RNG, nice opportunity, taken beautifully.
All right, get the Baron, but it's temporary buff versus permanent buff, right? The reality is EDG should be able to set up enough to ensure that there's no walk-in or potential exchange. RNG doesn't even look like they're particularly interested in trying to contest it anyway. They've got Tang Yuan up on the top side, and the rest of RNG, they can just shove through mid for now. Maybe take that tier 2. So that's what they want.
Solokil's got to be careful here. Oh, he's about to turn Mega. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Just
It's
scared.
just this annoying
Juice does a
window.
lot of damage. Juice does a lot of damage.
4 items, that snuck up very, very silently.
But there we go. Ocean Soul for EDG. Nice little punish from them to at least find a pick on the back of the Baron. They do still ultimately lose out on the Baron. They ultimately lose out on the gold swing. But we are getting to the point in the game where, 2,000 gold doesn't feel that meaningful. All of our carries are on 3+ items. Oh, recall denied from Crying. Tanguyen looking for the chance. Crying. Oh, the Buster Shot to 2. He gets out with his life. Oh, but here comes Juice. You're not getting that far out. As Huanfeng flies into the play as well. Nice pick from RNG.
Yeah, Tanguyen, the recipient of that shutdown as well. That's going to feel really good for RNG. And the solo laners really, on both sides, very, very strong at the moment. But specifically, of course, RNG, 4 items. Both of those carries now.
Yeah.
Moving towards that last whisper as well, Tanguyen. They're going to, you mentioned earlier, they might kind of struggle to walk into some 5v5s, leave. Flaunting some of that damage Misfortune has.
Just giving it a go. Yeah.
I think with the carries being the way they are, and just the way that EDG have slipped these last couple of minutes in terms of like setting up pressure and points on the map where it's very difficult for RNG to walk in. Remember, very squishy comp, right? RNG have.
Yeah, and I feel
That's
like
kind of open up this window for them.
they are just doing a good job of totally ignoring the option of a 5v5, right? RNG doing a great job of saying, look, we're never going to win a team fight against you guys. We're never going to play a team fight against you guys. You can't lose a team fight that you don't take. But doing a good job of, like, every single time we see Crying overextend or solo kill overextend, Juice is trying to make a play. Huanfeng is trying to ult with him. Tanguyen putting pressure in that lane. They're doing quite a good job to punish EDG, who are overstepping a little in these side lanes. We saw Leave overextending in the mid lane, immediately punished. The question is, can RNG convert this now? They've got 3,000 gold lead. It's been a positive Baron play for them. There's only 1 tier 2 up on the map in the mid lane. But can they defeat this Ocean Soul? And the real question, the scariest question, is Elder Dragon going to come into play, and how safe is the take going to be? Because that we don't often see that many really safe takes in the LPL.
No, you really don't. I think one thing RNG have going for them in that regard, you spoke about Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul, obviously, a lot of regenerative power. Brand has got that Murillo, not the full Murillo, but the Oblivion Orb. And of course, just applies it very, very efficiently, but that anti-heal lasts for so long between the Leandries and the passive. So it's going to cut down a lot of that effectiveness. If EDG do opt in for like a true 5v5, they haven't been able to find it consistently because, like we've said, RNG have done a really good job at just kind of keeping that option off the table for EDG. But an Elder fight, if there's one place you want a 5v5,
yeah,
unless you're truly outgunned, it is going to be that objective.
This is where it gets interesting for RNG, right? Because they have to find a way to pull EDG apart. EDG, you can see that they're just turtling. They're bunkering down. They're not sending anyone beyond the line of towers, essentially. Solo kill. Stepping out, as I say that, perhaps could be a target. Juice is in the area as well. Not going to pull the trigger just yet. Tanguyen moving in. Solo kill in Mega Knot. Immediately jumps back, but Juice moves in. Should just be ulted against the wall, but solo kill taking a lot of damage. Juice is going to go for the dive here. Does he have the damage? Dodges the stun, but he just can't bring the beast down. In the meantime, EDG starting to fight in the mid lane as well. I1D trying to escape. Already loses half of his HP. Neither team finds the kill they wanted.
Not just yet. A lot of abilities exchanged here. Ghost as well. Summoner spells, flash from solo kill could be big. No flash at a Baron or Elder exchange for a Gnar. It just limits the options of engage for EDG, right? They're not necessarily that great. There's a lot of thought that has to go in to an engage for EDG. Wink's got to try and find a flank, or he's just got to pick his moment out really well. And solo kill, he's got to have that same kind of thought process, but without the flash, just limits it. So RNG working with that for the next couple of minutes. And of course, 45 seconds away, Baron. A minute and a half, Elder. There's that small window where just that Baron is up. And you have to wonder whether or not one of these two teams is going to be able to sneak that away before that Elder comes into play. Because if they're both on the map, it could create some very awkward situations where teams are kind of jostling for control of either objective.
especially when both teams have been so focused on side lanes. I mean, Tangyuan and Juice have both been in this bottom lane for so long at this point, trying to look for this chance and solo kill. Tangyuan hiding in the brush, Juice trying to look juicy, as it were, but won't fall for anything. Cryan moved down as well. Elder's coming up in 50 seconds, Baron up in 5 seconds. RNG versus EDG. It always delivers, and we've got an absolute nail-biter to start off our Rumble stage.
As close as you like. That 3k gold lead doesn't really mean nothing anymore. At 38 minutes into this game, EDG, they're going to start up this Baron, and I mean, it's going to burn down quickly. I'm just going to say it's already gone, so RNG, I'm not going to say happy to give that up, but they're trading it potentially for an easier way into this Elder Dragon. They're going to be in the river first. I1D Wink.
I1D uses the Magnet Storm, Wink uses the Unbreakable Will, but it's pretty breakable by the looks of things. Geju forced out on the bottom side of the fight. And RNG now retreating towards the Elder, but importantly, one man up, and Geju going to heal off of the red buff as well, using that
solo kill.
Jungle sustain. Oh god,
EDG. That's big.
I mean, they're a man down. They've got no Mega Gnar. They're running out of ultimates. Geju caught potentially, but turns golden, and Juice on the backside. Crown with Captain Jack cleanse, but here comes Wonfong to finish the kill. Leave, massive damage across the team of RNG. Maybe EDG can actually turn this one. Solo kill, so chunked. Everyone on RNG low, but nobody going down, and they retreat to the Elder Dragon. Pings in the base from EDG as they look to trade.
Yeah, they want to trade this out, but I'm just not sure what they'll realistically be able to get here. Teleport down and an inhib at best. Seems like will be the trade, but if you're RNG, do you care? You get Elder, you just run straight back down this exact lane, or you find a flank with teleport.
They don't get the inhib, and they maybe get caught instead. Tangyuan gonna look for them. Rockets flying in, getting that dot ticking away. It's against an Ocean Soul, but look at Geju's positioning here. Pyroclasm on cooldown. Solo kill finds him over the wall. Damage coming in, but there goes the AD carry. Solo kill trying to escape with his life, but the burns starting to stack up at this point, and he surely goes down to the Elder Dragon. Stranglethorns comes in to try and protect the top laner, but it's hopeless. RNG find another pick. They find another chance, and now with Elder, they barrel into the base.
And let's just see how much tempo they exactly have here. 2 members dead, Leave and Solo kill. Critical components of this EDG team fight gone, and RNG with this Elder still have a very easy way into this backline if they so want it. Juice has taken a reset there for a second. He doesn't have to cover anything. They're going to get this window in now, and I mean, realistically, Joe, how far can they go with this Elder up? They could just end the game.
I think they might. Wink has to use the Unbreakable Will. There's so much damage on this RNG squad. They can do this so efficiently as they clear away the minion waves, but no. Calling off the play despite still having a minute on the Elder Dragon buff. They decide it is time to retreat and get these lanes in order.
Yep, bottom lane stacked up. Want to make sure they get in control of that, and then maybe just straight back through the mid lane. I'm not sure they're going to get much more use out of this Elder Dragon, but it's still done its job, and that side lane inhib is going to be such a pain in the backside for EDG to just have to consider, right, for the next 5 minutes. The chase down here is really good from RNG, though. Takes away the blast cone as well, Tangyuan, so there's no easy way out. Solo kill tries to get onto Geju here, but of course that just opens up the window. I missed that from Leave. Ooh.
Come on, man. Not a good game from him. Not a good game from him.
Not at all. But I think his fate likely the same, regardless of whether or not he had that flash key.
Well, true.
Juice does pick up that kill onto Solo kill on the end of the plate, and just more gold in the back pockets of RNG.
Maybe he was trying to re-angle the Q bounce. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yeah.
Wanted a better Q bounce for the fight. That's that was the angle, trust me. I will say, RNG coming in with 2 big roster changes, 0 franchise players on the roster, and yet coming in against EDG as a pretty big underdog and really taking EDG to the limit. This game going over 40 minutes to start the day here. And so far, so good for RNG. And like, it feels like a good while since EDG were winning those objective plays early on in the game, since they were stacking the grubs, since they were outmaneuvering on side lanes. It's been a long time since we saw that happen.
Long, long time indeed. I mean, EDG, they still do, you know, shred things like the Baron quite quickly. But, I mean, whether or not they get that window to find those early shenanigans like they did on that first Baron, I think is going to be a very tall task to be had.
Yeah.
Yet again, so deep into the game.
Just quickly mention as well, like, we are getting to 6 items on almost everyone at this point. For RNG, they've got 3 characters on 6 items already and get you not far away. The supports are already getting to the point where they get to have 2+ items, which doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, for supports, that's a big deal. This is getting pretty much as late game as I've seen this split, and perhaps a chance onto Cryan here. Captain Jack Cleanse comes in. I1D gets the Magnet Storm, but Juice was punted away by the Buster Shot, and Cryan gets out with his life. EDG trying to start a fight. In the meantime, his Wink goes in. I1D the target, and finally EDG get themselves something to work with.
Yeah, I1D's going to be dead. Just a couple more seconds longer than this Baron is, so EDG, there's going to be a small window where they can look for a Baron if they can maybe get mid-push, shove out that top side more importantly. But RNG, look at this. Complete darkness. They have set a huge booby trap for EDG, but they're not going to bite the bait. They just kept the mid lane prio first. Never skip your steps. And it just means that RNG are going to have to back off and step away for a second.
Inhib is wide open. EDG probably just get an Inhib here. If Leave gets a few seconds on that, it will go fast. The resets have come through for RNG, but they just lose an Inhib for trying to threaten the Baron there. EDG not falling for it for a second, and now through that mid-prio, they can move back in and take control of the Baron themselves. Really nice sequence from EDG not being caught out.
Yeah, they won't be caught out today. Here's this Baron attempt. We said they get a couple of seconds on it, they'll shred it. RNG should know this. They can see the vision, of course, and they're just not even going to contest. They know it's too fast. Baron will be picked up.
Right, Elder in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
This is going to get spicy now.
First Elder yielded an Inhib top lane for RNG and a lot of deaths for EDG. But there wasn't necessarily a full proper fight at the Elder, right? It was everything that unfolded beforehand in the mid lane through Wink and I1D's engages respectively. This time out, I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it might just end up being a whole 5v5 Juice walking out of base with Destiny Gate. Important to mention.
Yeah.
If he can find setup to actually enable Huang Feng to assassinate one of these backliners, it could be huge.
This Ocean Soul is starting to get oppressive because, I mean, Huang Feng, he keeps landing these Ws, but the poke just doesn't exist against this Ocean Soul. Super's pushed up in the mid lane as EDG get control of the bottom river. The third Baron still with 2 minutes on the clock here, and we're headed towards the second Elder Dragon. 45 minutes on the clock. This Elder could decide everything. Cryan going to start the objective off as the bullet time nearly finishes. Juice does have Destiny, but that's a slow old recall to get back to base. Elder's already going to be gone. That bullet time got the objective for EDG.
Double Uber buffs now for EDG. Surely they can do a little bit of damage here to RNG's base. That Inhib's already gone. They're TPing bot. Tanguan's TPing bot. There's a teleport match from Cryan. So this is now 4v5.
He's got Elder! Oh. He's got Elder! He's going to jump on top, surely finishes the kill here. Flash comes out from Tengu in the bomb on top, and it's a solo kill for Cryan in the bot side. And in the meantime, Geju went down in the main feed. That is gonna be game. EDG versus RNG. It's never not action-packed. It's never not close. But EDG just about edge out game one. Down in kills, barely up in gold as they finish the first game. But finish it, they will. EDG 1-0.
Exciting game to open up this series. And I mean, so back and forth. It could have gone either way, but EDG eventually, they get both Uber buffs, right? Yeah. They end up with the Baron, they end up with the Elder Dragon, and they're able just about... You shouldn't see that.
We saw behind the curtain.
We saw behind the curtain. Can you believe it? No.
This is all a curtain just about... as well. It's not actually real.
Is it? Ah. It's all a big green screen, eh? But yeah, look. Able to actually pick up that first series win. The first game win in this series. Which does kind of set the tone now maybe for what could potentially be to come next, right?
Yeah.
Both these teams are very apprehensive around a lot of these mid-game plays. And it was only really when the pipe kind of started to burst which is where things got very explosive pretty much post that first Baron. So we'll see now how RNG look to bounce back, because I don't think it was a terrible showing, especially considering it was 2 substitutes, right? So let's see what they can actually look to cook up in game 2.
Brand new roster, looking pretty decent against EDG. I mean, apprehensive in the mid game is a great way to describe what we just witnessed. 3 Barons, 2 Elders, but at the end of the day, EDG just about push it over the finish line. We're going to jump into a break and find out what on earth RNG are going to respond with in game 2.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memories.
Welcome back to the LPL Rumble stage. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Jamada as we head to Game 2 between EDG and RNG. And we started off with definitely one of the games of League of Legends of all time between EDG and RNG. 45 minutes, 3 Barons, 2 Elders, and EDG just about won it out. Supposedly a big favorite, but these roster changes from RNG seem to have fixed up something. Being challenged a little bit here in the lower group.
Yeah, they feel in some ways a little bit more proactive. They felt very confident, I think is probably the word to use so far in this series. So again, very excited to see what the bounce back will be, because of course by the MVP on your screen, EDG won game 1. By the end of it, it did take a joint Baron and Elder push to get the job done. But the job of game 1 is finished, and now it is about game 2 and what the adaptations will be. And with no Fearless, of course, and RNG have opted to remain on red side, it does, you know, kind of beg the question of what things will change for RNG. Do they want things to change? Do they feel like the draft was a big issue? What now will actually see change, whether it is that draft, whether it's in-game options and priorities in terms of objectives?
Yeah, we'll see what like you say, what priorities will change. I don't, you know, like the way that RNG played this draft, I don't really hate the way that they approached it. I think Juice especially finding a lot of good angles, like Tangyuan. I mean, Juice went over the top a couple of times as well, but trying to be proactive on that Twisted Fate. I think Tangyuan had a decent game of the Corki, but EDG did a good job to just sort of group up so that this side lane pick couldn't really pick at the side lane, and then at that point it became real difficult.
Yeah, I think, you know, if there was one adaptation I would have loved to have seen out of RNG, it probably would have just been the Nautilus for the row. I think they R5'd support, right? By the end of it. And the only reason why I say that is just having more point-and-click CC for some of those champions would have been critical in finding the consistent lockdown, right? You have the Twisted Fate, you have, of course, the Kai'Sa to dive in on top of that. And if I saw that correctly in the background, I did. Nar's been first picked for EDG, so, you know,
they love this Gnar.
Yeah, it's gonna offer up this Tristana here to RNG, and likely the brand. Gedju didn't have a bad game on it by any means. Just wasn't necessarily able to have the full-blown impact you would have liked to have seen from him. Millie as well. He's still got options, right? Kind of depends on what they want to land on. But very curious opening from EDG, who this time out they did remove away that Twisted Fate, so that is kind of the adaptation they're leaning into right now.
Yeah, similar bands, not quite the same, but that Twisted Fate gone away from Juice. So we'll see how RNG change things up. Obviously, they are the ones with the Tristana this time, where Cryan had that previously, and was using and abusing the fact that Tristana is so safe in a side lane, pushing really far up and getting away with it a lot of the time there. Looks like Leave is going to stick with the Misfortune, though. Again, this Gnar Misfortune combination, wanting that big 5v5 wombo combo.
Yeah, it seems to be that's what EDG are looking into. Number 1 and game number 2. The only thing that's changed is that AD slot. And RNG, I guess the big question is, how big of an issue do they perceive that Zyra to be, right? I'm anticipating that this is going to be Juice's lock-in. And just be as boring as ever in the Cassante, and it will. But now RNG, that's really the question. Do they want to remove away the Zyra? Do they feel like the early tempo gain by JJ on an individual level is what kind of caused some of those mid-game issues, some of those early game pickups between the grubs and, of course, those early dragons? Or whether or not they're happy to just give it up and say, you know what, I'm more kind of interested in removing away some of these sort of irritating picks that Wink maybe has up his sleeve. But I imagine it's JJ focus, and it will be that Zyra first off.
Not that surprising after that first game, after the very early Baron, after the ridiculously fast early clears that we saw where JJ was literally arriving at Raptors waiting for it to spawn because he was clearing the jungle so fast. So I think the Zyra, a pretty fair ban. On the other side, Braum, for anyone that hasn't seen Misfortune in professional play, Braum just ruins everything. He just stands there with his door and completely blocks the ultimate. So I think a very fair ban.
Is. Let's see now what RNG want. Karthus, Lilia. JJ's got a good couple of options. That can be stripped away here by RNG, or they could go one support perhaps that they don't want Wink on. Alistar was a pretty okay showing, all things considered. As the timer ticks. And it's frozen. And I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll never know, maybe even. That would be the case. Just probably a hard bug.
I'll have to see what comes out. Oh! Instantly, the Ziggs to follow it up, and we catch up to life. So the Lilia was taken off the board. Alistair immediately for Iwandi. Only the AD carry remaining for RNG. On the other side, EDG have to finish off this composition. So we need something in the jungle. I mean, the Karth is still open and available if they want it.
Yeah, of course, that 3 damage nerf to his Q, it slows down his clear by like maybe 5 seconds, like tops. But of course, they did hover over that Maokai, and honestly, wouldn't be too bad here. Either or, right? It kind of just depends on what they want, and they do land on that Karthus eventually. And JJ's still going to have a whole bunch of tempo. He's still going to farm up like a monster. And he's going to scale into the late game and be an absolute menace as far as that damage is concerned. And now Wink, option of that counter pick, already knows that the Alistar has been slammed in there for RNG. And RNG are, you know, technically holding on to a Tristana flex, but realistically, Tristana's going to Tangyuan, so they've given Huang Fang R5. And a lot to think about. Is it just going to be Kai'Sa though? They're just going to run it back? I feel like without that Twisted Fate, without that like guaranteed kind of gold card setup that we were seeing quite consistently,
Yeah.
I'd like to see a swap up from Huang Fang. And it will be the Jin, so a little bit more facilitative. Kind of setting up plays with that curtain call and the Deadly Flourish.
And it's vintage Huang Fang as well. If you think back to Worlds 2020, it was Huang Fang that had the flanking Jinnle from enemy base underneath bot tier 2. You know, that was a different time. It feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it? But Huang Fang still very much an expert on the pick, bringing it into that Misfortune lane. Jin, a pick that can match the push of a lot of these AD carries like Misfortune that can clear the wave so efficiently. And Jin can do a good job of trying to match that, but also setting up for other carries like Tangyuan on the Tristana and the Brand.
Exactly, you already have so much front-loaded damage. Just going for a bit more utility, right? And those small bits of CC could be very, very crucial in just enabling the rest of RNG to set up onto EDG, right? A fair bit of mobility on the 2 main carries, and then Cry, and of course, Valkyrie. It's a small dash, all things said and done. So RNG, slightly different flavor of game number 1, but a lot of the same components, right? It's just less about that dive in with the Twisted Fate and that Kai'Sa, and a little bit more about setting up from range with the Jin and kind of trying to allow Cassante to frontline. Whilst the EDG kind of sort things up. Another carry jungler this time inside of the Karthus. Kind of see how aggressive around those objectives he's willing to get. Because with Zyra, it's very easy. With Karthus, you have to rely on those lanes just a little bit more.
Yes, you do. You do indeed. We'll see if he can get aggressive, if he can get an advantage against this Brand. Once again, different pick for him. I'm looking towards the Misfortune Rakan combo, though, in those team fights. A lot of team play available for EDG. Let's see if they can make it happen twice.
Maybe they just walked back in. A little bit sleepy. Game 1 was long after all.
Wink having to
Give the
start with
fans
that W.
benefit of doubt.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded starting with the Q. But I guess against Alistair, having the threat, the W is not too bad anyway. And be able to potentially counter the engage. I say counter the engage, not like Alistair really has engage at level 1, let's be honest. But actually, Alistair getting an advantage 4 lane at level 1 is a big deal because it means you can potentially get push, threaten the level 2, and you kind of skip the biggest weakness of Alistair, which is that first wave.
Yeah. I think classic saying always is, level 1, Alistar's not a champion. Level 2, he's basically a champion, but he's just missing one ability, right? And then, of course, the treble comes in level 3. So we'll see what advantage RNG can look to find. Sending Wink back and just kind of glancing over the minimap, it does look like RNG have control over that first wave. Let's see how far that control goes.
And just to remind everyone at home, in case you missed this first game, we are on 14.13. We are on the live patch here in the LPL. We skipped 14.12, jump straight into 14.13. Fearless is gone. We're in the Rumble stage. This is the Nirvana group. And EDG and RNG would love to make an impression as level 2 hit on both bot lanes. And Iwandi ignited, flashes away. The follow-up comes through. And EDG 2v2 the bot side of RNG.
Yeah, that last tick of Ignite is what gets Wink that kill. Leave, unfortunately, has it stolen away from him. Not really his fault, Wink. But they still win out the 2v2, and that's huge pressure. Gonna be one out, and you know, we spoke about objectives and how important the laners would be for JJ. And this bottom side's getting off to a good start for him. Level 2 hit. Pretty much just that 1 minion sooner. By the time things kick off, it just doesn't give Iwandi a favorable in, and that auto attack comes through from Leave, but it's that Ignite tick that gives it over to Wink.
Yeah.
But priority is fully earned now down here in this bottom side for EDG, and they'll continue to try and hold it, I imagine, for a little while.
Yeah, the bonus damage on that Q from Leave as Iwandi was just within the cone for it to bounce. It kills the minion bounces, it means it does extra damage. So Iwandi taking a big chunk that I don't think he expected to take there, and it means that he's caught out of position. Ward will be cleared. Is JJ looking towards the Scuttle Crab. He's finished his clear. Get you on the bottom side of the map as well, and Tanguan's moving over, but all in on the bottom side. Iwandi forced away once again. He will survive this time around. JJ dodges the route as well. But the Crab in a really favorable spot for Geju, but no, walks straight past him, and suddenly it's into JJ's arms. Who's going to get the smite? It's Geju that grabs it in the end, looking for the stun now as JJ tries to escape, dodges the route. Follow-up is there. Geju wide on the stun in the end, and now a knock-up onto Tanguan as Leaf tries to get underneath the tower. JJ low on HP, but does survive. And in the meantime, Crane got a reset off.
Crane just said, you guys have fun with all that noise.
Yeah, I'll go back mid.
Yeah, I'm staying mid, baby. I mean, first and foremost, someone get that Skull Crab a contract. I don't care who he goes to. He just was not willing to die. It's Geju that gets it in the end. But it dodged out on like 4 abilities or something really ridiculous like that. Now we'll get a replay of that skirmish, but neither side is able to draw blood in the actual exchange. A couple of summoner spells blown though. That's just about it, really. All that for a Skull Crab, and EDG just looking to maintain pressure down there on that bottom side.
I just can't believe no one died. 4v3 for that long in the river and nobody goes down. As Cryan will find himself a CS advantage. It doesn't look like it now, but that's a big old minion wave that he's going to slowly sweep up for himself. JJ not taking any chances on that one. Finishes it off.
I love that little zoom in from the observers, because they're like,
can he finish it?
Is this one going to dodge it? Is he going to be able to finish off this Skull Crab? Find out next time. That was, yeah, Junglers will just return to full clears. Geju actually does have a little bit of a tempo advantage, and I think that's a stacked wave down there on bot. And Iwandi's here on this mid wave to help Tanguan shove out, so I wonder whether or not this is kind of an attempt at a dragon setup, but seems like the answer is probably no.
That almost sounds like accidental flame. Is this an attempt at dragon setup? Tanguan just buffers the engage, but move goes down anyway. And Ignite comes in. It won't be quite enough as Tanguan walks away with his life. Leave now alone in the bottom side. Perhaps a chance at playing down there for the side of RNG, but it doesn't look like any triggers will be pulled. Good respect from Leave to stay away.
Yeah, the tone was more because Geju was on wolves instead of walking into the river with that much control. But yeah, as we see there in that mid lane, Tanguan is forced to flash, and Could be a vulnerable target to another Wink roam later on, but of course, so difficult normally to lock down that Tristana. The rocket jump buffer as well. Very, very hard to outplay. Even once Wink hits level 6, there's still a timing to it you can get out of. As spoke about the early objectives. Jet playing towards that bottom side, which is heavily winning, and Keju is up on those grubs. We'll take those quite quickly, of course, as the Brandon. We're even going to get a split screen. It's not really a competition now that Tang Yuan's here.
Oh, who's going to get him first? Who's going to get him first? It doesn't matter at all. But it will be an objective trade regardless. As a plate actually goes down in the bottom side as well. We saw the reset from Huan Fong. Crying gets to the other side of Tang Yuan, who wasn't level 6 just yet. Tang Yuan now hitting 6 tries for the play. The flash ult not quite in the right spot. Requiem, is it enough? Oh, 1 HP! 1 HP in a dream. Tang Yuan walks away.
No way. Tang Yuan is a lucky, lucky boy to be walking out of that play. That Requiem just shy. Dark Harvest as well doesn't quite push it over the edge. I think if a minion accidentally sneezed on him, he would have died.
Yeah, that was about as close as you can get, I think.
Yeah, Keju comes in and he steals this blue buff away on the back end of that play. And as you mentioned, it was basically as close as it could have really been. We'll get a replay and probably confirmation on what Tang Yuan's HP was exactly. He's looking for the insect here as he ticks over to level 6 right now. He tries to find the angle. Flash out from Cryan is great. It's fleet footwork on that last auto attack. I mean, he would have autoed it there. The Doran's auto, 13 HP. I mean, yeah, between the fleet and that one auto attack, he probably did keep himself alive. Genuinely, through a little bit of life still. So very fortunate there.
Yeah, about as close as you could physically get on a play like that. Yeah. Tang Yuan gets away with it in the end. So 1-0 on the scoreboard. EDG, a bit of a lead actually, 1,500. It feels like the laning phase is going much better for EDG than it did in game number 1, right? We've got 500 gold lead in AD carry and in mid. Top basically even. Jungle ever so slightly behind, but Wink is soaring ahead with a 700 gold lead in the support role. But that first Drake already taken. Second group's coming up in 2 minutes. Is Crying just taking it to Tang Yuan. Happy to take these trades.
Wanted to throw that big one out and connect on the back end of the trade, but doesn't quite find it. A bit of retribution for a blue buff still. Will JJ get it? No, he will not. We'll go over to Geju, so won't find that one back. And a lot of the root of that gold lead has been because of, you know, how that bottom lane played out. Because of that level 2, right? It's all kind of a rolling domino effect. JJ is able to get, you know, favorable timing down there with more members for EDG there first. Cryan then, of course, gets alone time, which is kind of then given him this gold lead because Tang Yuan looked for the roam down there on that bottom side play. So it's all of these small things beginning to add up to a slightly larger global gold lead as a JJ good flash reaction out of that play.
Really good flash there. The current call comes through, but unfortunately for Huan Fong, JJ already got himself out of dodge, and in the meantime, Tang Yuan so low in the mid lane, just has to rocket jump away. Crying, really getting the best of this matchup. It's not often that you see this matchup be quite as one-sided as this, but I mean, he's 30 CS up, crashing another wave. No TP for Tang Yuan. This is a monumental lead in the mid lane for EDG.
Yeah, and it does kind of make you ponder the question how long it's going to take for Tang Yuan to recover, if he ever does, right? He's almost a full level down. More than actually. Cryan's almost level 9. Tang Yuan's not even more than 3/4 of the way to level 8. So, to say monumental, you're almost underselling it in some ways, really. That is a big, big lead for a 10-minute timer.
And especially when the Triforce comes in, right? It's such a huge spike for the core here. Like, Tang Yuan is in serious threat. And that was one of the big conversations we had in the previous game, was how much of a problem the Tristana was in the side lane from Cryan. Well, this time around, on the other side of the matchup, he's still the one getting ahead. He's still the one finding an advantage. Great stuff from him. A lot of people really praising Wink when he came over from IG. Cryan not really getting as much of the limelight out of that IG-EDG trade, but showing up here today. Decent in the first game. Really, really solid laning in the second.
Exactly. Doing a really good job so far. I see that trend continue. Valkyrie looked comically short, but just getting away from my 1D, it does the job.
It's long enough. That's all that counts. Wink does have to flash to get himself out to safety. W dodged. Huanfeng struggling to find these deadly flourishes. Solo kill finally finds an ult, but doesn't even get a stun out of it. And suddenly he's Mininar trying to escape instead. Juice TP'd into the play, but won't be able to close the gap. It's just both teams kind of looking at each other menacingly. That's the rocket jump. Bullet time comes through, but the buster shot will deny Leaf's kill.
All right, well, when all is said and done, my dear friend, RNG will be getting some scraps. So let's see whether that is the band-aid to fix Tang Yuang's deficit. If they could finally get RNG's mid laner onto a side lane in a bit more of a comfortable position. He's kind of been forced out by Leaf there. He's now on the top side alongside Juice and the rest of the team. Maybe looking for as many places they can get, right? And even scraping back some of this gold, shared or not, is going to be a huge deal. And they're also just giving up this second dragon, right? So with 6 grubs, realistically, there should be the whole tower. Leaf's getting solar plates down here on the bottom side, so that's also something to consider for the extended trade, right?
Yeah.
Misfortune getting super strong. Huanfeng is going to find himself on the end of a trade from Cryin, but no more mana, no more big rockets.
Yeah.
Not the worst in the world.
I will say, while this tower goes down on the top side, we already saw Leaf taking the tower in the bottom lane as well. Misfortune pretty quick at taking towers while there's a minion wave there, because you get your passive each time, and you can reset the cooldown on your W, so you get the attack speed. The second minions aren't there, you're slow as hell. Like,
hey,
Misfortune is useless at taking towers without a minion wave there. Engaging the mid lane from I1D, but Cryin not going to be under too much threat here. He'll just continue to push that one away. Juice has arrived though, and the tower will survive.
Yeah, throw fall down, so RNG get a pretty good gold trade. There's a teleport's coming out onto Geju. He has no flash, remember.
Is there an
But,
angle here?
No, there is not an angle. He's just going to walk out. Loiter out, actually, zombie brand.
I don't think loiter means what you think it means.
It's when you just stand around, though. Loitering?
Yeah, but he was leaving, so he's obviously
he
not
was
loitering.
Well, okay, all
you
right,
can't
true.
loiter out of somewhere. You either
Yeah,
loiter
no,
or
you're
you
right.
go out.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. I was trying to find. It doesn't. Either way.
Okay, 3
Teleport.
places at the bottom side for RNG.
Leave my ability to speak English alone.
The solo kill loiters his way into that bottom lane. Yeah, it's been an intense early game, hasn't it? 1 kill in 14 minutes as Tang Yuan jumps back in. Wink finds a knock up onto I1D, but that's all he'll find. And I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, right? I was cautiously optimistic about EDG coming into the Rumble stage. RNG had these roster changes coming in today. Both teams feel a little bit toothless.
This game number 2, definitely. And like you said, I think I've watched more riveting early games than this one. But
It's not saying a lot, is it?
No, it's not. But EDG do have themselves, at the very least, a decent setup for this mid game with these 2 early dragons. Just that RNG these last couple of minutes, despite still being down in total gold, they've done a lot to recover some of these individual gold leads. Specifically, Tang Yuan at one point was down like 1.2k gold, and with these 6 grubs, they're just moving him around, right? Getting all of these numbers. They're giving up objectives, yes, but they're just trading gold for it. So for now, they don't mind, and they're just utilizing the grub buff.
And they have actually gained themselves, well, they've got themselves even in gold, which compared to the almost 2,000 gold lead that we saw earlier in favor of EDG, definitely positive for RNG. Getting a tier 2 this early on in the game as well is fantastic for them in the side lane. It's a huge amount of gold. Perhaps Herald could go straight up to the top lane to try and trade that, but I don't think that's going to be the play for EDG here. So all things considered, I'd say a very positive trade for RNG. Getting themselves back within touching distance.
Yeah, exactly. That's the important thing. But now as items start to be completed, caught, and important levels as well being crested on, Triforce was just picked up by Cryin. And that is a huge spike, as we saw from game number 1 on the Corki. And it's going to be Malignance on this Karthus, actually. It's not going to be the Black Fire Torch, which we were seeing a lot from some of the Karthuses once the item came out. Of course, Black Fire Torch in general, just a broken as hell item. Replace Malignance, but it will be that item choice to FJJ. So having that item up just a little bit more frequently, right?
Yeah.
Maybe looking to farm some Dark Harvest next.
We'll see if he can find his targets. Should be this tower going down. A solo kill and Cryin group up to finish the objective. One auto wasn't quite enough, but they just turn on to Juice instead. Iwandi starts the fight, and they find an angle on Solo Kill, but the charm comes on through, and suddenly Solo Kill almost survives. He still went down, though. Iwandi hunting for more as Crying is flicked back. Juice, the hero of the play, as he turns it around in RNG's favor. Tanguyen has now TP'd behind enemy lines here, but not for a play onto the players. Instead, looking towards potentially an inhib tower.
Yeah, Wave is a little bit far away from him, though, so rotation into mid lane, perhaps, just to put more pressure down onto EDG. Probably do wonders. Not sure if he's sorted out that control ward
That's
or
a
not.
weird TP. That's a really weird TP.
It's strange. I think he was expecting EDG to retreat, you know, through the lane as cool.
Curtain Call flies on through. Leave trying to clear the wave, but the Curtain Call is enough to stop him ulting and secure the tier 1 in the mid lane for RNG. So all things considered, again, a massively positive play for RNG. EDG, they got the lead again, and once again, RNG seemed to stop the bleeding in the mid game and find ways to answer what EDG are doing.
Yeah, and they might even be rewarded here with a dragon, because I don't really feel like EDG, with this particular setup, want to walk in at all. So this is a pickup to stop that stacking. And I really just have to commend RNG as a whole, right? They picked up those 6 scrubs with Geju early on, and they've just been rotating around as a unit, picking up all these structures. I love the utilization to just get them off the map, as unfortunately Solo Kill, I think just barely that last tick doesn't get Mega Nart, can't delay the play. And I think, yeah, teleport obviously looks a little strange. I think he was looking for Wink, if Wink was going to go, you know, the scenic route, I guess. But yeah, good play from RNG to punish EDG, who kind of got into a bit of a rhythm, right? They were probably not expecting this many numbers here, perhaps, because RNG had been trading so happily across the map with these structures.
Nice bit of play from Juice there to team up with Iwandi. Iwandi gets the initial engage, and then Juice following up on the CC, chaining that with the all-out onto Solo Kill. Managing to make that pick happen. Then the flash for the Q3 as well. I've been quietly impressed by Juice since his entrance into this RNG roster. I think he's one of the players I'm more optimistic about, honestly, within this roster. So good stuff from him on the Cassante. We've seen him on carries, we've seen him on tanks. I'm excited. I'll be watching this player's career with great anticipation.
Great interest.
Yeah, that's it. I'm bugging it
Right,
again.
you've got look, you'll get it. I'm sure. Like next, you know, look, we've got AL, right? AL are trying to make a Welds run. We saw how well that went the last time in summer when they did have a fighting chance. I think it was 2022, right? That iteration went fairly far. Couldn't quite cross the mark in the end. You'll get another chance, Joe. That's basically what I'm saying. You will get the quote right.
The opportunity for redemption. Are you saying that you'll be watching my career in using this quote with great interest?
With great interest.
Is that where we're going with this?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh dear. It's been a quiet one, hasn't it, this game? 2-1 on the scoreboard. But
it's been a game of chess.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm quite excited by that fact because RNG, we came in saying, look, they're big underdogs. Maybe they could just cause chaos and that'll be a way to challenge EDG. But no, they've kind of been challenging EDG at their own game. EDG winning out that first game, but it really was by the skin of their teeth. JJ engaged upon by Iwandi. I'm not sure I've seen a single hit from Hwangfong this game. Juice just dashes out of the play.
All right, well, yeah, sure. I mean, everyone's disengaged. There is a lot of things onto this Baron.
I'm just excited for the second series, you know.
Yeah. Well, so RNG apparently. They're starting up this Baron 20 minutes on the dot. Teleports are coming down as well. Requiem before the play just to chunk out some of these members too.
Yeah, trying to get that chunk. The Baron is still just burning on through. Iwandi tanking in the meantime. 3k in the pit. Iwandi buying space the bottom time in. RNG do get the Baron. A solo kill. Sets up one. Hwangfong the next target as Geju gets over the wall, but Crying chasing through. Double slow from solo kill. The follow-up from Crying as Juice tries to turn it around, but he just ain't that tanky yet in this game. And EDG, they do punish 3 kills for the Baron.
I mean, honestly, RNG are lucky to walk out with anyone having that Baron buff. Given how the setup was going, Jejet just, of course, come back from base, so RNG get themselves a Baron. And even though they're currently in a negative Baron power play, and Leave might just about get this tower for free. let's see exactly what damage RNG can do to the remaining structures outside the base and whether or not they can actually find themselves a siege between Huangfeng and Geju, who should always be together. Get a look at the play though, as of course again, remember JJ in base coming back right now. Knows his only contribution can be that ultimate. Iwandi does what he can to kind of interrupt any engage, stops the bullet time, forces leave, or more aptly, I think mind controls leave to rage flash over the wall and get the rest of the chase down as Juice kind of sacrifices his life, thus prevent Crying from finding a chase down onto more members and keeps one extra king available on this Baron buff with RNG.
I mean, Iwandi did about all he could in that fight, didn't he? But there's only so much you can do when you're all chunked out by the Requiem. I mean, the fact that JJ was basically not a part of that play, and he was still the third highest damage on the team, just blasted it all across the entire enemy team. He's finished that Leandries now as well. Although Geju getting close to his third item at this point. But the Seeker's Arm Guard will be a little bit more difficult to take down. Drake up in 10 seconds, and RNG the ones in control right now.
Yeah, rotate in quite easily here. Someone needs to give Juice a ride out, or he's going to lose a bit of his health. But yeah, I mean, Dragon started up. EDG, they're not really in a good angle. Solokill's looking for the wraparound, but he's a little bit away from Mega.
That's 2 objectives in a row for RNG. Solokill looks for the ultimate. Requiem comes in. Geju the target, and he goes down. Iwandi will fall shortly as well. 2 for EDG and trade for the Drake. And I mean, they are getting these kills. They're getting more gold, but they're losing all of the objectives.
Yeah, EDG, it's going to be a little bit frustrating for them, really, in many ways. Though they are getting a lot of gold off the back of them. RNG deny 2 dragons away. And there's a lot of carries on both sides, right? These Infernal Dragons will start to stack up an amount.
Yeah.
It's a fair bit of extra damage on the cards here for RNG. Out of Huangfeng, out of Tangyuan, and out of Geju specifically. And it's been pretty difficult for EDG to get onto those targets, like, in a meaningful manner when RNG aren't throwing their body for a play, right? Like, it's taken quite a bit.
I will say the Infernal Soul, if RNG can continue to stack them, is a bit of a miracle with how far behind Huangfeng is. I don't think I've seen him really do much of anything this game. He's 2,000 gold down. He's finally finished his second item here. It doesn't feel like these skill shots have been particularly hitting their mark, but the damage from Jin, if you are behind in the game as well, can feel really lackluster. Those Infernal Drakes will certainly help him out. Perhaps give him an opportunity to start influencing these fights in a bit more significant of a way.
Yeah, and of course this damage scales so differently to so many other AD carries as well, just because of all of the number conversions under the hood. Juice looking onto Cryan. He's got Geju a whiles away. He's got a teleport here for Tang Yuan.
Oh, the flash for the slow, and then goes for the all-out as well. Juice making the play happen. Cryan was caught out in the side lanes in the previous game, but last time he was on Tristana. You can't do the same thing on Corki.
No, you're punished so much more easily, and that's a 300 gold shutdown over to Tang Yuan. And again, just, it feels like RNG throughout a lot of this game have been chasing that lead for their mid laner, right? However they can get Tang Yuan back some gold after the early exchanges. They've really done a pretty good job trying to make that happen. Tier 2 on the bottom side, though, traded out. So as far as, you know, flat gold is concerned, it's practically an even trade, right? Some of that gold spread a little bit more between the EDG members, though, this time out. And again, a tower for them and just a little bit more freedom on the map. RNG, there's no objective for a little while, 90 seconds. And start to anticipate they'll set up around this top side. See if they can sneak a Baron, but actually get more members out this time.
Baron won't be up for another 70 seconds, but getting that vision down is going to be the name of the game for the time being for RNG. But I feel like we might have a quiet minute here until that Baron comes up. But with a Brand and a Karthus, if either team gets a small opportunity, they will burn through the Baron, not to mention the fact that Cryan and Leaf both on 3 items at this point in the game. Not entirely sure how Huangfeng fell quite so far behind in gold. I guess just plates or something, but and I suppose, you know, kill and assist helps, but a full tier 3 down at this point.
There was that sequence of play where RNG had 3 members top, right? And they took that whole tower and leave.
Yeah.
Got to kind of get solo golden XP for a little while.
But even
lot of that.
still, like a full
Yeah,
tier
it doesn't
3
amount to-
item plus a BF
It doesn't amount to
sword.
a full item plus a BF sword. No, I can tell you that for free. And remember, RNG, I mean, they also got the Baron Gold, right? So
True.
even that added on, still not enough to even remotely close that gap. Even though Leave has only got tier 1 boots. Again, no matter how you slice it, such a big difference. And some of that can, I suppose, come down to some of the item costs, right? It's a slightly cheaper build, I think, off the top of my head for Leave, but even then, still massive for EDG.
Surprising to say the least. But we'll see how it continues. 4,000 gold lead for EDG, and as we've mentioned, a lot of that is in the pocket of Leave. We need to see him perform in this next fight. Baron is up, and here we go. Skill shots landing. Wink trying to escape, but the bomb is on his head.
Oh!
No! Dashes into the bullet. It's like the opposite of that film wanted. Juice TP's pretty deep on this one. Oh no, Juice, he's had such a good game for himself. Does get out, but the Requiem comes through, and Juice burning. Flash from solo kill to kill the opposite man. And suddenly it turns into an EDG favored play. Iwandi trying to escape, slowed by the rock. EDG desperate to turn this into a second win, desperate to get their first win off the Rumble stage on the board. Tang Yuan trying to find the solo kill and goes 1-for-1 with Leave.
Joe, I don't know which one of them did it, but one of them auto-attacked a minion in the middle of that. We're going to get a replay. I know the observers saw it, but it's a 1-for-1 between Tang Yuan and Leave. I think it's just going to turn into a dragon by the end of things because EDG seemingly don't want to give up Soul Point, even though they could get the Baron here. Not willing to make any sacrifice. Geju.
Nice, Sonya's keeps himself alive. Iwandi trying to tank for him. In the meantime, the CC chain's great. Sets up for the kill onto Kryan and keeps Geju alive. He can heal up off the blue buff as well. Dragon is up. Jeju's in the area. Both junglers. No, Geju doesn't have smite. Okay, it's coming up. He had one smite charge available. And looking towards the Drake. Looks like RNG will get it. And I don't think JJ's going to try and move his way in the end. This will be 3 Infernal Drakes for the side of RNG.
All right, that's a lot of extra damage now stacked up between those 3 Infernals. RNG, the carry specifically, really amped up despite being in some of those item deficits. That Infernal Dragon will do a pretty decent job at bridging that gap, right? We said it earlier. Now it's come to fruition. Look at this third shot here. Dash out. Kind of ends up being a dash into the bullet. Unfortunate for Wink. A teleport is just a little bit unnecessary from Juice, to be honest. At the very least, like, in this position, bullet time doesn't finish him off. The Requiem puts solo kill in a position where he can flash forward and just about walk out of his life. But let's look at this mid lane 1v1, Joe. Because one of them auto-attacked the minion. I think it was Tang Yuan. It's not that, yeah. I think Leave may have A-clicked it 3 times.
He's trying to maximize passive, right? He's trying to get his passive. Because in a 1v1, Misfortune just loses 100% of the time. If you can get the passive, you actually do more damage than if you were just autoing, I think. I guess it depends on crits.
But it just can't be right. It just can't be right.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I know exactly where you're coming from, yeah.
You're missing out on DPS either way. But understand the idea from Leave if that was the intent.
We need a Misfortune expert in chat to let us know if that...
We need a mathematician.
It doesn't look correct, does it? It just doesn't look correct. It doesn't feel right. I don't know. Either way, he goes down. And we just said how he has most of the gold for EDG. He has to be the one stepping up in these fights. Goes down in a 1v1 to Tang Yuan. And in the meantime, EDG start the Baron once again. Karthus does this so fast alongside that core key. RNG looking for the fighters wing, just trying to keep them at bay. 4K on the Baron. Juice goes in. That's the combo that they've been looking for. EDG finally get those ults synced up. Solo kill has gone way too deep on the backside of the fight. They're all out. Was it even an all-out for Juice? Yeah, it was. Okay. The all-out pulls him out to safety. I could see the ult icon online. EDG, though, should grab themselves the Baron off the back of this one. Get you down. No smite available. RNG, last-ditch effort. Curtain call comes on in, but the Baron is taken, and now Juice might have overstepped, trying to get back out to safety. EDG find the objective. JJ is low, but it does not matter.
No, he will about escape that 4th shot. Really did send JJ very close over the mortal coil.
Yeah.
Back to the respawn chamber. But they do get the play. Like you said, they've been looking for that wombo combo for a little while. And they finally find it. Solo kill. And of course, this misfortune, everything just comes together. And it looks very pretty, doesn't it?
Yeah,
By Brand.
I do feel like Solo Kill actually just pulled Juice out of the MF ult and set himself up into an all-out position.
Hey, it's okay. You know, sometimes it happens like that. I think Juice was path makering anyway, right? Using that W to not get displaced. So I think no matter what, he probably does end up, just because Juice just doesn't like the guy. You know, it's a top laner ego thing.
Yeah.
Does drag him all the way back.
The new rivalry between Solo Kill and Juice. They're both pretty much just come into the league, but we've decided narrative-wise this will work for us.
Stories, exactly.
Well, it's certainly not been clean from either team, that has to be said. But EDG, similarly to Game 1, feel like they are slowly but surely eking out enough advantages to push themselves towards a win here. It's a minute until that Infernal Drake comes up. Woo. Bullet time just shy of Huan Fong there. Requiem, I don't think it's enough. The shield comes in. Actually, that shield was the difference maker. It would have been enough. I take it back. My goodness, Iwandi saved the day.
Yeah, if he hadn't hit that. And I mean, it's very easy to not, right? As Tang Yuan as well almost loses his life on the bottom side. The EDG are just relentless in their shove across these lanes. And RNG are just crumbling. They can't really hold on right now.
This is the power of these double AD carry compositions. You take towers so effectively. That's double inhib as Infernal's Dragon is about to spawn as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see EDG just clearing this wave and then moving over towards that Dragon Pit. You do want to make sure that you guys are the first ones there without RNG being able to move in as well. Ward spots out Leave. Curtain Call comes in and Juice is behind enemy lines. Leave the target. No, Solo Kill will be pulled in with the all-out. Turns Mega, though, and finds a stun. Wing follows up. The great turnaround from EDG. Leave looking for an angle, but Bullet Time's on cooldown right now, and the burn is coming through from Genju. Flashed away from, though, as Juice now gets onto Leave in the front line. The health bar's low for RNG, but they find EDG's carries. They find their angles, and RNG flipping around. Crying takes out Juice at the end, and somehow it's absolute carnage, but it's a 3-for-2.
If Cryan dies there, that could very well be the game. They had a couple of minions. They could tank through the towers, I'm almost certain. RNG find their miracle fight off of the back of effectively nothing. It was a retreat away from the siege of EDG. They get a good chase down. Now they have Soul. That's 4 Infernal Dragons stacked on top of each other. Teleport from Juice sets this whole thing up. Onto Solo Kill initially. And EDG, I mean, the turnaround is honestly really good, but it's just lacking that final bit of damage.
If Bullet Time
Leave
is up
has
there,
Bullet Time, yeah. That's the real difference. And then not only that, but I think there was a dash back from Wink, had that passive on him. Brings down that slow onto so many members of EDG. It just makes the play just that little bit easier. Rather, for RNG to find that chase down onto the rest of the members. Now RNG, 4 Dragon Infernal Soul. If the bridge wasn't kept between the damage of the carries before, I've got a feeling it probably is now.
Yeah. My goodness, and the 3 items finish for Huan Fong. He is kind of back in the game at this point. Cryan is doing a lot of heavy lifting here for EDG. He got caught in the side lane earlier, but in these fights, I mean, miraculous survival there from him. JJ in his passive doing a lot of damage alongside to help Cryan finish those kills off and survive himself. All things considered, despite the soul going to RNG, it's a massive lead in favor of EDG. They are pretty much an item ahead in most of the lanes at this point. Actually, I'd take that back, that's just not even true. But in AD carry at least, they're massively ahead. But can they finish the job? It felt like they really struggled to finish the job in game number 1. It feels like we're in a similar position once again.
Yep, those finishing touches. Again, you know, when EDG, in this weird way, if there's any kind of disturbance in how they're playing out the game, it feels like they've really started to lose control of the game as a whole. If their game plan isn't kind of going almost one-to-one with what they were expecting or how things were panning out. At the very least, though, they've got a lot of strong scaling options inside of this game between the Karthus, between Cryan, who just hit full build hit, and a rapid fire cannon final item to be completed. They still have so much to work with.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Because Misfortune, not a champion that you think of as like a scaling pick, typically speaking. But I will say, you're still a crit 80 carry. You're maybe not going to be a hyper carry like a Jinx. But if that bullet time connects, if you hit multiple people with the bullet time, they're just gone in the late game. It is just going to one-shot everyone. So even with it not being like a classic hyper carry 80 carry style thing, you can still very much be a significant threat in the late game. RNG going to look towards the mid lane, but EDG are starting the Baron off. They'll do this pretty quick. Solo kill trying to buy space. Mega Gnar is about to time out. It's not ideal for EDG. They do not want to fight right now. But they look like they're still going in. Curtain Call goes through. The charm across the front lines. Try and keep them in the play. The bullet time shreds. Just what we were talking about. But there goes the Curtain Call and finishes off the job. That's JJ down. Requiem onto Iwandi. The burn is ticking away, but I don't think it's quite enough. And RNG go 1 for 1 once more.
Bloody hell. How do these fights only end up with such close scenarios? I'll never know. But EDG, they lose their jungler. They're still willing to go onto the Baron here. For now, I mean, it's still a risk. If Gedju up on the map, he doesn't have flash for a couple more seconds.
But he didn't know. They didn't know.
They just, yeah, a little bit slow. So
we're not ready for the rush. I mean, EDG have rushed Baron, what, I think that's 3 times, 4 times in this series? Yeah. Like, they keep on getting away with just sneaking this objective away from RNG. But Jamada, I mean, I don't want to say it again, but Elder's coming up in 2 minutes.
Oh,
for the 3rd time in the series. We're only in game 2. I mean, it feels so messy, and I feel it's only going to get messier.
Yep. It's going to get quite disastrous if RNG pick up this Elder Dragon from the perspective of EDG. Happened once. Happen again. What can EDG generally do to try and wrestle, you know, some firm control over the game again?
Yeah. Let's talk win cons again. Let's revisit our win conditions for these 2 cons, because we've got Elder coming up in 90 seconds, and it feels like, you know, the kind of wombo combo is going to suit a fighting river like that.
Yeah, it will. It definitely will for EDG, but they've actually got to find the angle. Solo kill's got flash, so it's always there. And it's just about what follow-up actually comes through and how available Leave is to actually layer a bullet time on top of it, right? We saw in that top exchange where JJ did end up losing his life that, honestly, even dropping the bullet time on the frontliners will shred them. Iwandi almost died, even through the Unbreakable Will, right? So it's not even a bad option just to get the frontliners out of the equation. But it's really, if they can find those carries, that's the real big game-breaking picks that they're looking for. But with this Baron, they want... Hello.
JJ is just going to go down and bust the shot away from the team, so his passive can't do anything. Solo kill dashes out safety. The Curtain Call doing some damage. The Requiem to answer, but I mean, RNG just going to pick essentially a freebie, to be honest.
Yeah. JJ, he knew he was going to die from that flash forward from Gedju. Really, really smart. Gedju just sees the window, makes it work. Then that buster shot, just good timing. Unfortunate for JJ, but good reaction from Tangyuan to ensure that JJ can't even get, you know, a little bit of use out of his passive. And now that's a jungler dead. Elder's up. And that should be RNG's, right? Unless EDG can make some kind of massive miracle happen. They still got Solo Kill's ultimate. He just needs to build up the Mega Gnar bar. But realistically, that Elder's gone.
EDG, I've got to find a 3v5 miracle or they lose everything. Elder taken. And that's going to be bullet time used. In the meantime, Iwandi looks for a little bit more. EDG, they've just got to try and escape. They've got to try and run away from the play, but Cryan goes down. And RNG, this might just be the window. We're Cryan down for a minute. He has been the stalwart carry for EDG. RNG have an opportunity to try and end the game.
Yeah, they do. Straight down mid. We've got another wave on its way as well. Iwandi will tank a little. I feel like the wave clear might just be a bit frustrating. Curtain Call's going to come out and try and prevent some of it. That's a huge chunk of that tower.
Oh, the damage is so insane. EDG, they've got to get back to Fountain and reset before the fight can continue. 30 seconds on Cryan. 5-member strong push from RNG. They got the Elder Dragon, and they might just get the game as well. JJ falls. Requiem going to come on through. Leave desperately trying to survive, but Juice is having none of it. He looks for more in a 2v1 against the EDG bot lane. He wins it out. Now one last tower remains of EDG's hopes to 2-0 this series. RNG will not go down without a fight. 2 roster changes come in today, and it works beautifully. We're going to 3 games as RNG hunt for redemption in the LPL.
1-1, and RNG have honestly had 2 showings they should be very happy and proud about, given how those placements went just a few weeks ago. Just last week, really. And now RNG, 1 win away from finding their first win, series win rather, in this portion of the format, right? The Rumble stage. We wanted to see them get off to a good start. Performance-wise, that would have been great. Results-wise, 1 step away.
I mean, RNG at the very end of the placement stage managed to 2-1 WE. People did not expect that to happen, and it was not a clean series. They then have made roster changes and yet could get a 2-win streak technically over EDG. I don't think anyone saw this result coming. I have no idea what's going to come up after the break, but we are in for 3 games. This derby always goes the distance between EDG and RNG. We're going to jump into a break and then we'll find out how this one ends.
No matter how we fight today, yeah. No matter how much honor they display, we'll dominate. Spills of war, we might care. Let me take them They leave my deadly last whisper right before they die. This melody seeks a new victor. Let it penetrate their I will revive one more life to ignite them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, to the Rumble stage, to our first series of the Nirvana group. It's EDG versus RNG, an absolute classic in the LPL, and it couldn't go any other way than 3 games. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards the action for game number 3. And my goodness, RNG, I guess they're just going to live and die by the Elder Dragon every single game.
We're having a long game 3, aren't we, Joe?
Yes, we are.
It's just destined to happen, I fear.
Bunker down.
But look, if you haven't got snacks, go get them. If you need a drink, if you need, hell, coffee, do it now. Either way, speaking of drinks, juice. Hey, talk about a segue.
Nice.
MVP for that game. And honestly, he had a couple of happy moments. Let's not forget. But
Yeah.
frankly, some of his pathmaking and some of his plays were pretty damn important around, setting up for a lot of the rest of the team and also disrupting a lot of the game plan from EDG and trying to find those really good team fights. We're already into draft, lightning quick, for game number 3. RNG still on red side. Let's see how the drafts actually swap up. EDG this time opting to also remove away that brand.
I'm amazed that RNG and EDG both are just very happy with their side of the map, obviously feeling that they have the advantage. Like you say, Brand gone away from Geju. Leave loses that Misfortune as well. I've got to say, Misfortune ban was not on my bingo card this morning. That was not what I was anticipating coming into the patch, but here we go. Crying grabs that Tristana once again.
Yeah, it does leave, Jax open from the previous draft, and Juice is just going to first pick that one immediately. EDG get their hands on that Tristana. Corki's obviously still up as well, but they know they don't have to pick it now if they don't want to. RNG have choice of a premier jungle that they would like to give. Geju, we mentioned how he's a very, bit of a solo queue superstar. Spoke about the Lee Sin, spoke about the Graves, but he will land on this Lilia, which should telegraph that Corki here for Tang Yuan. Now EDG, will it just be AP jungle and top for themselves? They match out. Do they want an AD as well, right? Expect JJ's champion pool to be deep enough. Remember, no Fearless anymore. So, Karthus, Zyra, there's still options. They could, of course, both be banned the weight, but I'm sure he'll be able to look a bit deeper and find something just a bit more creative if he wanted to, and he's not going to. So, there's the Karthus and the Corki. It's all pretty telegraphed, the last first couple of rotations.
Pretty standard here. RNG even picking in order as well. Everyone picking their own champions, which is always nice to see. Let's see how they continue, though, as we're looking towards the bottom lane. I feel like there's a serious argument here for trying to get rid of things like the Ziggs and the Kai'Sa potentially, with 2 AD carries in. AD carries is not really the right phrase, but AD damage threats in both top and mid lane for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Utility as well. Could just see Ashen. I mean, it did give EDG, like, silently, you know, we spoke about how Juice was obviously a very high impact on that K'Sante. You know, Huangfang, Deadly Flourishes, Curtain Calls, it's set up for a lot of aggressiveness to come out from RNG on a positional level.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's something that EDG are, you know, cognizant about, and whether or not they want to take that off the table too. Because I'm just not really feeling it to be a Leave champion in any capacity compared to some of the other carries he's far more willing to play, like the Kai'Sa as an example. Zai as well, I'll give a shout out too, because Leave did play a little bit of it last year during a stint on EDG, and it did get buffed on this patch, and there's a moderate amount of dive in, and it would fit that hyper carry sort of, you know, position to deal with some of that dive. But RNG haven't fully rounded out their comp just yet, as the Alistar is moved away from I1D, so they don't want Alistar to be in the game either.
They certainly don't. Can't really blame them. It's been rising in priority, hasn't it, across the course of the LPL, and we saw what I1D can do with it, disrupting a lot in those team fights in the previous game. Let's see where RNG go next, though. Support wouldn't be too surprising to see locked in. I mean, Nautilus has been available this entire series and has just been kind of ignored.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it?
He's not been
Nautilus
nerfed.
has been,
I know we're on a
No,
new
he's
patch
not
and
been-
that, but he's not been nerfed or anything.
he's not been directly touched at all. So maybe, you know, Sod's Law, you've said it, we end up with it. This would be fun, but I don't think we're going to see it. Varus had a very long list of adjustments on this patch. And frankly, I'm not sure what my mind is made up on in terms of how it's landed. It felt as though the intent, I suppose, was to kind of push it away from lethality. So we'll see what Leave comes out with. And no, we're not going to get any Nautilus in this opening series. It's not been banned. It's not been picked.
Yeah, weird one.
Am I dreaming? Like, someone pinch me. Either way, you did mention the Ziggs, right? And the option for EDG to remove that away. They opted in for the Alistar. And I mean, not being funny, sleep combo into middle of ultimate from Ziggs.
Yeah.
I don't think you get to play the game. Like, it's pretty rough. So I like this from RNG. A lot of side lane pressure, a lot of tower damage as well, if they can actually allow Huangfang a little bit of access. So Grubs, I think, would also be a nice additive to that, considering they have the Jax to side lane on top of it. So RNG, I think, have a very functional comp. They're going to have to wait a little bit for items to come online, and I wonder what that means for EDG's early game in terms of where they're actually going to look to put down pressure, right? Varus is still a very strong laner. They're going to have that going for them. It's just about dealing with the wave clear that Huangfang has in those early stages, and then being able to build off of that, try and find an objective lead, and deny some of those objectives away from the side of RNG.
One of the big issues you can have as Varus is while you're charging your Q, you slow yourself. You can set up for Ziggs to land that poke very easily, but also your whole MO of being able to one-shot the wave and move away, Ziggs kind of just does it a little bit better than you do. So we'll see how the matchup's going to go for Leave. Certainly a bit more of a comfortable champion for him. Some highs and some lows across this series for Leave. But the lows have been devastating. The lows have been moments where RNG could really capitalize. So we'll see how he performs now on a pick that he's a little bit more comfortable on, that he's a little bit more used to. We'll have to see what EDG can do. EDG have been in the driver's seat for most of this series, but in the very late game, RNG managing to turn things around in game number 2. Let's see if they can repeat that performance. It would be a massive upset to start the second stage of the tournament, the Rumble stage, the Nirvana group down in the bottom side. Let's see if RNG can do the impossible and start with a series win for themselves after 2 substitutions starting the day. This would be insane, but I mean, it would just fit perfectly, wouldn't it, for the LPL?
It'd be a serious dose of whiplash as well for RNG. 1 and 5 in those placements. And it felt like, in many ways, barely scraping out that series win as well. Just by nature of, they've already 0-5 by the time they got that win. Let's see if they can turn that fate around.
Baited a little bit there. They did the whole intro thing and then went back to player shots.
I know. Okay. Far more organized and energetic compared to game 1. Or game 2, rather. So if the first game put them a little bit to sleep, and somehow that second game managed to wake them up, let's hope that Gedru doesn't Lilwing Lullaby everyone in the crowd and put them back to sleep.
Come on, this isn't TSM we're talking about here. He only has the ability to sleep 5 people here. Do you know, I think that's one of those things that is just never going to be forgotten. I think that moment will live on in eternity in League of Legends. We'll see how this one's going to go down, though. Like you said, a lot of side lane pressure for RNG. This is sort of what they had in game number 1. They had quite a bit of side lane pressure there, but obviously the ability to make picks with that Twisted Fate. Juice going to be on the Jax this time around. And Juice has been a player that we've seen some decent carry performances to some extent. He's mostly been on frontline, but we've seen a little bit of the Rumble coming through, seen a little bit of the Twisted Fate coming through, and it's looked decent from him. Now on the Jax, we'll see what he can bring to the stage.
Yeah, let's see what he can bring to the stage. A lot of early priority here already, as to be expected. Jax is just such a strong level 1 laner. And I just want to call out that invade from Gedru. Really smart. No coverage of wards from EDG placed to catch that invade from Gedru. And he kind of does the inverse of the solo queue invade. A lot of the time you'll see junglers that can kill Raptors really quickly go Raptors into the enemy blue buff. Just because the path in is so quick and efficient and you can catch off the enemy jungler on Gromp. He does the inverse. Starts his blue, goes over to the Raptors, takes them away, and it just disrupts JJ's farming pattern. Gets the camp effectively for free, and it's just going to keep him a little bit further away from level 4 for a little bit longer.
Nice little bit of play from Gedju. A player that we're keeping our eyes on. For anyone just tuning in, this is his first series. Cryan is in trouble. Tangyuan forces the rocket jump out. Wasn't sure if we were going to get flash for flash there. And we are going to get flash for flash as Tangyuan tries to find the angle. Obviously, Cryan ready for that potential scenario. And it will just be Tangyuan forcing the wave in. Cryan will stick around to grab these last couple of minions. And then we'll likely see a TP from both of our mid laners here.
Yeah, Tangyuan decides that his flash is worth less than Cryan's. Goes in, gets that flash for flash, and we'll see whether or not either of these junglers, right, will be able to punish the summoner spellless mid laners once they do inevitably teleport back in. But they're holding out. They don't want to be the first to base. Tangyuan's got a lot of prio though, a lot more of a stronger early push, and he will look for that reset now. As both these junglers opposite sides, EDG. I don't think a dive is really a possibility with this kind of setup, unless Huang Feng and Iwandi were a lot more chunked out than they are. So they should be safe, and it will just end up kind of being a bit of a neutral map state.
Yeah, not too surprising for this early on into the game. I will say, good start from Tangyuan is actually 10 CS up in the mid lane. Cryan has already TP'd back in. Tangyuan, I think, will now finally go for a reset. I think there are a few minions there for Cryan still to sweep up, so it won't be too big of a CS lead by the end of it, but I'll have to wait and see. I'd love for the observers to pan back to that mid lane and take a look, but either way, all very good off of that first trade for Tangyuan. Grabs himself a cult, gets the tier as well, so minor advantage there off of the early trading.
Understands that he's going to be scaling for a fair bit of this early laning phase, but winning out so heavily in the trades, as is. And that's just kind of the power of new Corki. Right? Such a strong lane bully in many ways.
Do you know, it's kind of new Corki, isn't it? But realistically, it's old Corki. it's old Corki.
As the sayings go, the more things change.
The more they change them back to the way that they were.
Exactly. But it is nice to see that, like, I definitely prefer this version of Corki over Poke Corki, and I don't know, if you prefer Poke Corki, then, you know, power to you. You're wrong, but, you know, everyone can have their own opinion. Such is the world. So, we'll see what damage Tangyuan can get out. Corki, all in all, throughout this series has been absolutely spectacular in terms of what it's been able to put out for these two teams, respectively. As a Gedju, looking for a mid lane play. Knows that ward's there, though. We'll just opt to clear it, rocket jump out, and again, it's just the strength of Tristana. So much safety, but both these junglers angling up for the grubs. So Little's basing, though. He will, of course, teleport back, but that wave will likely be shoved out by Juice very, very quickly to try and make sure they've got numbers. So I think the grubs are looking okay for RNG for the 3v3. The problem is Winx made his rotation up here way sooner than Iwandi has.
So the kill gets out of dodge, but with Juice shoving this wave in very efficiently means that he can move over towards these grubs. JJ will get the first one. Don't know if Juice moving in will be able to sway the tide for the side of RNG. EDG trying to group as a 4, and Juice ends up being their target, but RNG in the meantime just turned back onto the grubs. Moving in now as it's a smite out from Geju. Both in fact, JJ's smite is available, so that should be 2 for the side of EDG. And now the fight, Iwandi finds the knockup, but it's but for Juice, dives in onto Wink, but Wink still surviving, pulls him into the plane, gets the knockup. The counter-strike was valuable, but not quite enough. Crying with a T1 moment in the middle of the fight as he looks for Geju as well, who's stuck in the mix, gets a bit of damage down. The 5v5 out of nowhere, and EDG come out on top.
The damage just isn't there for RNG right now, and EDG take full advantage of that. Find 2 kills off the back of the exchange, get 2 grubs as well. Really good stuff from EDG, and it's just that first move from Wink, leave, forced to flash out from the knockup from Iwandi. Otherwise, he too could have very easily lost his life without that ultimate, which he only now just got. So EDG do suffer at least a small loss inside of Leave Summoner Spell, but still 2 kills, 1 onto the Tristana for Cryan. It's going to feel really damn good as we get a look at the play. And like you say, you know, Juice, a fair bit of value out of the Counter-Strike, but the problem still lies in RNG just don't really have the damage to burst through anyone, and Wink's flash as well just gets him out of dodge, make sure that there's no follow-up anywhere else. And eventually, it's just a bit of a separation from RNG. And again, Tangyuan and Iwandi as a duo just don't have the CC and the damage combo just yet. They need those items to come in.
Cryan showing his colours as a big fan of Faker there in the mid lane with the T1 emote off of the first blood. 1-0 and 1 now on that Tristana after a really, really rough start to the game. Tangyuan winning those early trades. It is now Cryan that's massively ahead. You can see a big lead in the bot lane for Leave as well. Things looking good for EDG, which has been the case in all 3 games now to start off. It's just how things continue and whether or not EDG can actually leverage these leads. That's where we've seen the team struggling to continue to find impact. I want to quickly point out as well, Leave actually go for the on-hit Varus build here, so it won't be the lethality. We'll be looking to be the one to break through a front line, although not exactly the biggest front line on the side of RNG.
No, not necessarily. I think this is, you know, one of those games where probably as that Varus wouldn't have minded being poke at all. But again, plethora of changes, number-wise, to Varus' passive, his W, his base stats. I think, for the most part, have shifted him out of that lethality play pattern. Though it's probably still playable. I just haven't tested out everything myself, personally. And we've not actually seen any 14-13 gameplay.
No.
You know, in a major region, it's the first day that we'll be seeing it. So, still testing out, ironing out some of those kinks in terms of where that pick will lie in terms of its build paths.
And I mean, on the patch notes, they did say that the goal was to make both versions of the build a little more viable. Dive at the top side, and they make it look easy. Geju setting that one up, and Juice grabs the kill. That's exactly where you want that gold, and look at this. With the grub on top, Juice will be able to grab himself a second plate as well.
Yep, good play. And RNG just setting up a win condition, right, in this mid-game. Juice is going to be pivotal to providing pressure that EDG are going to have to find an answer for. You would anticipate that Crying should be that answer, right? Tristana on a side lane, wave clear's good. Jax should struggle to outright kill the Tristana in the sense of how much safety she has, right? But if he ever remains on top of her for too long, certainly Cryan will find himself in a lot of trouble. But yeah, this dive, so easy. A lot of burst damage between the two there. Once solo kills asleep, there's not much you can really do about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if Pathmaker was on cooldown. I assume you can do that onto the Lily asleep. I'm not a big Cassante player myself, but don't know.
I feel like the sleep would
assume
the channel, so yeah. Either way, I don't think it gets him out. I think he would probably still die.
He probably
Though
still
that damage
dies
reduction
anyway.
at the start, you never know. And we'll never know because he didn't do it. So
I just see
Grubs.
Kasante in a dive situation and assume that he gets 2 kills. Like, that's
Yeah.
my
Yeah, that's
experience
fair.
of this champion. Nice little combo of the stun into root. And Solo Kill gets a bit of revenge for what we just saw on the top side. Aleve gets a bit of time on the tower as well. 5 grubs for EDG. They will melt that tower crying. Oh boy, this is a dangerous place to be. Buster shot available, flash available. Cryan's going to look for his way out. Will survive.
Yeah, with Gedju making his way down here as well. It's just very, very, very spooky. 2-man, he could think about making an outplay. 3 people with that Lilia, certainly not, especially as the Lilting Lullaby comes online. Teleport from Solo Kill just to help defend. Ultimate to clear out
Ooh, it's not enough.
some of that wave, but it's not enough.
Oh, hang on, TP in the mid lane.
GG.
Charm comes on through, stun to follow it up. I mean, these kills are so one-sided on both sides here. Great bit of map play out from RNG to punish JJ trying to clear in the mid lane.
Yeah, just trying to make do with what they can with this map state, right? RNG, they postured for a bot play onto Cryan. Cryan didn't bite, didn't give him it. Goes towards the mid lane, they find JJ, get a kill, get another plate. And they are just trying to trade, but EDG are still out ahead for now.
Oh,
As
Cryan.
I say that, Cryan.
No Buster shot now, has the
Internally.
flash. No minions here. Tangyuan tanking, no I1D tanking. And gets himself out of dodge. Cryan goes down, finishes off that Kraken Slayer, but still another kill for EDG. Much faster pace in this one, which I am all aboard for. Juice is just sort of on the wrong side of the map. Not ideal for him, and that's going to be a kill into the pocket of JJ. Not a great target to be given a kill over to either.
No, I was going to ask how did he get there, but then I took a look at Leave, and I saw he has no flash and no cleanse, and he's walking out of base. So I have a sneaking suspicion, whilst this play was going on from RNG, Juice did some juicing. Probably found himself a solo kill up there. I'm sure the observers will give us a picture-in-picture or a full-blown replay of that, and it's on timing, really, isn't it? Let's see. Does Leave stop his base? He does, because Juice walks in, sees him on the ward, and it's just a long chase down.
It just, yeah, keeps going. Actually, somehow gets the stun.
Yeah, hitbox, a little bit deceptive there. Counter-Strike like clips his leg.
I mean, you've been outplayed there, haven't you, really? I1D has also been outplayed. Lots of ability for counterplay here in League of Legends today, as EDG managed to get an answer. This has been more kills than the previous games. I'm not sure it's been any cleaner from either team. This is getting messier as the series goes on.
It's a strange game, because all of the kills are basically happening in like cross-map fashion, which I complain about that a lot, actually. You know, like I feel like the art of the cross-map has died in recent years, Joe. Feels like philosophically the teams just aren't mentally there for it right now, you know? But this game has just been nothing but cross-maps, right? Teams trying to etch out some gold from either side of the map, and you know, individuals trying to squeeze out whatever they can on some of these weak side plays.
Scruffy just absolutely livid about the cross-map play going on here. Yeah, he's not
happy at all.
Scruffy was a big enjoyer of good cross-map play back in the day. I'd say back in the day, like literally, what, like 2 years ago? If that. But yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one. Now EDG want to continue the way it's been going as they look towards Drake. Juice will retreat in the bottom side, so I don't think they'll see an angle to dive there. Bomb comes in from Huanfeng, but will be a little bit early. Was blind in his defense, so not too surprised to see that one. Cloud Soul on the cards.
I don't think I've been less excited to see a Cloud Soul in a very long time. And I'm one of the Cloud Soul guys, man. I'll shield that till I die.
Hey, Rakan can use it.
Rakan can use it, but you know, I agree. Yeah, see, buddy, I agree. It's a boring soul this game, I fear. Second charge will come out. How much trouble is JJ in for taking this charge?
Well, he's been charmed immediately, knocked up immediately, but the rest of the gang is on board. Wink protects his jungler, and they will get away with it. Was it worth it just to chunk a tower? I'm not so sure. Depends if they get out scot-free, I suppose. Huanfeng trying to threaten in the mid lane, and will get the tier 1 for his trouble. So, all things considered, it's a tier 1 for a tier 1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you just have to feel, you know, the mid lane tier 1 is always more valuable in these kind of exchanges, right? Being able to catch a wave high up in the middle of the lane, I always feel like a broken record when I explain this, but it's such a core fundamental. If you can catch waves high up, just saving those couple of seconds, right, really does make the difference in being able to find that setup. Onto a side lane, onto an objective, and then just making the game really awkward. You suffocate out your enemy just by virtue of being able to get that wave just a little bit quicker. So RNG have that to work with, and EDG are going to have to do their due diligence in defending this area of the map now to ensure that people can catch that wave very, very safely, and try not to get suffocated out on that vision side of things.
So Juice going to continue to spar with Solar Kill, but Solar Kill has reinforcements coming in. Juice going to be caught out of position now. Solar Kill trying to set this one up. Q3 dodge. Juice, though, doesn't have anywhere to go. Flash on cooldown. The bomb is not quite enough. Oh, but the Requiem is. We always forget about the Requiem, and that's another JJ. That's more Dark Harvest.
Iwandi almost made it with basically every button press he could have, if you think about it. Heal, the shield, of course, from the Locket. But a lot invested, I will say, to kill Juice, but there's not really an objective on the map. I wonder will get chunked out for another 2.5 minutes. So a pick is a pick. RNG, though, do get a huge, huge bite out of this tier 2. But Solo Kill gets a bigger one out of the bot tier 2, takes it for himself. So that's a lot of gold to be injected.
Yeah.
Into his back
oh, JJ flashes to smite Geju here. Revenge for the end of the previous game. Geju burning down and will fall. JJ gets another Dark Harvest, continues to stack up that pile of gold in his pocket. JJ is off to the races on this Karthus.
Yes, he is. Level 11. A lot of gold waiting to be used. He's leave. Just gets a bit of damage out onto Iwandi there. Even finds the second arrow after the fact, so Iwandi probably going to look for a reset soon. Still got some walls to place down, though, before he resets, so I anticipate he'll look for that very, very shortly. But, again, as we mentioned, JJ goes towards that Blackfire Torch this time around, and we'll be looking for that double dot burn build with the Leandries. So a lot of upfront damage, especially against some of those higher HP targets, and a lot of members of this RNG side building HP, especially with the Triforce user being in the mid lane as well. So we'll feel alright. I do say, though, I feel like this double burn build does delay things like Death Cap, your Void Staff item. It has its own set of pros and cons. It will deal a lot of upfront damage on completion, Tang Yuan.
Another mid lane 1v1 here. Crying Buster shots as JJ arrives. Tang Yuan suddenly realizes this ain't the 1v1 that he was bargaining for. Massive wave of minions that Tang Yuan is going to miss a couple of, off the back of just trying to brute force that one. Crying gets out with his life and does should be able to get back before the objective comes up. It's 50 seconds until that next Drake, and you know EDG would love to keep stacking them.
Yeah, getting that one step closer. Are we gonna? That's the real question is: are we gonna see 3 games in a row where Elders are the deciding factor? Because I mean, at the pace we've been going, man, you know it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news or anything, guys.
If I'm RNG right now, I want EDG to get the next 2 Drakes so that we can get to Elder faster. Like, that's the win condition here. That's the way that we get ourselves into this one. My goodness, Iwandi won't be able to dash himself out. He is playing that Rakan. Do you know, watching Rakan players in the LPL is always a bit of an adventure, isn't it? They always look like they might be in trouble, and sometimes they are, but most of the time they seem to scoot out to safety. Oh, denial onto Juice, but Wink, that's his Magnet Storm. That's a big old cooldown right as Drake spawns onto the map. Solo Kill chunked as well. This should be RNG looking towards Drake for themselves.
Ooh.
Bomb onto JJ as well. That's surely Drake secured.
Yeah, they've got that in the bag. I mean, you are very jestfully asking the question whether or not RNG would happily just give it over and say, you know what, spawn Elder in sooner. It's a bigger win condition for us. But they do pick up this dragon, a lot of poke damage coming down, and I mean, even that position as a whole, Geju full passive stacked, he was running in as if he was going to flash, get a Q off and get a massive ult in, so either way that was just a winning situation for RNG. I think that was probably the better of the bad scenarios for EDG, to be frank. But that dragon goes over, and now it's just Baron on the map and lane assignments, side lane threats and push. And I fear, Joe, we're going back to that good old lane state, or a map state of ping pong for a little while.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme, hasn't it, today?
Yeah.
Hopefully, second series will book that trend. If you didn't see the schedule earlier on, AL versus FPX later on today after this series. It will be the first series we get from the Ascend group, the first series of the upper group of this Rumble stage, and two teams that look to be potential world contenders if they can either maintain or upgrade performances that we've seen so far. Yet to see them against each other this split. That'll be an exciting one, so keep your eyes peeled for that later on. But for now, RNG trying to contest the vision that EDG have set up around Baron.
Yeah, exactly. Focus on this game, because I feel that fight around the Baron is going to be very, very intense. As it's more intense. Ultimates exchanged.
It's level 6 versus level 6, or the ults versus ults anyway. Bomb comes in, blocks a bit of damage. Cryan trying to finish the job as well, but won't be able to get it. So many TPs into these 1v1s across this series. But both Juice and Solo Kill surviving. Grandmaster's Might versus the All Out. I don't even know which ult is more OP, honestly. I'm not sure how that 1v1 ends.
I mean, yeah. You'd feel with Solo Kill having the items he does, that Juice should lose, right? Until that second item comes in, then maybe it starts to even the odds. But frankly, they were both getting pretty low, man.
Yeah,
the health bars are kind of identical.
All I'm saying is Cryan TP'd in, Tangyuan didn't. Not that Tangyuan even had the option, but
Yeah.
I don't know how confident EDG were that Solo Kill was definitely winning that one. Yeah, a bit tense in the side lanes. We've had a lot of side lane picks in this series. Like, I feel that's been a theme across this series. People either getting caught out in the side lane or trying to make a play and it going a little bit sideways. And so many of these big objectives are like, I'm not sure we've seen a single proper 5v5 team fight in this series, aside from over those first grubs earlier on in this game. But like late game, we've really never saw any proper team fights because it was all about these picks. It was all about one person misstepping and then the objectives off the back of that and grouped up snowball fights off the back of that as well.
Yeah. This game, a lot different in pace to some of the previous engagements that we've seen throughout the evening. What exactly are they going to give us in the next couple of minutes? Because Wink and Iwandi, they certainly seem to want to fight. It's Tangyuan.
Another 1v1 in the side lane, but this time Requiem gets involved. Tangyuan, it wasn't a fair fight. Poor guy goes down. That's a kill for Cryan and potentially Baron now for EDG. RNG have to answer, but Juice is down in the bottom lane. TP is up for him should he want to rejoin this play. Geju perhaps could go for a flash smite. He's got full vision and the DPS has just continued the whole time. He walks in but he can't get the smite and Geju will fall. EDG, they get the Baron. What else can they find? Great cleanse out from Leave on the single frame that the stun came through. EDG, a Baron. 5 remaining players and 3 kills. They couldn't have asked for more.
They really couldn't have, and now let's see what they can actually do with it, right? Tier 2 in the mid and top side start. Tier 1 still available in mid lane. Expect that one to fall for sure. If they can find a good siege. Let's get a look at this play and see how it all unfolded, because it started with Tangyuan up here, but then it's about what's going on over here. Sleep kind of used for very little. No combo used between the jungler and AD, so he doesn't have that available now as the rest of the skirmish unfolds. I mean, the smite is pretty damn close. Q, I mean, just a frame short.
Yeah.
Geju, very unfortunate, but it's a good attempt by EDG. With the advantage they have, just push out so many members. Could have had more, really, if RNG are willing to commit.
I wonder if the ult from Geju there was like a panicked attempt at stopping Requiem from JJ and letting Tangyuan win the 1v1 top. It was like
very well
pretty late if it was, but that's the only angle I can really see aside from maybe setting up for a bomb from Huanfeng perhaps. But either way, Baron was taken. Look where Tangyuan is right now. He really wants to make something happen on the map right now. He wants to stop the siege that's coming on through. Swirl Seed can't deny the recall. So Tangyuan will have to back away as Cryan continues to try and push this, but knows that's not a 1v1 that he wants right now.
No, definitely He isn't. EDG gonna get this dragon for now, just as they're waiting between waves. A minute left. Cracked open the mid lane towers, but they'd really love to put a dent in the base if they could help it. Resets are coming out now though, and it does make you think that they're not really going to be able to achieve too much in the next 50 seconds or so. So it could just be a transitional Baron, just to pick up those towers, extend the gold lead a little bit in their favor, and they look to reset the map with some of that gold lead that they did attain. JJ's really close to his death cap. I think it's very important to note, because there's not really a whole bunch of magic resist on the side of RNG right now.
I mean,
so once he does hit that spike, it's gonna be real big.
It's gonna be brutal, and I feel like he's just been chilling this game. Like, just stayed even in CS. He's picked up a few kills on these weird side lane shenanigan-esque plays, and he's just been Carthus slowly scaling up, like you say, about to hit that death cap, which is a terrifying moment for RNG. JJ is well on the way to an MVP in this one, and I mean, easily done with the way that this game has been happening. He's kind of been cruising towards it.
Yeah, he has. Expect the next reset to. Certainly the next one he'll have it. I think those pings are for him. He's pinging, I want the Raptor camp. Give it to me. I'll be one step closer. A huge spike, and just not one that right now RNG are necessarily prepared to deal with. I think, especially once level 16 comes online as well. Don't forget just that additional step of damage. Engage here.
Wink starts it off. JJ is here as well, and Juice feeling the wrath of exactly that. The Skittles landing. I feel like I can't really call them Skittles anymore. They don't look anything like Skittles anymore, but they're still Skittles in my heart. JJ grabs himself a wolf. A little bonus prize on that one. Oh, TP in the top side. Double TP in the top side. Tang Yuan has his own TP. Can he get out here? Requiem comes on through. Okay, Tang Yuan doesn't even try to TP. Realizes there's no way out of this one.
Just hides in the bush. But he's not Faker. Unfortunately, I don't think Faker could get out of that one either.
Yeah, he was in it, not on it, you know.
Yeah.
Subtle difference, but it's important.
Got me there. But it's a good pick from EDG. It does cost them 2 teleports though, but it removes Tang Yuan off the map, and I guess they can get a little bit of pressure now. Geju is down here just to support this push from Juice, but he's half HP. I don't know. It's a bit of a... No. They'll get a chunk, at least, which is very good. Demolish is a great rune. Can they get a chase
They might
down,
go
though?
down for
EDG.
this, honestly. Q3 hits onto Juice.
Yeah.
Oh, God. This was so over the top. Counter-Strike comes out. There's a bit of healing there for Juice as well, as Wink looks to try and find that stun. Leap strike. RNG, the whole gang desperately try to get out together. Juice gets another leap strike and will get himself to safety. That felt a little dicier than realistically it needed to.
Yep, I definitely agree with you. Get away with a little bit of daylight robbery. Well, don't we all sometimes? RNG. Get that chunk in it. Just makes it a little...
Do we?
It just makes it a little... Well...
Is that a confession? That's live on the internet now.
Yeah, hey man. Who cares about digital footprint or whatever the hell that term means? It's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. RNG. Juice will have an easier time getting that tower. And yeah, it's just more standing gold for him to pick up, right? Later on.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can for himself.
Hopefully.
DG, they're taking control of this top side, though, right? With all that said, Juice just wants to try and make things a little bit awkward for EDG and think about that side lane push. But, you know, we spoke about how that could be a win condition for RNG. It just really hasn't been so far. And we're kind of passing that window where you get to sit on that side lane for, you know, an extended period of time. Too, you're going to have to start joining a team sooner rather than later. Just the nature of League of Legends these days, as Baron started.
Yeah, would you look at that? Baron comes on the map and EDG started within 3 seconds again. I think that's the 19th time this series. Baron taken... the combo was the wrong way round between the sleep and the bomb. And it means no significant threat there. Juice does finish off the tier 2 in the bottom side as I wonder. He looks for an engage on solo kill here. Big damage out from Tang Yuan as well. And it will be the tier 2 mid lane as well. So RNG at least gets something. 2 towers, 2 inner towers in trade for the Baron.
Not bad for RNG. I mean, hell, they have effectively kind of neutralized the Baron gold, right? With this little sequence here. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. And of course, that is Soul for EDG, right? Let's not undersell. I very jokingly said, I wish it was a different Soul, and I still do. But movement speed's one of those unquantifiable kind of stats in terms of usefulness until it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll help JJ get in range for his Requiems. You know.
Yeah.
In all seriousness,
You got another one for me?
Wink especially will get value out of that. But also Cryan and Solo Kill, who are consistently pushing pretty deep in the side lanes, helps them potentially get out of those shenanigans, kind of like we saw with Juice and Getchu and Iwandi trying to escape on the bottom side a few minutes ago. Plus, it's a cool little logo, huh?
Yeah, it's probably got the most drip out of any you know, out of any of those little logo buffs you get underneath.
Official soul drip check. EDG have passed.
You've heard of crep checks if you're from London.
I have not, and I am not. I'm not cool enough for this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
EDGR though is the
Yes.
Crypt check the bot. I don't know where. I'm
No,
going with
not crep. Don't say
yeah.
crep check.
You just said that,
Crep
didn't
check.
you?
No,
I don't
crep.
know.
Anyway.
Okay. Anyway, moving on. Wink gets himself out. EDG, I mean, they got a tower. That's nice for them, isn't it?
Yeah. They get the inhib, and they're gonna just shift over here. They've got 45 seconds left on this Baron. But there is a Ziggs for wave clear. Requiem's gonna come down. You know, damage is damage.
You're not
Can't
wrong.
complain, but it's not
Now
gonna force RNG back.
That is the
Now
analysis
that-
you all tune in
Exactly.
for.
That's why they bring in the big guns. All right. Anyway, we joke and jest because this has been a very slow game. It's been a slow series so far.
It has. Oh,
But as I say that,
Iwandi makes
Iwandi.
short work of that fact as he walks into the enemy team and dies. Cryan takes a good chunk from Huanfeng, but I don't think it's going to make much difference. This may well be 3 inhibitors now for EDG. As Getju trying to get some work done, but it's gone a little bit too deep for this one. And one more auto,
Whoa.
no, Q3 from Solo Kill finishes the job in the end. Tower shot, not quite enough. And he will now run away with the Cloud Soul move speed.
there you go. He's so fast. Look at him go.
If only Jin was in this game.
Oh man, Jin loves a good cloud soul, man. It's so strange that he does. You won't say than that. EDG though, they're in a very good position to close out this game, close out this series. And Iwandi, I mean, cast the curse, I guess, but he does want to make short work of the remainder of this series, supposedly, by his pathing here. And Solo kills WE into Q3 here. Was spectacular to find Getju. Snipes it.
Yeah.
Right underneath the tower. Flashes out.
Solo Kill's Casantes looked really good in this game. He's had
Yeah,
some
really
really good moments. It's maybe MVP performance, dare I say. He's had a few good moments across this one. JJ still the leader for me in terms of the impact he's been able to have on those side lane engages. But often Solo Kill being the one to kind of bait people into that so that JJ can finish off with the Requiem as well. And again, EDG, despite the advantages that they've got, playing it slow, not wanting to overstep, they daren't over-push anything here. Cryan gets a few hits on the inhib as the supers are stacking up in the bot lane. The siege continues. The seemingly never-ending siege, yeah.
In another 40-minute game, sleep onto Cryan, but he's not
Okay,
jumped away.
Huanfeng's bomb?
No.
Huanfeng? Didn't go for the bomb. Requiem now across the team as Juice dives into the backside. EDG still alive for the time being. Juice just about gets out with his life, as does Solo Kill. And it's half time. The players walk off of the pitch. They're going to go for a little break for themselves. And we'll come back in 30 minutes, I guess.
I kind of want to give Huanfeng a yellow card. When are we?
Yeah,
When
Where's the
are we
second
going
yellow at
to
this
see a bomb
point?
on top of the sleep? It's
it was up.
yeah.
Wait,
it was
it
up.
up? I
I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure it was.
Maybe I'm going
There-
crazy.
Nah, it had to have been up. I mean, he did use it in the fight, so unless it was quite literally off cooldown for a second. It's a strange thing. We haven't seen that combination happen yet. Because it is so powerful. Don't forget, of course, if you get broken out of sleep by that damage source, you know, you take a huge chunk of true damage too. Scaled off of what you're being damaged by. And yeah, RNG haven't utilized it. They don't lose that mid lane inhibitor though, Joe, and they've got 1 minute until their bot lane inhibitor spawns up. But small problem. This guy's gonna die. And then I fear that the other big guy that spawns in 40 seconds is also gonna die.
But this is what we said last game.
Yeah, that is...
So, last time around, in Game 2, RNG were in a very, very similar position to this. And then Elder came up, they found a pick in mid lane, turned it into Elder, turned it into the game. EDG have to not get out of position, not get caught. All they have to do is play it slow and use this Baron buff, and the game is in their hands. All they have to do is just not make that crucial mistake.
Yeah, we may joke, but the game is still... I mean, playable is a strong word, but RNG can claw their way back into it with a good play. Sleep.
Yeah.
Will we see the bomb? Oh!
TP,
Look at that!
Juice looking for the flank. JJ is like 1 HP. The burn! The burn! Oh my god, he barely survives, but survive he does. JJ desperately trying to get out of the play. Has the enhanced recall to get back to base. He's on a ward right now, so RNG know that this is happening. Swirl Seed comes on through. JJ still can't get back to base. He's just going to try and heal off Raptors instead. It's the only option for him. But Geju now trying to push the wave in the mid lane. JJ got a little bit of health to work with. It's not a lot, but maybe with Honey Fruit, dodges the Swirl Seed just about, dodges the rocket just about, dodges the bomb just about. Still
holding on to red buff
himself
regen, Joe.
alive. And he's got the Honey Fruit. Okay, Elder started. There is a flank behind enemy lines here. As Iwandi hunting for an engagement. This is going to be Elder taken, and now RNG start the fight. This is going to be a disaster. But EDG, the health bar's low. Maybe RNG can do it against Elder anyway. Maybe they can find the miracle. But the lasers come down with the burns on top. The lasers with the dragon laser. It's the ultimate. Ultimate, I guess. As JJ finds a couple. Oh my days, it's been chaotic as Tanguin finally found and will go down. EDG, they get the extra kills with the Elder. It's 2v2 on the map. This has been just ridiculous.
This will go down as a series of all time. Thank God we're not in... Imagine if we had some of the mechanics we have right now, but this was like Season 6. We'd be here till 60, 70 minutes in the game at this rate. 2 versus 2. AD versus jungle, or AD and jungle versus mid and top. Sleep. Bomb just a little bit wide, but look at the damage.
Yeah.
I don't even think that was center. I think Cryin just
wasn't.
about managed to get out from the center part of that ult.
That would have been... Can you imagine if that actually one-shot him? It maybe could have with the sweet spot. I just can't believe RNG are starting the fight as Elder goes down. That's insane to me.
Yeah, they're just a little bit too far away from the play as it happens. You know, they're kind of relying on that flank, maybe not expecting EDG to have burst down the Elder Dragon so quickly. But burst it down they did. Tanguan gets run down in the extended. And I mean, the flank looked nice, but again, you know, with Elder coming in halfway through that fight effectively, kind of just nullifies all of the hard work that Iwandi does to get in that position.
You know, I remember when Elder Dragon first came out, I think it was Captain Flowers was casted a game at LCS, and he talked about how Karthus with Elder Dragon is essentially like a 5-year-old's imagination of what's the coolest thing. It's a dragon that makes lasers, and then a sky laser sets off the dragon laser and blows everyone to smithereens. It's certainly something. Bomb just shy of JJ. He's just going to pop the Requiem Juice. Will somehow just not take any damage from that. I think he had his X-Drink shield up there. I mean, 3 inhibs. Elder Dragon, surely EDG can end here, right?
Right?
I mean, Elder's timed out.
One would like to think, but that's the big concern, and they don't have Baron. Iwandi, don't sell. double supers on the top side, and EDG aren't really working with it, but they're slowly chunking this bot side Nexus tower down. Another set of supers.
Slowly is definitely the word. This is like pulling teeth. Come on, lads, you can do it. Just hit the Nexus towers. That's one down. Another bomb from Huangfeng. I swear, it doesn't have a cooldown at this point in the game. Juice taking a chunk. Iwandi goes for the quickness. Pathmaker to try and keep it away, and it doesn't really do much, just threatening. That's a route. That's the opportunity. That's Tangyuan down. Iwandi will follow. EDG have finally done it. They were the favorites today, but they did not look like it in the games. Wait, hang on. The Nexus isn't even down yet.
No.
Wait, hang on a second.
No,
surely
please.
not. EDG have to make it happen. Solo kill and leave versus Juice and Huangfeng desperately trying to keep his Nexus alive. Juice gets the no solo kill, does it? They barely squeak a win out. Supposed favorites and RNG take them the distance.
Who won, really? Is my final sentiment of this series.
Not my life expectancy, that's for sure.
EDG, they didn't make it easy for themselves. I mean, RNG also didn't make it easy for them, in all fairness. But it took a lot to close out that game and that series. Looks of, frankly,
They're just glad it's
not on
over.
JJ,
They're just
not on
glad it's
JJ's
over.
face.
He's just
JJ's
like,
happy
"Let me
it's
go
over, but
home."
relief on everyone else's face. But still, kicking off the Rumble stage of a series win. That has to be. This is going to be a series I remember casting for a long time, Joan, for a lot of the wrong reasons.
Yeah. I mean, look. EDG versus RNG, full 3 games. Elder Dragons in every game. I feel like it somehow has lived up to the reputation of RNG versus EDG, but for the wrong reasons. For the wrong reasons. This was a series and a half. I don't think either team will be happy with how this series has gone. At the end of the day, though, EDG do get a win on the board, which is the ultimate thing. We get another look behind the curtain. How exciting. Yeah, I mean, we now have to do post-match analysis of that series, and I'm not entirely sure where to start because that.
But this,
yeah,
I'll tell you, this is one of those days where I wish we had a dedicated analyst desk, because then we wouldn't have to do the breakdown.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if we're being realistic, right, I think for EDG, that took a lot more than it should have, right? I think the positives really to take away is that their early games look decent. Their ability to, find really solid win cons in a lot of skirmishes has been relatively solid. That said, these mid games where, again, if they don't have 100% control and it feels like they don't have, a clear linear path to a win condition that they can lean on, if anything knocks them off path, off kilter, even by a degree, it just feels like they buy into the chaos, right?
Yeah.
And RNG, I think, time and time again, whether or not they caught onto it, because frankly, I don't know what anyone caught onto in this series, set them down that path, right? And it made the games messy, it made the series very, very long, and it meant that EDG, it took, 3 Barons basically every time, right? At the very least, to crack open the base. It took 2, so yeah, that's the kind of series that they were in for. On the bright side though, RNG looked pretty good, considering where they were at in placements. I would call this a positive improvement overall, and now it's about, how they face up against some of the other teams inside of this group.
I will say, RNG have been a little lucky in that WE looked really rough in their series. EDG definitely not looking their best today. But RNG ultimately keeping themselves in these games, dragging it out as long as physically possible. With Huangfeng doing crazy damage by the end, just those bombs consistently coming out. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough from RNG. But again, with 2 roster changes coming in, I think you're pretty happy with that performance, really.
Yeah, you certainly are. And I think it does sign off for positive things to come, in my opinion, right? Whether or not they get the results after watching this series will, of course, be a thing yet to be seen. But the overall performances, I think they can be happy with. A lot of cross-map plays are being had throughout that series. A lot of chess being played, as I like to say. And match highlights from this game. We still never got to see a solo kill juice 1v1. Not a true one. Always interrupted by a teleport, unfortunately.
Or a Karth Assault.
Or a Karth Assault.
Or a teleport and a Karth Assault, like in this play.
Or both. Yeah, exactly. Right? Just
I'm just saying,
poor Juice.
Iwandi had flash up there.
He had flash, he had heal. You know what? Iwandi, get your body on the line, man. Save your top laner.
Yeah,
But,
Brian and
yeah.
Tanguin, they got a sort of 1v1. As there was a lot of weird solo lane action and a lot of Requiems to turn it around. Geju doing his very best to get that steal. Felt similar to game number 1 there, honestly, where Geju, the only one from RNG that was really looking to try and find those miracle steals. But EDG just about winning out the objective game in this one. This play was funny to me that Tiger just didn't even try to go for the TP. I'm pretty sure he could have got out of that one, honestly. Like, I think if he just TPs straight away as soon as he's in the brush, I think he maybe gets out with it.
Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, it would be real close.
It's possible it was
who knows?
spectator bug. Like, maybe we couldn't see the TP channeling because the Buster shot comes out from... But no, he did phosphorus bomb and stuff, I think, so...
Yeah. Well, didn't teleport. Died. And in the end... I don't know, Joe, this is not I'm dropping the facade. This is Adrian speaking now. What did we just watch? What just happened? I don't think... I don't...
Is it possible to unwatch a series?
I don't want to go too hard or anything, but a lot of decisions were had throughout that game, and we only saw the the Ziggs Lilia combo once throughout that entire game.
Yeah. I just love that at this point where we're like, they've finally done it, and then suddenly everybody dies. Suddenly Leave goes down, and it's a solo kill in a 2v1, just trying to finish the Nexus. I feel like if they all just clicked the Nexus in the first place, it wouldn't have got this close. Solo kill, luckily. Gets it done in the end. My goodness, that was one hell of a series. EDG just about grabbed the win by the skin of their teeth, but my goodness, it was not clean. And look, I know that was not the cleanest series of League of Legends you guys at home may have ever seen, but the following series will make up for it. I promise. I give you a Munchables guarantee. It's AL versus FPX. That'll be our next series. That one is quality. We've got FPX, who on the back of Milky Way in spring had their meteoric rise, and then almost made it towards MSI, which was crazy compared to expectations. And now in summer have faltered a little bit, but still look like a really solid team. And I'm excited to see the future of that roster up against AL, who in summer, Ala joins the squad, Tab as the coach, and now they have started to look like a really, really dominant team. They were dominant within their group, Group D, managed to come out over NIP, over Weibo. Can they now continue that in the upper group? So many questions for that second series. That will be high-quality League of Legends. I really, really hope.
So do I, and I think a lot of those teams kind of in that sort of position where a lot of the second seeds really, right? LGD, LNG, these teams are going to be particularly interesting to see exactly what they end up doing in this upper group. Because, you know, those are probably going to be the teams that we expect to be sort of fringe towards the bottom, with the exception of maybe, obviously, FPX, I think, is the one that people are going to expect to be towards the top. Aside from that, though, we do have MVP. God knows who got it, frankly.
Solo kill. I mean, he did end
kill.
the game.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
He had a pretty good game on Cassante
really
in the
good
first
Cassante.
place, and then he actually was the only one that hit the Nexus, so bonus points there for actually just finishing the game in the end. I think, all things considered, solo kill, this final game did look good from him.
Yeah, it did. No, Solo Kill had a really good showing on this Cassante, and I hope we get to see more of him on the Cassante, which is something I'm hoping to see more Cassante. Do you see what this series has driven me to?
He's a man on the edge of madness.
I am. But yeah, good performance from EDG. Depending on how you look at it, they got the result. Nexus blew up. Job done for today. And hopefully they can continue with the result.
The series ended in a win, and this was a good performance from EDG. Not necessarily equal sentences, but I'm right there with you. They did it in the end. Solo kill gets his MVP. He was the one that destroyed the Nexus. We're done. Our punishment is done, and now we get our reward. We're going to jump into a break, and then it's AL versus FPX. We're going into the Ascension group. We're going to see some quality League of Legends after this.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Welcome back to the LPL, everybody. We've had one series today down from our lower group, the Nirvana group. Now we head to Group Ascend. It's FPX versus AL coming towards your screens. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards this second series. And honestly, Jamada, I feel like this series just has to be a banger, right? FPX having a fantastic spring and looking decent in summer. AL on the up and up, topping their group. Like, surely this has to be just an incredible series.
I think for our mental states, we can only hope it should be. I mean, realistically, yes, you're right. To genuinely set the stakes, yeah. Like, honestly, Anyone's Legend have looked fantastic throughout this this opening of the summer split. The introduction of Tabe has really brought a different look to this team as a whole, as well as, of course, just the general kind of swap-ups that they have had. Those few changes have really made a big deal with the introduction, of course, of Arlon to the roster, on top of everything else. And yeah, Anyone's Legend, from identity to gameplay, philosophically as well, this team right now, they're on form. FPX have had a few more ups and downs, but of course, spring showed a lot of promise. It's just about trying to rekindle some of that flame.
It certainly is, and you can see that the win rate with a lead of 50 really solid for Anyone's Legend. Like, when they get ahead in the game, they've been so good at pushing that forwards and closing the game out. I feel like this is a roster that they know how to put pressure on, they know how to snowball an advantage, and I'm excited to see that. However, they're up against FPX today. FPX have been a team that have had a few more ups and downs than last split. I mean, back in spring, we saw like this meteoric rise, right? And I think there was almost an unrealistic level of expectation on what this roster could do. Now in summer, it's a game of proving that A, they can still do that style, but B, they've got more styles in the pot as well. Because I feel like in their more recent series in the placement stage, I feel like we got to see a couple of different styles coming out from FPX in a good way, and not just it being the Milky Way carry show, but also other players stepping up and this becoming a much more well-rounded team, which is really exciting to see moving towards. I mean, towards playoffs is maybe a bit of a stretch. We're still a month away, but this journey towards playoffs, we do need to see a lot from this roster. So I'm really excited to see what they can bring today.
Yeah, kicking off the development to make sure that they are hopefully ready for playoffs, right? Because I think many people will have them down as a team in this group that reasonably should make it, right? So it's gonna take a lot of work, because this group, of course, is still stacked, right? You know, you have all of the top teams here, but FPX delivered a lot in spring. It's about making sure that, you know, at the very least, these opening couple of series for them do try to kind of get themselves to ramp up. They've got JDG after this series into NIP, and then LGD and LNG, who are kind of like the wild cards, the direct kind of compares for those last couple of slots you would expect them to be contesting in their current form. So they've got a little bit of ramp up time. And right now, they've got Anyone's Legend, who are on fire.
They certainly are. They're on a 4-win streak. They beat every single other team in their group in a row, including Ninjas in Pajamas and Weibo, two teams that had very high expectations going into that group. Maybe didn't quite live up to those expectations.
Nope.
But even still, an impressive feat for Anyone's Legend. People were not expecting this team to be the first seed coming out from that group, but a phenomenal performance within that group. The other side of that story, though, for FPX, not necessarily as successful within their group. They finished out 3-3. Now, obviously, lost both of their games to JD Gaming. Not that surprising, all things considered. I think everyone was expecting JDG to manage to win. However, one of the losses from FPX was against Edward Gaming, which we just saw earlier today and did not look good. Now, it is a little while ago. That was all the way back in week 2, so it's good 3 or 4 weeks ago at this point. But the fact that FPX only just squeezed out that win over EDG, over Thunder Talk, does bring up some questions that have to be answered in this Ascend group. What is the quality of this roster? And today is a great day to find out up against Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be an uphill battle by expectations, but that man on the screen there, you hope, can come in and really shake things up today for FPX. Like you said, we don't necessarily want to wholeheartedly see the Milky Way show that said, we want to see some of that, you know, some of that spring form return, right, to Summer. I think he has still been one of the more, you know, favorable parts of this roster to talk about throughout this split. But it has to be, I mean, League of Legends is team game, right? He has to step up, but he has to be able to perhaps, you know, lift someone up with him and try and broaden FPX's horizons in terms of being able to be a little bit more flexible as a team.
It does feel like that's the direction they've been going in. Coach Sin definitely doing some good work with this team and trying to, as you say, broaden the horizons a little bit. We have seen them starting to play some different styles coming on through. Like, it's not just been the Milky Way show anymore, and that's positive. And I think that's the big takeaway that I'd want to take from this team, that they're playing a little bit more meta, a little bit less just Milky Way on Graves, and see what happens. So we'll see if that continues today. All of our players are onto the stage, though. I'm a little bit nervous for this series almost. I feel like there's such expectations for both of these rosters. It's the first series in our upper group, which, you know, just one series on the board isn't going to matter that much, but it will set a tone for both of these groups, for both of these teams. And I think the reason that I'm so excited about this matchup specifically is that I feel that FPX and AL have a similar, like, read right now in terms of where they should land in this group. You know, teams like BLG, teams like Top Esports, teams like JDG, you expect to finish right at the very top. And then there's this little subset of, like, FPX and AL, and maybe NIP are in that conversation as well, of, like, the next teams that are going to be vying for those spots and potentially that all-important fourth spot. And so a series like this, I think, will really be a meter stick for how the rest of this group could pan out.
Yeah, no, it definitely could, right? I really agree with that sentiment almost 1-to-1. I feel like if FPX can, you know, take down AL here, it does very much kind of just set the record as a, all right, well, people came in thinking Anyone's Legend are very much going to be the team kind of chasing after your BLG, your JDG, you know, your Top Esports. Beat Anyone's Legend, that really puts you in standing of all of a sudden being one of the teams where you're thinking, probably like just scraping in the bottom of this group and making it to playoffs, to, hey, maybe they can make it, you know, top 4, all right? It's very possible as an option. Again, it's just about finding the groove for FPX and ensuring that, you know, at the very least, now with things like Fearless removed, if they can lean into one particular identity, I think especially for a team like FPX, you mentioned the Graves, it got buffed. I don't think the buffs are particularly big, right? Lee Sin as well. These are champions that Milky Way has loved historically, and if it's something that FPX want to play on and build around, they've certainly got the kind of players that very easily would adapt to that style of play.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be curious to see a similar story on the side of AL as well, in that, you know, Croco has been very comfortable on the AP carry picks. We've also seen a bunch of VA go out from him. I'd love to see a little bit of Graves style play. I feel like he's a player that's comfortable on a carry. Whether or not Graves is among that wheelhouse within the LPL, we'll have to wait and see. Here we go. Champ Select. Remember, no Fearless anymore here in the LPL. This is standard drafting for both teams. AL going to be on our blue side against FPX on the red side. A lot at stake in terms of setting expectations here today. And already, Milky Way being targeted with a Lilia ban.
Yeah, immediately just off the marks. It's probably been, I would say, his most threatening looking AP jungler. That said, he has been one of the few junglers here in the LPL that has toyed with the Diana. And I wonder if that's something we end up seeing today as kind of one of those potential weird curveballs, right? We'll have to wait and see. But ahead of Tristana, ahead of Corki, a Leona first pick here for Anyone's Legend. So a lot of priority on what Leona can bring as a pick.
Yeah.
And in many ways, it's kind of turning into the new Nautilus at the minute here in the LPL. And you see it catch a lot of early rotation bans too.
Ezreal as well today seems to have skyrocketed in priority, because in the first series we never saw it played, but we saw it banned a ton. So definitely something that Doctum's going to be very comfortable playing. Milky Way gets a carry jungler in that of the brand. Ezreal immediately answered by Hope with a Ziggs full demo squad alongside the Tristana.
All right, so for AL, Grubs could be a very big priority. You mentioned the Ezreal as well as being that, you know, rocketing up in priorities. We saw it banned all 3 games. Did catch pretty serious buffs I think it was 14-12. Either way, it was one of the most recent patches. Either this patch or the patch before, but huge increase to the damage ratio. I think 10% added on to his Mystic shots, of course. And it just ramps up that DPS over time.
And we were already seeing Israel before that buff. We were seeing Israel at 14-11.
We were starting to see him creep in. Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see if that continues to skyrocket. Jax taken away from Ala. Not too surprising. I think most teams fear Jax on Ala, or Ala on Jax, I should say. We'll see if it is going to be another top lane ban. I mean, Renekton's already gone, Rumble's already gone, Jax is already gone. It feels like that pool is being pinched, but Cassante and Skarner are both still up. Yeah, so will be Zyron taken away from Croco in the end.
Yeah, it seems like the Skarner priority fallen off since, of course, the nerfs in 14-13. Just makes him a little bit less oppressive inside of lane. Still a very obnoxious champion.
Yeah.
Do not get it twisted. But no longer does it seem to be that, blue one priority or a first rotation priority.
I don't think that they were enough. There's a reason I'm never going to be on Riot's balance team, but I think that this champion should have been gutted and removed from my screen. I don't play it, and therefore I hate it. Yeah, I've never been very. There's not much of a gradient for me with champions. They're either great or they're terrible. There's really not much middle ground. Rakan going to be taken off the board, and that opens up for this Rel potentially for life. Being engaged all very good at potentially denying engage as well, or at least countering the engage of Leona later on.
Yeah, it's very, very flexible in that regard. A lot of picks being hovered here, but I think AL realistically want a bit of engage out of their jungle slot right now. And I mean, honestly, I think everything that Hope just hovered for Croco could fit into the composition right now that AL have. They land on the Karthus, so it's going to be double AP shared between the Ziggs and Karthus, Hope and Croco. And they'll round out with this Cassante.
I feel like AL have just gone, okay, what's an S tier pick in each role? Let's just lock that.
Yeah.
Who cares if it's a comp?
Let's just do that.
Just pick the best champion in each lane.
Yeah, looks alright. Yeah, it's not bad. Cassante, though, does round out the composition really nicely. Very strong team fighting. We know what the champion does. There's a whole copy pasta. And it will be... and the Shalhu will be locking in just to go one-to-one of it. Very strong in lane. The windows to all-in Gnar, obviously, it's basically mini, but still can be a bit hard to find.
Did I miss a memo? Where did Gnar come from? There were no changes to Gnar. How did he... I guess it's just in the absence of Skarner. This is the pick that has risen to the top of the pile. I suppose that explains the Renekton bans we've been seeing today as well. Without Skarner, just finding things that can answer this Cassante without having to lock a TF in the top lane.
I will certainly say, I feel like Gnar is always kind of... He's a comfort pick for a lot of top laners. He always kind of remains on the cusp of, like, being meta, being blind pickable and viability. And, he's been in the game, 9 years now? Gosh, that makes me feel old. Players are just used to playing with him, right? So whenever there's room for it, teams will always find it. But I do agree, big rise in priority on the Gnar today. And I wonder if that's going to continue throughout 14-13. But for now, Shalhu will be piloting it, and we'll see what he can get done into Ala on the Cassante.
See if he can make something happen. Ala, a player that has made big impacts on that Cassante in previous series. But I'm looking at the rest of the map as well. I'm looking at these carry junglers. I'm looking at the Ezreal versus Ziggs on the bot side as well. Both teams with reasonable compositions that have significant power later on into the game. And there's a lot riding on this series. Both teams wanting to come into Group Ascend and make an impact. They want to show that they are here to play, that they are a contender for those 4 spots going into the World Championship. AL versus FPX coming to your screens right now. All right.
Fans are here.
They certainly are, big time. They are here to scream from the top of their lungs right now. Let's talk early game win conditions here. It feels like this could be, whenever there's a Ziggs and a Tristana in a game, I feel like there's always that one breaking point where suddenly 7 towers fall simultaneously. Like, what is the game plan for AL to get to that point?
Yeah, there's a lot of room for early aggression here, I think, for AL. Not only just having Kyle on this Leona, but, Croco should be able to build up a bit of a tempo lead here, and between Shanks and between Hope, you'd like to believe that They should be able to use those little bit of few windows where they'll have Croco in the back pocket to try and hit on those towers. Get some early rotations in. Shalahu gets a little bit too comfy. Won't eat the lay waste, but Croco will just go and return to farming, and Ala will get an alright trade up here. Desperately wins that grass proc.
Yeah, in theory, he'll be happy with that. Unfortunately, it does take a bit of extra damage on the back of it. But it was always going to be a tough level 1 against Nara's Cassante. So just being able to get a couple of grass procs, I think he'll be happy with in that top side. You can see jungles pathing opposite to one another here. So keep our eyes on Milky Way if he can get into this top lane. Milky Way has been a player that, regardless of matchups, regardless of what champion he's on, he's quite happy to go for these early lane ganks. We quite often see him trying to move into that top lane. We'll see if Ala can find a window. Shalahu hitting level 2 though. This is the boulder, unfortunately for him, but still massive damage onto Ala. Ala's got to be a little bit cautious how he approaches this now.
Yeah. Health disadvantage. Of course, Nara as well has that, you know, I wouldn't call it pseudo-sustain. It's technically sustain. Mega Gnar, you get the % health back. All that stuff. So Ala needs to be careful with how he trades his health at times, but Thorin Shield probably got second wind. He'll be alright. He's Cassante after all. Shouldn't be stressed at all. But again, he's going to be up here weak siding for a little while, unfortunately.
He certainly will be. On the side of FPX, though, a lot of poke with the Ezreal and the Corki. It's funny, isn't it? They changed Corki. The first build we saw was like this lethality, dominate lane kind of style. And now we've kind of gone, dare I say, back into the same version of Corki as before, where it's all, like, you don't have the package anymore, but we're pretty much always seeing this kind of poke-style Corki, where you want to stay at range and you want to just blast out these skill shots.
Yeah, you want to be able to get out as many, you know, big one rockets as possible. The build is still a lot more closer to, you know, traditional Triforce Corki, right?
Yeah.
Mirror Mana, all that good stuff. As Shanks takes a step forward. A lot of heavy trading. We've seen that a lot in this matchup today.
Yeah.
And we've seen it a lot in the matchup throughout the Summer Split so far. But, yeah, I do agree. It does tend to end up leaning into kind of a close to pokish playstyle. But it just gives you the option to, the build that is, to, you know, get close and up and personal.
Yeah.
Make those plays happen.
It's not got a bad amount of all-in on the back of all of that poke, as well as Doctum going aggressive. Ooh. Flash for flash in the bottom side, and then Kale gets involved as well. Doctum gets out with his life, but Hope kind of chilling throughout that whole thing, just lobbing bombs the whole time. That's going to be 2 flashes for a flash and a cleanse. All things considered, everyone walks away, but a lot of summoners.
Yeah, now a Hex Flash onto Hope.
Okay, nice CC chain, and Hope actually gonna get the dot. He's just gone. Fantastic bit of play from the FPX bottom lane. Gale looking for the return. Oh no, he hits the ward. The ward placed in front of him, and it's a double kill for life.
It's a disaster for anyone's Legends bottom lane there. Hope gets caught out by the Hex Flash. Fortunately for him, he's got teleport, so he won't miss out on this wave. But he hits the ward, of all things. Misfortune for AL. It's fortune for FPX, and they're going to start off this game 2 kills up. I suppose, fortunately for anyone's Legend, the kills both go on to life, but the damage is still done. Hex Flash. Kale's just a bit slow to check this bush. Also just kind of being, you know, tentative, which makes a whole bunch of sense in that kind of setup, but it's just this ward placement.
And I mean, great to place that ward, right? It's not like he needs vision in that brush. They know that Kale is attack moving, so sees the opportunity. Shanks, level 6, doesn't go for the buster shot onto Care. Maybe would have killed. I don't think so, not quite. It was about 250 HP remaining. But with life in the lane, obviously Shanks has to back away. I'm keeping my eyes on Shanks, because he has had a good amount of solo kills in that mid lane across this split. He's close to first for MVPs as well. It's been a tight race for MVPs actually across this split so far, with a few players contending for that title. Rookie currently at 8 MVPs, Shanks on 6. He's in second place, not far behind. So keeping our eyes on Shanks. If he can get 2 MVPs today, we'll be able to contend with Rookie for that top spot again.
Have to wait and see. There's a Milky Way. He does hit level 6 here. Does edge the skirmish in their favor. FPX, that is. Ala should be alright. to just walk back into lane. Might eat a bit of poke on the way out.
Oh, even
watch out on
dodges the pillar of flame. Nicely done there by Ala. It was 2 grubs though for AL. Croco finished the extra one as the Milky Way tried to make the play up towards that top side. Croco will be happy just getting away with the extra grub, especially with Milky Way starting that one all off. 2 kills for nothing, all down to that bottom lane play that we saw before. Ogdom actually going to use the True Shot Barrage, perhaps a play coming out on the top side from FPX. Just going to hit onto the blue buff. AL backing away. Ala trying to protect his tower from underneath. As Shanks now walks into 2 in the jungle and will be forced away by Care. Milky Way smites away the blue buff. A coordinated invade from FPX to assassinate the enemy buff.
Yep, just keeping Croco as far down as they can here. Shanks, he's gone a rocket jump.
He's in an awkward spot right here.
Gets the reset though.
We'll be
By
okay.
exploding the bomb, so he's alright, yeah. Very, very fortunate. Milky Way, none of them really wanted to pull the trigger on blowing the flash. Could have been very dangerous.
It could have been. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Wasn't in the end. But I like that we're already seeing a little bit of spark from both teams, you know. They are willing to fight. They are willing to contend with one another. 2 for 1 on those first grubs. The Drake is up on the map. You see Kale move down towards that bottom side once again. Croco is farming in that direction, whereas Milky Way starting his clear back up towards that top side. So perhaps a window here for Croco to go for the Drake.
Yeah, perhaps. But also, I feel like Croco may have been out on the map for a little while now. May want to look for a reset after this, after Krugs. Remember, didn't get blue buff, right? So he's actually gonna be
True, actually, yeah.
after his next camp, which means it's gonna be a bit difficult for him to take that dragon unless there's a set of honey fruit waiting for him in the river. But he's got prio mid and he's got prio bot. Does want to get the Krugs first, so we'll see how it works out. Because at the end of the day, Milky Way is, like you mentioned, pathing top, so there's not really going to be a contest from FPX here.
Looks like he's moving that way, just waiting for that bot wave to be cleared. But Shanks has forced in a massive wave in the mid lane. He's going to go for a reset. Looks like it is going to be called off. So no Drake attempt here from AL. Just wanting to, as you say, finish the recalls, get some items in play. Lost chapter picked up there for Croco, as well as the tier 1 boots. And Shanks well on his way towards a Kraken Slayer. Well on his way to finishing a cull, and Care not even going for the cull in this one. So had to go for that tier. You know, it's nice to get the cull on the Corki, but you kind of do have to invest in the tier as early as you can. So if you get a recall, you can't afford them both. That is just the way it's going to go. Alec trying to punish with the Pathmaker there. Doesn't quite find his angle.
Oh, but Shallow is really starting to batter away at this tower now.
Yeah.
Second plate will go down. He's still got Demolish to work with as well. FPX will get this dragon. Milky Way's had the opportunity to reset. Croco's on his top side. FPX are fully aware of this. Both the junglers have been, you know, kind of clearing in cycle from top to bottom the entire game. But these cycles just haven't worked out for Croco, even though he got those 2 grubs earlier on. Milky Way finds himself very close to a full level up at the minute.
I have to say, I said to you before the game when we were chatting in the break, I've got a feeling this one might be a slow early game that we have to get through. Yeah, because when you look at the way that these 2 teams have played, it has been a bit more calculated. You know, FPX and Spring were quite an explosive team. I feel like, generally speaking, it's been much more standard gameplay. AL definitely a team that's all about winning through that mid game and through that late game, so not too surprising. But here we go. Grub's back up on the map. AL even going to TP a player in here to make sure that they're a part of everything. Hope moves in. It's 1 grub for the side of FPX here, and it's 1 for the side of AL. They're looking for a second as well, and it looks like FPX are just going to accept defeat on this one. They've got Care pushing in that bottom side. No one on AL with a TP, so it will just be traded grubs for tower plates.
Yeah, what they need to do now is try and guard AL away from this tower and give Care as much freedom as they can. Life's got the memo. Needs a bit of backup here from Milky Way.
Astral Charge is pretty big, and Hope actually just flashes away from the engaged bomb. Is a little bit shy, and it will mean Life walks away with exactly that, his life. Shanks moves back to the mid lane, and it will just be a couple of plates in the end for Care in trade for that grub.
Yep, picks up his money. Get himself closer and closer to that Triforce as Arla knocks Shallow maybe to the side. He would have preferred less if he was looking for an all-in there, as the Mega Gnar times out. Of course, this is that window where, you know, as the Cassante, you can try and find an all-in, especially with the Sheen damage. Surprisingly, despite Cassante's burst very, very high.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things. Don't need to flip it. You know what Cassante is going to do later on. You just need to stay relevant in gold. Shanks.
Full bomb, but Care trading back pretty effectively. Very even trade between the mid laners there as Care base checks in, but I'll let this. It's not getting any easier for him, is it, with life in the tribe rush? But I think he'll be okay with Croco moving up into the situation. I'm not sure that this is a dive that can realistically happen. Shala, who continuing try and get pressure down, but Ala, he's very good in these situations, isn't he? Just managing to find that farm despite being under that pressure. Still manages to clear the whole wave. No TP up for him, so the lower health bar will be a problem. His vision cleared away. Milky Way once again on repeat here, trying to get the invade onto the enemy blue buff, but Croco will smite it. This time FPX don't get their prize.
No, not yet, but you can see FPX, they're really trying to utilize the heavy skirmishing power of Brand early on. Trying to set him up as, again,
Stun.
another play.
Follow-up comes on in. There's the passive procced. Kale trying to get away. The Pyroclasm. Ignite ticking. The burn is not. It is enough. Milky Way grabs his first kill of the game. The third for FPX.
Burns down for so long, doesn't it, Munch? Almost catches you off guard.
I
Kale
was
does lose
looking
his
at
life in the
the
end.
problem is I was looking for fire, but he's zombie Brand. So
Yeah, so it turns
whether or
him
not
green.
he's
It's a really awkward
yeah.
shade. Yeah, it's a really awkward shade. As a okay.
Bit of a 1v1
Strange
between
exchange.
Yeah, Doctum and Hope there actually managed to blow Doctum's flash to eat in aggressively. Nicely done there by Hope to get pressure in the bottom side and actually got a couple of plates for himself. In the meantime, though, Shala, who has done precisely his job as this Gnar in the early game. Look at that gold lead that's in the top lane. 1.6 thousand gold with no kills or assists on the board. That's all minions and tower plates.
Yep, wholly a self-manufactured lead. Very little interference from the rest of the map. A couple of plays made around the grubs, of course, but that is sheerly Shallow just having a better matchup and very much abusing it and whittling down that tower bit by bit. Going to send him bot now. And that lane assignments seem to be kind of a bit off, actually, to be honest, for FPX here, because now they've got Care in the top side. Unless their intent is not to get this dragon, Care's going to have to waddle or fly his way down.
Kind of
to
a
this
mix
dragon
of both.
if he wants to
with
get
the skin.
involved. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the call is to try and contend the Herald. I don't know. Care. Okay, Valk's out.
Oh,
and
wow.
Requiem comes on in, all out, comes through, and they finish the job. Assassination from Ala and Croco. Now Shala, who trying to get in the mix. Ala the target, but Shala, who's gone too far. The rest of AL were on Herald already. And that's going to be Shala, who's flash and teleport.
Wow. I mean, what an excellent play. All in all to find that pick. Just knowing their damage through and through. The only issue now for AL is that because they use all of these tools, they aren't going to get this Herald, which, you know, you've got the double Demolitionist comp. You would love it, right? You would really love to have the Herald. It's basically a free tower. When you have Tristana, when you have Ziggs, they get a free tower, I suppose, on that bottom side. Ducked arm. A little bit wide from Hope. But they get the Herald.
Yeah.
FPX. And they'll probably... no, they won't get the Dragon. That's a bit too far-fetched. So it will be one apiece. But I think FPX are relatively content with that trade.
I mean, they're up in gold right now. 1,500 about, as it's one Drake apiece. It will be an Ocean Soul in this one. But I feel like we are starting to get to the part of the game now where the Ziggs and the Tristana can start to really do work to towers. If AL can position well around the map and get the right matchups, they can take down towers exceptionally fast. Like you say, they would have loved to have that Herald. It's so nice with Ziggs, like the charge into Satchel, basically one-shotting a tower, but we'll see how they play around FPX and how FPX choose to use that Herald themselves.
Yeah, I just think contextually it's such a good takeaway for FPX, right? I mean, you're already trading one objective for objective. There was a couple of waves and towers that fell as well. But again, just the fact that anyone's legend don't get the Herald and they just get their one Infernal Dragon, there's probably a little bit more value in it in the immediate future for FPX. But again, it's about what they can actually get out of that Herald. There's Ala probably going to get aggressed on there. They're going to drop it mid.
Okay.
Need a fair bit of damage here
I
to
think
actually ensure this charge kills it.
with the mites.
bit off.
Oh, I guess, yeah. It's not quite going to be enough. I wasn't sure if Doctor would be able to get another W auto in to just chunk it out. It's not quite enough in the end. True shot barrage from Doctor just to try and fight for Prio in that mid lane. You're going to need to against that Ziggs. There's Ala, perhaps looking for that 1v1 opportunity. Q3 won't land. Had it landed, perhaps an angle for an all-out. TP now into the top side, coming out from Shanks.
Anyone's legend have decided they don't want Shallow to play the game. And you know what?
That's fair enough.
I think it's pretty fair, given how strong he is. A lot of resources being diverted up here. In many ways, kind of bailing out Ala, yes, but I think preventing, you know, a very strong win condition right now of FPX inside of what could be a strong side lane in Shalahoo's Nar. So I like what they're doing, as long as they don't give up too much for these rotations, right? I mean, they're losing another tower. That's kind of a big deal in terms of care getting back to gold relative with Shanks. Shanks already at 2 items. Items a lot cheaper for him than they are for care, though, so that must be mentioned.
There's a lot of standing gold on the map for FPX that is just 1 or 2 autos away. In the mid lane, it's 1 or 2 autos for that tower. In the bot lane, it's 1 or 2 autos for that tower as well. Potential gold spike available for FPX if they can shift that pressure down there, but Ala got to the tower just in time to defend it. And the next neutral's starting to come up in a couple of minutes' time. Ala is looking for an opportunity here. Care could be in trouble. The stun lands. He was shopping, I think, as Ala now. Perhaps a chance for an all-out. Requiem comes on through, but Care gets over the wall. The bomb won't quite find its mark, and Ala realizes the play is over. Dashes out to safety.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky not to get the drag over the wall, because then it, you know, kind of creates a bit of an extra space for Care to use. Angle just was slightly off for Ala. But that's just the way the play shakes. They use Requiem as well. No major objective. I mean, Baron will be up, but the likelihood of it being burst basically on spawn, I feel is pretty low in a game like this.
Yeah. Feel like these teams as well, not necessarily the teams you think of for that. However, we have seen moments from both Milky Way and Croco to happily go for Shank. I'm thinking of Meteor. When I think of 20-minute Baryon, I think of Meteor. This split with that Zyra game. That is, that'll be stuck in my memory for a little old while, that one. But FPX currently feels like they are doing a decent job to maintain that lead, but AL are trying their damnedest to make these plays around the map. I mean, Ala trying to mitigate while Hope and Shanks move to lanes and put pressure down, but so far they've not really been able to get these demolitionists onto the towers for long enough to actually get the damage done. And in the meantime, Shala, who does get that exact chance in the bottom lane.
Yeah, my big fear, I beg your pardon, for anyone's legend is just the fact that Care and Duckdarm, of course, both on tier champions, right? Those Muramanas very close to being complete.
Oh, chance on the bottom side. I mean, Shallow, who just gets destroyed by the combo. Big damage out from Milky Way to answer, but it's not enough to finish a kill. And that is a potential opportunity now, as in the meantime, Ala is pushing in the top side. Nobody is there to answer him. And Shanks can push another wave in the bottom side. Drake coming up in 10 seconds' time.
Yeah, these waves are pretty alright for anyone's legend, to say the least. Shallow who dead. Care will come up and sweep up this little bit of CS. But yeah, I mean, picks found on Shallow feels really, really good for anyone's legend, and it could just mean that, you know, Dragon setup could have been alright. Ala has teleport. I still have numbers. Of course, Shallow has teleport, but he's got to build up the rage bar, right? That's obviously a big difference. Pyroclasm's also on cooldown for Milky Way. But anyone's legend, their approach is a bit strange.
Yeah. It's
a bit scattered.
Shanks is just in the back of the pit on his own, clears the vision, It's going to continue to solo this Drake as Croco steps forwards.
Oh, wow.
Dodging some of those skill shots. It's going to be a smite off between the two junglers.
Oh.
And in fact, it's Doctum that wins the smite fight. Croco goes down. It's a kill on top of the Drake as Kale barely surviving, and Requiem answers Doctum's crimes. It's a 1-for-1, but it's FPX with a Drake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how Doctum. I mean, Doctum is, you know, we spoke about daylight robbery earlier on, right? I feel like Doctum just committed daylight robbery, to be honest with you. Stealing away that dragon. From both. Yeah, it's not even one side or the other. Steals it away. No smite comes down. Well, a smite did come down. Let's see whose smite.
Super
really
slow-mo.
set this up.
I mean, it's the same frame.
It's actually it's the same frame, and it's Milky Way smite. So now we get to call it coordinated, and excellent work from FPX instead of a poor on this smite.
Do you know,
from them.
at the end there, with the Requiem coming down, oh, hang on, hold that thought. Life has been caught out in the jungle. AL find themselves a pick. Baron is up on the map. Oh my God, is this where the game pace really picks up? To AL pull the trigger while they're all on the top side. Croco is making his way over. I think AL might just look for a chance on the Baron.
They can burst it really quickly. Tristana's 2.5 items. They've got this Karthus as well. It's a lot of damage. FPX, they have to check this. Milky Way's got Pyroclasm. Keep your eyes on him, but Arla's on a flank.
Milky Way Smite is on cooldown for a few more seconds. AL, I don't think they're aware. They're not necessarily just bursting right now. The health bars are getting low in the pits. 3k on the Baron as Shanks goes for a buster shot. The bomb comes in. Baron taken by Croco, but now he's stuck in the back of the pit. The recall's trying to come on through. Croco is going to try and blast cone back out to safety, but no, knocks life away instead. He will go down, but he got Shanks out. Ala got out. Almost everyone got out. Croco and Kale died, but for a Baron, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, no, definitely should be. The Demolitionists have the Baron. That's the important part, right? Get those guys out. Everyone else is secondary. FPX lose out on the Baron there. It was very, very sketchy from anyone's legend towards the end of that, especially with Milky Way having ultimate, but no big combo comes out by the end of it. Very, very apprehensive because of Arla's positioning. Just means that FPX don't really commit forward for a long while. Shalahu gets buster shotted out, and then it kind of puts him in a position as well where he can't really threaten the pit. Kind of then has to man-mark Arla. And then on the back end of this, Croco can't reset because he got hit by an ability from Brand, so he's just burning for a very long time, unfortunately for himself.
Yeah, I love
And
that reset
Blast Cone, of course,
Hope.
looks really, really funny.
Yeah, the reset from Hope as well, like literally last split second as Shala, who face checks into the brush. Hope just literally praying for his life right there, and he will get out. Gold is pretty much dead even as we broach 24 minutes in this game, but I'm looking at Shanks on the scoreboard. 2-0 and 0. 3 items on the Tristana. 2 items picked up for Hope now as well as Croco. We are starting to get to that point where the carries come online, but it's just where that gold is. Shanks is just an item ahead of all of the other carries in the game.
Yeah. And that's a very scary thought. A lot of DPS can come out of Shanks.
Oh, Kale's hunting. We'll get a flash out from Milky Way as well. And Shanks just gets a bomb of the tower. That's half of the tower gone.
Wow, yeah.
Hope's here too with the
Steals
satchel. This should
Won't
be a
take a lot.
tower going down. The ult comes out and they will just hammer away. Tier 2 taken in the bottom side. Nicely done by AL. Great pressure and reading the potential brush play. Was coming out from FPX as well. Ala matching at the top side to make sure they don't lose anything for it.
Yep, very, very good play from AL overall. This Baron, it looks like it's not going to necessarily crack open the base by any means, but set them up for a very decent and successful next couple of minutes. And more importantly as well, they've closed a lot of that gold gap. In fact, they've extended a small gold lead for themselves after being around 2.5, 3,000 gold down. So game state feels a lot better for them. 3 items in the mid lane, like we said. That Void Staff coming soon for as well for Croco. Just preemptively building for some of that MR, which will likely start to appear in a couple of inventories. Darm already has a Hex Drink and will likely finish that out into a more of Malmortius, so just kind of preparing for that inevitability.
He knows there's going to be a lot of damage coming his way. He knows that the bombs plus lasers from the sky, it's not a friendly combo, is it? It's not one that you want to be going up against, but here we go. Drake spawning in 5 seconds, and Kale knows it. Starts the fight immediately onto Life, and Shanks following up, but Kale's the one to go down. Care, the better AD carry out of our mid lane as it seems, but AL, despite losing their support, just start this Drake up immediately and look to burst this one out. Drake should go down. The TP coming on through. Croco desperately trying to finish the Drake before the enemy arrives. Croco doesn't have flash. He's stuck in the back of the pit. Ala is there to protect his jungler. Moves towards the enemy as Croco getting some damage down as well. Shanks has to flash away, but they've done enough to force everyone away.
Oh.
Doctum,
Oh.
does he have the MR? The burn on Milky Way. I thought he was Brand.
Leandries can't quite claim Milky Way's life there. Got the healing from the jungle camp in the end. But AL, they get that dragon. And Ala says, get behind me, Mr. President.
I mean, yeah.
Cards Croco out of that pit.
Full heroics coming out from AL there to protect their jungler. I just can't believe that they made that fight work with Kale going down right at the very start of it. 4v5, they get the Drake and they manage to protect their jungler. Impressive stuff from AL.
Yeah, it really is. Kale, he does need to watch himself. You know, he's got a lot of health, and Leona obviously offers a lot of base resistances because of the W, or bonus resistances, more aptly, because of the W, and even Aftershock. But when you build Warmogs first, you need to be able to survive that upfront burst, right? And then get out, heal back up afterwards, and then look for a re-engage after the fact. Gets himself caught out. It works out this time for AL, but if FPX find another pick like that, they'll happily and likely in the next time be more aggressive if they find themselves in a 5 versus 4 like that.
I still can't believe it's only 4-7 on the scoreboard, but at the same time, I really can believe it with what's at stake here today. Kale and Life once again sparring as the rest of the teams move their way over. Life with a bomb on his head knows that the fight is over for him and just tries to back away towards the rest of his team. FPX consistently trying to make these proactive plays, but really able to find the angles to turn it into much.
Nope, not yet. But they will certainly continue to keep on looking.
So let's talk compositions again. Let's return to how this game is actually going in the context of scaling, right? Because I feel like we're dead even. We're basically 30 minutes into this game, and we've got, you know, this Ziggs composition on the side of AL, and Ziggs, you know, can be very good in the late game, but realistically, you're much more about taking the towers in that mid game. Like, is there a massive scaling advantage with this Karthus, or with things like the Brand on the other side, are you not too worried?
No, I think with things like Brand on the other side, you can kind of, you know, equalize a lot of that, that pressure. Though we've not seen, you know, a massive pyroclasm or combo come out just yet from Milky Way, and I think that's credit to AL. They're looking for a pick onto him now, though.
Kale starts it once again, bomb onto Milky Way. Where did he blow to smithereens? I mean, he's just gone. Phenomenal combo out from Kale and Hope. They lose the 2v2 early, but they redeem themselves later on into the game. Now Baron started once again for AL. They got won this game already, but Shalahu on the bottom side of the play, and he's close to getting into Mega Gnar 4v5, but FPX, Care has been found, and now suddenly things look pear-shaped and a half. AL back onto the Baron once more. Milky Way not on the scene. Doctum, he's got one neutral this game. Can't make it into a second, but AL fully in control. How is Solar Flare back off a cooldown again? Doctum's going to go down as Shanks gets the reset and looks for life as well. Shanks is just shredding health bars, and AL, once you give them an inch, they take a mile.
I think if I had to wager a guess, that Duckdarm's wondering the same bloody thing. How is that back off cooldown? Level 11 probably just shifts the cooldown so much lower than he's probably expecting, and it sets up for another chase down kill, and it sets up for a tier 2 on the backside of it as well. Really nice for anyone's legend. They get 1.5k gold off the back of the Baron, and yeah, it's just about finding that pick onto Milky Way to kick things off.
Yeah.
Now Dragon's up in 50 seconds. Feel like AO are just going to set up for that, get the lanes ready, maybe even siege on tier 2 quickly in the mid lane, and then immediately return to that and pick that objective up too.
And to be fair, their siege is pretty damn good with a Ziggs and a Tristana. It's not like towers will last very long if they make a concerted effort with those Baroned up minions. Looks like Shanks is going to head to the bot side though, and Ala moving over to the rest of the team. Let's try and push this wave in. 20 seconds on that Dragon spawn, but AL not particularly pressed to just get it on spawn realistically. They can always move back to that one. They want to utilize this Baron to full efficiency. Oh my god, the poke onto Dogdom. Is it enough? No. Ormal Mortius protects him with the magic shield, but tier 2 taken. And in the meantime, Shanks just kept pushing down bot. Everyone was looking at the mid lane, and Shanks took an inhib tower. And now Satchel in the mid lane too. The whole map has just fallen to pieces.
Yeah, this is tragic for FPX. You understand the thought process, but they're losing more than they probably anticipated. Pace is too quick for them. Care's coming back to base, but I mean, AL, they're looking at Nexus towers.
They're just going to end the game. The Baron, who cares about Ocean Drake? They're just going to try and finish things off. Ala takes a good chunk of damage. The burn is there, and in goes life for a hero play to save the game, but Dogdom's gone down. Shanks is just 1v3ing at the backside of the play and kills all three. Shanks is taken over the game. He's done with FPX. He has obliterated them. 1-0 AL, phenomenal fight from Shanks and a phenomenal game from anyone's legend.
Almost came out of nowhere that game, man. FPX had their whole base to work with, and I mean, still maybe 40-ish seconds left on the Baron, but that call to keep Care on the top side, thinking that AL would take their foot off the gas, was just the wrong call.
Yeah.
Just simply the wrong call, and AL called their bluff. They continued to push, and they found everything they wanted. I mean, I thought that game was going on for another 5, maybe even as long as 10 minutes, especially by the pace that we've had today. But AL, and specifically Shanks, had enough.
Yeah, Shanks was done with that game. He's like, look, you can try and go for an engage on my backline. I am an assassin. I know I look like an AD carry. I'm an assassin. Dives into the backside and just wins the play. Phenomenal stuff coming out from Shanks. I think he might just be on his way to another MVP. Rookie, watch out. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head into game number 2 between AL and FPX. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards the second game here between AL and FPX. And my goodness, the quality jump between the first series and the second series was noticeable, to say the very least. AL looking real good in this one. Very coordinated gameplay. I think my favorite moment was Ala doing the coordinated assassination up top alongside the Requiem. But Shank's going to grab himself the MVP after getting a quadra kill in the enemy base to finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks just had a sensational game, right? Start to finish, good laning phase, great amount of pressure on the side lanes, and then obviously effectively made a solo play to end the game for anyone's legend. Fantastic performance. Deserved MVP. And if I recall the numbers correctly, you said drags himself one closer to equaling Rookie's MVP standings.
He's one behind right now. Rookie's on 8 MVPs. Shanks is on 7. He is on track to contend for MVP of the entire split, which is something that, like, that would be an accolade and a half for a player like Shanks that's not done it before. For a team like AL that have never been a top team before, this feels like the year for them. FPX, though, on the blue side this time around, banning the Nidalee, banning the Jax, and banning LeBlanc. The Leona taken off of the board by AL.
First time we've seen teams swap sides this evening.
In this format.
In this format.
Turns out it's day one of the new group stage. So it's the first time for a lot of things, but you're right. This is the first time we've seen the swap. And actually, Ash going to come through for also the first time of this entire format.
Yeah, whoa. This will
or at least this bit of the format.
Tristana picked up in the first rotation. Is it going to be Bran? Lilia? What is it? Go on, AO. Get creative.
Croco's been in. He's a big Karthus enjoyer as well.
He is. Yeah.
But you could always leave that until later and go for something else that you want to grab for yourself. Oh no, it's going to be the Zyra from Croco.
Okay. I think he's played one game of this, right? I've definitely seen him play at least once. It's probably the lesser
was a
of
big
his
fat
AP
dub.
picks. Yeah. Okay.
That's
so
for any less street people out there, that means a win. Just translate that one.
Cheers for the translation, Joe. I think we would be truly lost without it. As we're gonna see another misfortune. Hey, saw it earlier, of course, out of leave. A lot of strong potential and the immediate Braum ban, just to ensure that not only will Ash Braum be denied, but they will not have to deal with Braum blocking the ultimate Windle. FPX, of course, by the way, they're blocking Corki and Lilia. Nothing too out of the ordinary here at the minute. I do wonder what AL are going to look to actually pick up for their support, though.
I will say that I like the MF angle when you're already going to ban Braum anyway, because Braum Ash is so oppressive. Like, I feel like the ban now doubles up in value in terms of getting out. But one thing I will say, Ashel can just completely ruin MF. If you ult before Ash does, then you can just lose your bullet time each time. So we'll have to keep our eyes on how those interactions go during the laning phase. Nautilus taken off the board, Callista removed as well to try and get rid of some of that aggression that could come out with an Ash support.
Yeah, exactly. You never know what the pairings are going to end up being. Let's see, though, because I feel like if you're Life, you've got quite a few strong options still up and available. Rakan is what comes to mind. The Poppy ban also does make me believe that that's probably what Life wants. But again, a lot of solid options. Rel, Alistar, all up and available. I'm going to give Ala R5, and of course Ala's a very dangerous R5 player. Such a versatile champion pool. So Shallow, who's going to have his work cut out for him. I'll be pretty scared to even blind Cassante, to be honest with you, but it's probably his best bet.
I'll have to see. I mean, I wouldn't put a Twisted Fate pick here past Ala at all, but we'll have to see. I will say, MF has come back into the meta, and immediately we're just seeing full wombo combo comps. Like, the Strangled Thorns come out, the Magnet Storm to keep everyone in, the bullet time over the top of it. You could just picture it beautifully. But Life goes through a bit of a classic for himself. with the Pike. Now, Ash Pike is actually Ash's Pike's highest win rate duo in solo queue, believe it or not. You wouldn't expect it, but her slow's set up so well for Pike. You kind of have that utility AD carry that can then set up for Pike to finish the kills. It's going to be the Camille for Allah. This is a bit of a vintage pick for him, and it's great into the Cassante.
Yeah, scales up really well. It's a middling lane matchup, I will say that. But once you get that first item for Allah, once you get that Triforce, hell, once you get the Phage, it just becomes so much easier to navigate. Once you get all the movement speed off of the auto attacks from the Qs, so very, very manageable. And again, it just opens up a massive side lane threat for AL to play and rely on later on. And they've already got the Tristana, so they're going to be working with that. I anticipate this is going to be one of those games where they look to try and rotate Hope into the mid lane as soon as they possibly can, use him for mid lane prio, and then consistently try and roam around the map with that in mind once we hit that mid game. But still, a lot to be played for in the early stages, especially from the other side, from FPX.
Let's see how this one's going to go down. I'm excited for game number 2. AL with a much different composition to what they were playing in the previous game. We'll see if they can pilot this one with this Misfortune combo. Croco on the Zyra. He's won with it once before, and I'm confident that he'll be able to show us good performance here in game number 2 as well. But the Pike out from Life. Not something I expected to see today, but something I am very much on board for. Let's see what Life can do on the pick. He's played it twice this split already, won both of those games. It's a pick that he absolutely adores, and it's a pick he can take over with.
Absolutely. Especially with so many switchy targets, right? So much CC setup. Ash Arrow, Lily asleep. A lot of potential for there to be a bit of a pop-off game here for Life if he's afforded that freedom. Yet to be seen.
A good turnout for both teams. Considering, you know, FPX, they may have been world champions a little while ago, but it does feel like the fandom for FPX has waned over the years within the LPL. AL, obviously, you know, there were a few Rogue Warriors OGs, but not the most popular team in the league, unless you're basically me or Lyric. Rebranded to AL, haven't had the greatest success since the rebrand until this year, and it feels like they are finally showing up as an organization, and it sounds like the fans are finally getting on board with that plan as well.
Absolutely, they are. A lot to be excited about if you're an AL fan. Tabe has certainly come in, coaching staff-wise, alongside Arla on the top side, and it feels very, very revigorated.
If BLG like drop off this summer and AL it becomes like a top team, I feel like Tabe then makes an argument for like a biggest salary in the LPL for coaches or something. Croco in a bit of trouble in a 1v1 as we've got a fight in the bot side as well, and Hope already loses his cleanse.
Yep, level 1 E start there for Life too. Just looking for that potential play.
I mean, he got it,
really
right?
solid start, and exactly he got
stun.
it. So really, really well played, and he still has his own flash. So we'll see how far he can go with that kind of advantage. Milky Way, of course, got that blue buff invade, and then went on to continue to invade Croco in his own jungle. Didn't blow his flash as Hook connects.
Hope forced the flash. That is 2 summoners already burnt out of the enemy AD carry. Life has barely started the laning phase and he's already won it.
Life's in his bag. I think we could see a bit of a performance come out if this stays consistent. See where he can go with it. But FPX needed some kind of curveball, in a way, I suppose, right? To try and turn this game around, because whilst they were going, you know, relatively toe-to-toe with anyone's legend for a fair portion of that last game, it was always kind of edging out towards AO. Once AO were able to regain that gold lead, Shanks...
Oh, already impacting multiple lanes.
Wow.
Shanks might just go down here. One more auto from Care. Oh, flash from Care. He's ended up under the tower. Oh, no! It all looked so good for FPX, but Shanks just turns it around again.
Oh, man. Care just doesn't quite have enough auto attack damage Shanks is able to turn it around, like you say. I wonder if, like, fleet footwork was in play there or something. Shanks was 1 HP. We'll get confirmation from the observers. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
On
I
a
mean, I
replay
need to see
very
how
soon.
that happens. Because, like you say, Care got the flash auto, but it just didn't quite finish the job. He looked like he was so low on HP.
Yeah, and they played a bit of a game of chicken as well.
Yeah.
Just around the flash timing, you know. Care, I think he was waiting for his auto attack timer to come back up.
Let's take another look. Because I think the biggest thing as well is, like, Care then can't leave tower range because
Yeah,
Shanks
once
didn't
he's in.
die.
Yeah, he just that second of hesitation there from Care. He definitely had another
it
auto
was-
attack ready.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I can't believe he got away with that. I can't believe he managed to outplay that. Flash is the flash. And then because Care couldn't get a kill, Care couldn't get out of tower range either. Fantastic stuff from Shanks. And well, that's one way to start the Corki versus Tristana matchup, isn't it? Life thought he was helping. He was not helping. To be fair, Life
Well,
did everything right. Yeah.
Look, yeah, Life did.
But he
Life
just
did
he
do everything
incensed Care. Care just like felt the bloodlust from the pike.
He
engage.
mind controlled him. He
Yeah.
reached 3 seats over. Or 2 actually, support him in. Either way. Good start
Pulling
for
the strings.
pulling the strings, exactly. Good start for Shanks. Now Arla can he
Oh,
hook shot his way out of this.
okay, so we'll see
Should be
wide.
able to.
Yeah, no slow landing. Milky Way will just help push this wave in. If the Swirl Seed slow lands, maybe there's an angle to at least burn a flash, but Ala rock shots out to safety and will walk away with his life. So, all things considered, not too crazy on that top side. The only significant leads being in that mid lane we know about. In the bot lane, though, 20 CS lead right now, as Life just finds yet more hooks. Kale flashing onto Doctum, but he doesn't have any HP to work with. Doctum's going to finish the kill, but he's killed himself to make it happen. You've just got hope back into this lane.
Nah, it's alright. The wave's gonna slow push back into him. Hello, Life.
Yeah, that's not a 1v1
Goodbye,
that Life wins. Yeah. Suddenly realizes that's not a fight that he wants. He's got a dragon. I've only got a sword, or whatever the hell Pike carries. I don't really know what that is. Just a spike on a stick, I think.
Yeah. Actually, that is a good question. Is it not just a dagger?
I think it's like a...
It's
Yeah.
like, it's like
I think
one
it's
of
like a
those,
spearhead, one of those
it's like
fishing
a,
spears.
Yes. I don't know what the proper name is for it.
Nah, I don't either.
I'm sure
That
someone's
is a
really
thing, isn't
mad
it?
at us
You
for
like
not knowing.
throw the like rope knife thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely is.
In. Professional fisherman here.
Yeah.
Available for consultancy if you want any advice on fishing. Croco is fishing for Milky Way here. The bomb on the head. I think it's enough. There we go. Shanks grabs a bonus. And that will be the grubs as well for AL. Everything is just looking hunky-dory for AL right now as Ala sees his team doing well and decides, you know what, I want a bit of that action. Sets up for the CC chain onto Xiaolahu. Kale trying to follow it up as well. Ala is pretty low though. The Q3 from Xiaolahu nearly flips it around as a kill for himself. And now the rest of FPX channel into the play. Kale gets flashed away from Q3, goes wide as Shanks is in a 2v1 and goes down. Kale looking to sweep up, but Ala gets another one. 2 for 1 in favor of FPX. One more auto does the trick, and Care grabs a double.
Care's not gonna faff around before attacking one last time in this play, and Xiaolahu just buys so much time with the Cassante. And it's an overcommitment from Kale, an overcommitment from Arla to just try and get that last little tick onto the Cassante. Honestly, they got the chunk. They probably should have just been happy with it, but let's get a look. Last minion sets up for a level 6. Ash Arrow comes up, so there's... I'm imagining some kind of skirmish also happened down in the river. Croco gets clipped. And that's what sets up for this rotation from FPX. So, really kind of fortunate that final minion was the tick over from the side of AL. But for FPX, it's everything they want. And the rundown is just super easy. Because there's no one to actually contest the rotation up.
What a phenomenal arrow. What a phenomenal arrow to manage to find the kind of main character of the play, honestly. Croco, the one starting those grubs up. It was 3 grubs in the end for AL, despite the play ending up going so FPX favored. But it's in trade for now, this Drake in the bottom side. Doctum, really solid arrow. Life has been all over this game. And honestly, This is now feeling really, really close because Hope was massively ahead. He's fallen behind at this point. As Doctum, you know, trading his life, did give a bit of gold, but Shanks caught by the arrow, and that's going to be another for Care. Shanks outplayed earlier on, but you can't outplay that.
What a fantastic arrow again. Back to back. I mean, this is the kind of Ashe you want to see. It's just Ashe arrow off cooldown, just sling it out and just see what happens.
Yeah, too right.
Shallow.
Okay, he's in the 2v1 this time around. The all-out comes through. Ala dodges a bit of damage and will survive life. Now trying to escape with his life. Is the route available for Croco? I'm not sure. Oh, he hits those. You know he hits those. Life's going to go down to Croco, but Croco pulled under the tower before he goes. So Milky Way now with a chance at a double kill. Finds one. There's the second. And now Kale suddenly on the wrong side of the play. Trying to retreat to his tower, and looks like Milky Way won't follow up for more. Just going to hold this wave. And hoping that his laner can grab that one. In the meantime, 1v1. No, Kale trying to find Milky Way that's offside. Kale just solo killed Milky Way.
All right, forget the build up to the play. How did that happen? Did he just tank too much damage holding the minion wave? It had to have been that, right? Couldn't have been anything else. This game is hectic.
Kale is used to dealing with people taking minion waves. That's his whole job in the laning phase. Milky Way, I think, underestimating what he could get done there, or overestimating it, sorry. Hope just clears the wave with an ultimate. Doctum nearly has that arrow again. I'm keeping my eyes on this Ashe. These arrows have been scary.
Keep your eyes peeled. Absolutely. Let's see what I think for Xiaolahu here, I'm not sure if the full channel of the W comes out. I forget how. Because Xante's had about 2 reworks at this point. How long you can actually hold it for, but the dash is interrupted so the damage doesn't come out. Great hook from Life onto Croco to set that kill up. A great swell seed then from Milky Way to ensure that this watch out Eep will connect, but he just holds the wave, a little bit of Zyra damage from the plant. Yeah. I mean,
in hindsight, he maybe should have just cleared the wave, as Kale just punishes very easily. Oh, in the meantime, Life is caught, but he is
another
back,
arrow.
So he's not caught after all. Damn, that's looking good on the Ashe. Finds another pick onto Croco and sets up for FPX to take over this mid game.
Okay, got a little bit excited about that arrow. I thought he did it from cross map again, and I was about to lose my mind. He was just off screen, but neither way, doesn't really matter. It sets up for them to get those 3 grubs in trade. Shanks is now down here, though, on the bottom side, trading a couple of plates back in his own right. So some gold trying to be clawed back here and there, but right now FPX just winning out, and Hope really just hasn't been a part of this game. It's not his fault. The game's just been played elsewhere. He's been bullied out quite a bit.
Yeah, he certainly has. 97 on the scoreboard. And FPX have found themselves an advantage that they weren't able to find in the previous game. AL in charge for most of the previous game, it has to be said. But FPX, with this pike coming out from Life, a bit of a pocket pick for him. It has set the pace for things, dominating the 2v2 in the bottom side. In fact, both games, Doctum and Life winning out the 2v2. But now managing to extend that to the rest of the map, and Doctum extending that to the rest of the map while staying in the bot lane mostly, using those Ashe arrows. Fantastic stuff to see.
Love it. Doctum so far. If you just clip these first 12 minutes worth of arrows, it's giving Ruler a run for his money. Ruler's had a fantastic Ashe as well, of course. It's got fantastic everything, it feels like, though. Ruler.
He does, he's got that skin on Zyra as well. He's not too shabby on it. As Doctum tries to move in the mid lane and did not realize that Ala was laying in wait. The interruption on Shanks! And Doctum's still alive. The bomb finishes the job at Shallow, who now getting on to Kale as they look for more. Live hunting. The sleep. Oh no! The plants come out from Croco. Kale still goes down. Croco denied the hook with the plants.
Oh man. I mean, they still would have had him, I think, either way, just because, you know, the sleep was there, but a little bit close, to say the least. And man, what a play from Life again. Just finds the double stun underneath the tower and just turns the play on its head. I mean, you said And we kind of alluded to, Life could have a bit of freedom on this Pyke. If the map starts to open up and plays start to get a little bit loose, and he's responded in kind almost everywhere on the map with a lot of intention.
He certainly has. I mean, this has been... I can't believe how different these two games have been. The first game, so slow, so calculated, so methodical from both teams in the early game. Really waiting until the mid-game before things kicked off. This game, I mean, right from the word go, Life was kicking off the action, Doctum getting involved, but everybody on both sides of the scoreboard has been a part of the mix. I'd say maybe Hope the only one not included, as he's been, you know, bot lane catching waves while Doctum could still just blast those arrows off. Either way, though, we've entered the mid-game now, and items starting to get completed. Pretty much tier 1 for everyone. And on the side of FPX, you can see players getting a lot closer to those those second items as well. AL trying to move in to potentially contest, but the Herald's already gone.
Yep, Herald is gone, so no play to be had. We'll see where FPX decide to drop that. Mid lane tower's below half, so expectation should be that it will go there. Care, how much danger is he in? He's gonna dodge this. Strangle Thorns, he will just flash Valk out, so that's his flash gone, and maybe AL can look for a repeat play in a couple of minutes time. But again, all eyes on Milky Way for where he's going to put that Herald. Mid lane, top side, or just get caught out here.
Milky Way flashes away from the Strangle Thorns. And Life threatening with a hook. Allah's TP'd in. Care could be caught alone here, but Hope in a 2v1. Cleanse on the arrow, but Milky Way finds the swirl. Seed doesn't follow up with the sleeps. Croco is caught. Allah finishes the job, but Croco flashes away from the ult from Life, and Shanks finishes the job there. AL suddenly back in control.
Yeah, but it's going to be an immediate response here from FPX. Charge into the mid lane here. We'll take this tower in kindness. Obviously, kills and a tower traded on the top side. FPX trying to make the best of a bad situation, and AL just have the numbers loaded up on that top side. Are they going to get to? Bullet time, I think, is going to make enough work of this wave here.
Nice bit of damage onto the Doctor off the back of it as well. Yeah, bullet time used to clear the wave. Buys time and space for AL, but still losing a tier 1, trading for a tier 1 on the top side. But the fight for AL crucially going their way after they'd invested so much on this top side play.
Yeah. It's a lot of abilities. And Life is committed on to trying to kill Croco there. Doesn't feel like he can really interrupt the rest of the dive, but Croco, I think, ended up tanking tower because of the ultimate. The Hextech ultimatum from Allah shifted that tower aggro. Felt like he had the angle. Does get his flash out, but still, Shanks comes and cleans up that back end of the plate. Now Shallohu, is he in danger? He is Cassante.
He certainly is, and dashes out to safety. There we go. Cassante things just walks away from a 1v3 in the meantime. Care trying to trade opposite. There's 3 people committed in the bottom side, but in the meantime, FPX have only got 1 person up top, 1 person or 2 people mid, and they get 2 towers in trade. So AL really over-committing to the bot lane tower. Punished pretty heavily for it. FPX want to keep things going onto this top tier 2. I'm not sure they'll be able to keep the siege up. They've got 280 carries there, but Alice should be able to clear this wave.
Yeah, should be able to, and will be able to. So again, more trades continuing to happen across the board, just trying to take some of that standing gold off the map. AL still lacking the towers that FPX have found. That Herald was a great help in that. And it's FPX that still have their mid-tier 1. And I think, you know, when you've got Ashe, when you've got Pyke, you really want to try and play off that mid lane wave. You want to try and push it up. Or just very simply, you know, when the wave is dead and if you've set enough vision, or you've got hawkshot information, just send out the arrow either side of the map. It doesn't matter. Life will probably get there way faster than KO will. And just try and make the plays off that. We'll see how things unfold though, because AL are likely going to be very aware of that and very cognizant of how accurate Duckdom has been with those Ashe arrows so far.
I feel like AL are a team that are good at acknowledging win conditions, both for them and for their enemy, playing around those. I feel like that's the sort of structured play that has been successful for AL. It's just whether or not they can do it in the heat of the moment. They're 1-0 up in the series, and they would love to start this split with a 2-0. They found Life, and Allah just hard commits immediately. Pyke's got a lot of movement speed, but not against a Camille. Allah makes it look easy as he sets up for a Drake.
We'll just be able to pick this one up, and, you know, Life, for all of his slipperiness, can still be locked down by that Hextech Ultimatum. He's not going to go very far inside of it, and he's very squishy. Pyke. Of course, when you're doing this much roaming, he's level 7, 18 minutes into the game. He's barely got more than 1,000 HP. So, very, very difficult to survive that kind of play. And now AL on this dragon. Milky Way, he's on that mid lane wave. He's a whiles away.
Near. He's nowhere near, but he's moving over and he's pretty damn quick. They've got vision in the pit. Dragon hasn't been burst. It's just going to be a 5v5 because Life's already back in the mix again. 5k on the Dragon as Croco just gets all-inned by Xiaolahu. Bullet time over, but the all-out pulls Croco out of the pit. Croco gets taken down by Xiaolahu, and the Drake was taken in the meantime. FPX clean house, hoping a 1v2, and he goes down in the end. Allah, last remaining player, FPX cleanup.
Almost a complete sweep there. And FPX also get the Dragon, so they're one more away from this Hextech Soul. Such a powerful one at that. Care. Will Allah find them out?
Hextech Ultimatum is back up and available. Goes for the all-in the 1v1. Milky Way is moving over, but Allah just cuts him clean in half. And now Milky Way...
I'd have Allah for this.
Yeah, do you want this 1v1? Okay, Swill Seed hits. Ultimate not available. Milky Way trying to space it, dodges away from the tactical sweep. Life arrives on the scene as well, but the hook shot dives into the play. Allah has so much damage. Life just gets half HP'd, and Kale moves into the play as well. Allah now still alive, escaping, but can the rest of the gang get out? Horse being chased down by the deer, jumps over the wall though, and the buster shot from Shanks buys a bit of time and space. Doctum arriving on the side of the scene. His arrows on cooldown though. Allah gets out the great escape from anyone's legend.
What a play from Allah. Utilizing the minion waves as they come in. Ravenous Hydra proc as well. Just gives you so much life back when you're at that threshold. Doctum. Did he notice? Maybe a little bit late.
Yeah, I mean, cleanse may be worth a Zyra ult, probably not, to be honest.
Yeah. It's alright. I think you're happy if you're Croco. The only problem is now, if you're looking to rush this Baron, you don't have that ult. But they are still double AD carrying a Zyra and a Camille. Like, it's not a slow Baron. Not a slow Baron at all.
Bit of damage on Xiaolahu as well as they try and threaten in the area. AL decided to peel away from the Baron. They didn't want to overcommit to that one. Remember, FPX managed to get that third Drake. They are on Soul Point. 3 minutes until the fourth one comes onto the map. And AL, I think, starting to feel that pressure.
Yeah, no, they are. Gold lead starting to escape them a little bit, but it's a bit of a... I wouldn't say it's a fake one. Just that the gold still sits in a pretty good pocket inside of Allah. And that can definitely be useful as a bullet time dodged out on by Xiaolahu with that drag back, but then you look over here, double sleep on the back line. Life finds his way. Shanks just immediately
Life always finds a way.
Life always finds a way.
Oh dear. I mean, this has been a little bit messy. We've got more than a kill a minute here in game number 2. Kind of the polar opposite of game 1. Doctum has that arrow up, so keep your eyes peeled for a potential play. Just whether or not the team is ready to follow up on that. AL doing a good job of staying grouped, so those picks aren't just available. But FPX, I mean, all things considered, starting to really pull away with this game. And I think a lot of the credit can be given over to Doctum and Life in that early game, but also Care has, after the early game went so badly, Care has managed to have such an impact in these skirmishes.
No, he has. Care's been able to put in a lot of work. But again, my eyes still lie on the opposite side, on this Camille. 622.
Yeah.
Almost third item. Wouldn't take long for that Surgeon to cut down Corki. He's already done it once on the side lane. But again, FPX, they're not super committed to those. And that's where I think AL can have their in. Is if they can actually get some space for Allah. And hell, even if you buy time for Shanks, right? Like, still going to scale up into that point too. Where he's going to be very, very relevant over there on those side lanes, collecting them up, sweeping them up, and just continuing to get those items in.
and the pace slows down. Because Baron is up now. We're getting to the late portions of the game. 40 seconds until potentially Soul for FPX if they can get this Drake. AL, I'm sure, don't want to let that happen. But one big slip up now, and the game might just end. FPX, they've done well in the second one to try and equalize things. A 3,000 gold lead. But can they actually finish the job? Because I feel like AL have been in this situation before. I feel like I've seen a few games from AL where they didn't necessarily have a big lead going into the late game. But then some of these calls that come out from AL really leave you in awe how they're able to play this game. Grouping up for the Drake. Here we go. It's just going to be a straight up 5v5, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be. Keep your eyes on Ala. He's got flash. He's got all his tools available. Everyone has flash bar Milky Way, so that's the play you're looking for. Ash arrow goes between the posts.
First miss I think we've seen of the game. Kale is going to go down. Drake
Oh my
taken
God.
as FPX grouped up, but the bullet time cuts through them, forces the flash out from Shala, who Milky Way trying to survive in the meantime as Ala jumps over to the rest of the team. Care barely alive as Hope almost gets the auto, but it's cancelled. A Q onto Milky Way would finish the job, but life has been found by Shanks. And just as FPX feel like they're in control of the game, AL snatch it away.
And it's Ala in the backline. He assassinates Duck Dom. He doesn't even get to play the game. Without that Ash arrow, just to provide that brief reprieve, right? That like half a second stun it gives you when it's point blank. Ala just deals with him in the midst, and the bullet time buys him all the rest of the space he needs. FPX, I mean Milky Way,
Yeah.
that would be a miracle. He's not going to make it work. Baron goes over to AO1 just like that. On the drop of a hat, we go from FPX having a 2k gold lead, one away from that Hextech Soul. They still are, but they're just going to have to wait another 4 or 5 minutes to AL having Baron and likely control of this game.
It's tense, but AL managing to come out on top of the pile right now. And remember, this is the, oh, hang on, Arrow! Oh, a hair away from Croco. Life goes wide on the hook as well. That means Croco keeps himself safe. And AL on the cusp now of finding their first win in the group. They would love to be at the top of this group. There are some names in this group, that's for sure. Doctum, though, found by Ala. Great little combo. There's not a lot you can do against that as Ash.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. He also had his Q procced off the blast cone, so there was no waiting. That, you know, 1.5, 2-second window was able to just blow him up immediately. Great stuff, and then the chase down, obviously. Everyone else is spectacular. Bullet time, like we mentioned, to bought the rest of the space he needed.
Shanks consistently in these fights just looks fantastic. Obviously, he's managed to get Tristan in both games, which does help with looking good. Doctum, the target once again, Hextech ultimatum once again, and Doctum wonders what on earth he's meant to do against this once again. Bullet time now onto Kale with a Magnet Storm on top, and Ala even gets out. Even if Kale dies, it's still positive for AL, but I'm not even sure if Kale will die on this one. Yes, he will. Life finishes the job pretty comfortably. But either way, AL finding yet more pressure, 2 for 1, and now they can push in this mid lane, while Shanks takes a tier 2 in the bottom side. Wait, Ala's found life. The health bars are deceptive because Ala's double the level of life. It's 16 to 8. That's not a 1v1 life can win.
Absolutely not. Ala perhaps hunting for life. Not going to find him. Scruffy wants him to find him.
Scruffy's like, he's in there! He's in there!
He's in the bush! He's in the top rush! Get him!
Scruffy doesn't understand Fog of War. He doesn't realise that we can see things that Ala can't. You know?
Exactly.
He's not even got opposable thumbs, bless him.
But hey, that's tier 2 off the back of that as well, top side. So it's just more gold. 5,500 Baron power play. All over to AL. And how things can change so quickly. Even if FPX managed to sneak away the soul, I'm just not sure if it's really enough.
Oh.
I think Ala's so accelerated right now. I mean, he's so fed, he's even detoured himself into a QSS. Just for the sake of having it. Because there is so much, you know, very valuable bits of CC to cleanse. So to say he's chilling would be a bit of an understatement.
He's got a QSS and he's on his way to a GA, and he's just going to find yet another valuable target. Get comboed up and taken down. Ala has literally just taken this game by the horns and is just simply walking forwards at them. There's very little Doctor and Care can do about it. And Ala, I mean, he's just rinse and repeating.
Yep, he is. And I mean, he knows his job. He knows it well. Hextech Ultimatum, anytime it's on off cooldown. Rotate him with your team. Let someone else follow up and, you know, get the rest of the execution damage. Croco.
Not a good place to be. He's going to be put to sleep, though. I don't think he gets away with this one. Life looking to follow up. There's an arrow coming on in, and Croco found by Life, but the bullet time across the team turns things around, and Life ignited. Ala is here to save the day once more. A double kill for the top laner of AL. He came in at the start of this split and turned things around for AL. Him and Tape were the reinforcements. And now looking towards a 2-0 with an MVP performance from Ala.
It's like Thor at the end of Endgame. Showing up. Ala.
I mean, he should have gone for the head. You say that they're not going to finish the
head.
They're not going to finish
the
game.
That's true.
Should have gone for the Nexus.
Let's not jinx them. All right. That said, it would be kind of funny now that we've said it, but I don't want to see it happen at this point. I think AL have done a really good job at putting themselves in a winning position. And yes, a lot of that work has been off the back of Ala's Camille in this game number 2. And I fear Shanks is not going to be able to match Ricky's MVP vote to date. But I'm sure he will continue to chase him, probably surpass him at some point very soon.
I'm going to be honest, if I'm Shanks, the last thing I'm worried about right now is my MVP count.
Nah,
I know I keep talking about
honestly,
that a lot, but
look,
I'm taking the win.
If I'm Shanks, I'm thinking, man, can Ala donate me a couple of kills? I want to be joined first.
I mean,
let a brother eat.
Look, I mean, he wants to tie Rookie. That is fair enough. But, you know, I say this to all of my teammates in solo queue. Sometimes you just got to accept that you're going to be carried, you know? I don't actually. I'm not that guy. I swear, I'm not that guy. Also, I'm not capable of carrying a game. But aside from that, yeah, Ala, I think pretty much gifting this one to AL. And if I'm the rest of AL, I'd be grateful. Yeah, just about gets himself out to safety. That felt a little bit dicey for him because a pick there, that would have been barren.
Yep, almost certainly. Good reaction times on the Valk. If he gets clipped by that slow, it's probably a flash and ult. Out from Ala, Shalahu.
Okay, knockback onto Kale. Perhaps an opportunity as the Magnet Storm comes in and the bullet time on top. See you later, FPX. Health bars gone. Ala into the backside as well as Shalahu finished off by Shanks. Docked him. He'll get a blast go now, but I mean, where is he going to go realistically? He's going to just recall in the brush. They don't care. They just want the base. They want to finish this one off in style.
Yep, and they will indeed. AL. I mean, pushed around, going toe-to-toe in the early game. FPX did a good job of making it competitive, but go past those 20 minutes. Ala picks up all of these kills. It's too much to handle as they're onto the Nexus Towers. They're onto the players. They want more kills. Ala.
Level 18 with a GA. Not many people can 1v1 that. That's going to be the Nexus Bear, and that should be the game. AL finish things strong. Ala dominating across the course of that one, the final fight with the bullet time, ripping those health bars apart. Beautifully done by anyone's legend, and showing us why they were at the top of Group D.
Absolutely, they are. They've come in, they've dominated FPX in this post 20-minute segments of these games. Excellent decision making all around, and obviously a fantastic individual performance here from Ala in this game number 2. That's something that, you know, they brought him in to do.
Not the most creative sign, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, Ala, big capital letters.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
I think anyone that does that for Ala or for Bin, I think those are the two players that sign just works, you know? Just big aggressive letters, that's all you need. And I mean, Ala, what a performance. What a performance. And that might be one of his best performances of the split, to be honest, which is not even saying that he's not had good performances, just how incredibly dominant that one was is ridiculous.
Oh, man. What a day we've had. That very well, of course, could have gone to to game 3 too, right? Because of how in control FPX seemingly were. All it took was that one breakthrough fight. Don't forget, 10 minutes ago we were talking about how FPX could look to, get Dragon Soul and then look for Baron, look to try and, suffocate AO out. But Arla had other plans, it seems. And yeah, again, the congregation around the plays of just basically Arla coming off a side lane, coming out of reset and just going, I want to kill someone, and just pressing his R key off cooldown. There wasn't really much counterplay there for FPX to find.
Yeah, I mean, when a Camille gets ahead of a game, it's so difficult to get yourself back into things. I will say, that's how it felt at the start with Life roaming around, Doctor finding every single Ash arrow. Like, there were so many great moments at the start of the game for FPX, but once things started to get beyond just that early game, I mean, it felt like the damage was just so one-sided. It felt like every single start to a fight felt AL favored, even though you've got the Pike and the Ash, you've got big tools to work with. It felt like AL was still finding really, really good angles to isolate someone, and it's a testament to being able to punish anyone that goes to a side lane. I feel like that's been a theme today, actually, of like who can punish people in side lanes better.
And that's kind of, the meta you start to dip your toes into when you have Tristana, Corki as well, right? Because typically these solo lanes will match each other in those side lanes later on as well. I feel like for FPX, that's kind of the crux of their whole game in this specific one. It's, you don't really have a good side laner. You don't out-team fight the 5v5, but you want to make picks with Ash Arrow, and a lot of the way that you're going to make those picks happen realistically should come through side lane, right? But you're just out 1v1 in your solo lane matchups. And I think once the game truly opened up, right, post 18 minutes, no Herald on the map, it just gets really awkward to navigate as soon as Arla gets this accelerated as well. So as very, very enticing as that early game was from the side of FPX, quite enough. And, I will give credit where it's due. Life had arguably the best 12 minutes of Pike gameplay I think I've ever seen.
At least in professional play, yeah.
Yeah. He had an absolute stormer of an opening. Very unfortunate to not be able to continue to snowball that lead out for the rest of his team. Just again, a couple of plays continued to not go their way. I think this was perhaps the penultimate play that really started to set the tone for the rest of FPX's perspective on this game, right? Once this play turned around on its head, it just felt pretty untenable. And of course, this was the Soul Point fight.
Yeah,
I
couldn't.
Things a bit too far.
I mean, Shalahu doing his best here, getting that kill, getting the Drake, but then the fact that this fight still goes the way of it. Actually, this didn't go the way.
Oh, this is
okay.
Fair enough. I thought it was the I thought it was the other fight where you know what?
I was like, wait a second, how the hell did they win this one? Oh, right, they did. But that was a moment that AL definitely won.
This is the
dragon
fight. Yeah, Arla, great flank, ducked arm, good flash reaction, but again, nothing goes the way of FPX, and just having that Q already charged up, being able to effectively just execute him in one proc of the Q just makes it a bit too much damage for FPX to handle. And again, the rest of the cleanup crew was there. Shanks was there, Hope was there, and even though Hope had a really quiet early game, I think silently ended up being one of the bigger contributors to sorting out and setting up and just supplementing the rest of what his team was doing on the forward.
Yeah. Honestly, the MF functions almost similarly to Ziggs in this kind of composition where, you're not taking towers in the same way, but when it comes to the team fights, you're kind of wanting to stay as far back as you can, wait for that big setup, and then find the ultimate over. You're looking to follow up on the big CC and get that long-range damage down that's going to turn the fight. All about that big set-piece ultimate from Hope. Croco barely surviving for a bit. Life went in, but then suddenly there's bullet time.
Yep. It's just a lot of damage. It's way too much damage to be dealing with there. And look, I still think this is a pretty good showing for FPX, right? Even though they got 2-0'd, I think a lot of positives to come away from this series with, especially considering AL. I mean, they haven't played, the other big dogs just yet, but they've only dropped one series so far in the summer split. So they're looking pretty damn good. And it does continue to get me excited, you know, for this iteration of Anyone's Legend to potentially make an extended run towards a Worlds opportunity, right?
I mean, yeah, like, I don't want to get ahead of myself too early. I'm very much on board the AL hype train at this point. I think a lot of people are. But we really are putting AL at this point in the conversation where, sure, they're definitely below, like, BLG Top Esports, I think, clearly put themselves above the rest of the pack. But I think JDG just below those guys. And then you've got this conversation with, like, NIP, AL. And I would have put FPX in their conversation. Clearly, AL looking like the better team today. I think that maybe they can even contend with JDG. That's something that we'll have to see. FPX certainly couldn't, but if AL can defeat FPX quite handedly, maybe AL will be a challenge for JDG. And at that point, like, you're fighting for a top 3 spot. Like, that is really, really impressive stuff from AL. Whether or not they can maintain this, whether or not this actually even transpires, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm cautiously optimistic for a really bright future for AL.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of where I'm at. Again, we still have to wait for them to, you know, play a JDG, BLG, Top Esports. Hell, I mean, even NIP a little bit, right? Even though they've had a bit of a kind of opening to the summer split. AL still have a lot to prove for us, but I mean, right now, I think there's good reasons to be excited.
So far, AL beat NIP twice, so right now, I'm pretty happily putting AL above NIP. So it's just whether or not they're above Weibo, you know, because they did lose to Weibo.
Yeah,
Alec grabs himself the MVP. Not too surprising on that one. 12-2-4. That is a hard carry performance right there. And Shanks, I think, was getting a little too close to Rookie's number of MVPs, so Ala had to, you know, remind him that he's not the main character here. Like, just get egos in check a little bit within the team. Remind him who's Billy Big Balls up in the top lane.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, he played like it, so, you know, Ala, if he didn't get that MVP, life is not real. I don't know what else to say, really. Again, just hope to continue to see AL build on this performance, but I also hope to see FPX, you know, in many ways build on this performance. As you just saw on your screens, 2-0 Anyone's Legend, but if you missed the first series, 2-1 EDG, it was a series of all time. We can tell you that for free.
If you missed the first series, I envy you. That was a series and a half. If you like shenanigans, definitely go watch the VODs for that one. It got mental, especially at the end of the series. The final play was definitely something worth watching. But AL, a fairly confident win against FPX. Certainly not too one-sided, but still a solid win. TT versus RA going to start us off tomorrow, followed by JDG versus Weibo. We'll see if Weibo can, you know, improve on their performance from the placement stage.
We all know how I feel about Weibo. I'll openly be biased against teams sometimes. Weibo is one of those teams. If they beat JDG, JDG have done something horrendously wrong tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
JDG
it will be an exciting matchup
favorite
to watch. Yeah, JDG are a definite favorite. Let me do my job professionally now. It will actually be a very exciting series, assuming Weibo do show up. Because at the end of the day, Weibo have a track record of being JDG a lot. So, like, you know, no matter what you think of JDG, there is that ongoing feud between the two teams, that right?
It doesn't make any sense, but it is a thing that happens. That's going to be it from us today, though. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Jamada. It's been a pleasure to bring you these games. I have to say, I thought it was going to be 2-0, 2-1. It was 2-1, 2-0 in the end. The result's not exactly going how we expected, but the winners ending up being the favorites to start with. So I guess all is right in the world. I'm not really sure. It's been a pleasure bringing you these games. Thank you so much for watching, everyone at home. We'll see you in chat tomorrow to watch the great games coming your way. But until then, we'll see you in Champside.